biker guys are going to have to just take it very carefully out there with these windy conditions. Right, enough of that. The cars are working their way towards grid proper. The Pirelli V8 Masters will be in front, and then the supercars at the back.
Right, so the Pirelli V8 Supercars are on the line. The officials are just getting them sorted out, make sure everyone's in their right pit box as the Supercars roll in. So I'll be giving the commentary on the V8s, and Frankie will be doing the Supercars, and we'll let you know where they are, so we can focus on a specific class that be and not be all over the show.
Right, so pole position for the supercars is Ernest Page, Glenn Phillips, Carl Halleck, Robin de Vos, Nazrin Schloss, and Shane Boscombe. Now, Robin, Nazrin, and Shane, they are in the Lime Property Management Formula Supercars. It's also our main sponsor here at Killarney for the 2024 Power Series season. So the safety car has taken them off the line. Safety car busy working its way out of turn number 1, out of holes, working its way along the Joubert Straight towards turn 2, Castrol Corner. Supercars disappear out of your view on screen. Sorry, the V8 Masters, I apologize. And now the supercars are appearing on your screen going into Holes Hook.
Right, a big shout out to the respective sponsors, to Pirelli for the V8s, and to Caltron for the supercars, and Lime Property Management for sponsoring the television here for us. It's nice to have them on board. We also have Castrol, the City of Cape Town, and Smile 90.4 FM. Lovely to have them on board. Without them, obviously, the racing wouldn't be possible.
As well as King Tony Tools and Pertamina Fostron and the City of Cape Town and Smile 90.4 FM, playing more 80s than anyone else in Cape Town. That is Smile FM.
Right, so the cars are just behind the pace car. They're exiting Sarl Sweep. They're going down the back straight towards Pertamina Fostron Corner, turn number 5. And the pace car, I see, is in a Moda, proudly sponsored by a Moda. And when he comes out of Pertamina Fostron, he will duck off to the right-hand side of the circuit, and then Fabio Tofani will lead the pack up towards the lights.
Yeah, down into Pertamina Fostron they move. The V8s have already formed their box formation heading into Fostron. Now the supercars are busy boxing in their grid positions as they work their way out of Fostron. The lights on pit lane is on. Francois, pretty soon we will be all systems go.
Yeah, they're leading their way now out of Pertamina Fostron. They're coming up the Porsche Straight. They'll head under the City of Cape Town Bridge. And the lights, once they get over the red line, the lights will go off. And Fabio Tofani will be the leader. Right, lights off and away they go. Tofani hooks the gears early, makes his way down into turn number 1 holes. It looks like he's got the whole shot. Alistair Brown sits in there behind him. Sean Moore slots in there. And the rest of the field making their way through.
Right, supercars. Glenn Phillips is the man that gets the early lead out there. Right behind him, we've got Ernest Page. Right behind Ernest Page is Carl Halleck. And then the first of the Lime Property Management cars. That's in the hands of Rob de Vos. There is 1, 2, 3. There are 4 Lime Property Management cars out there as they work their way through Castrol. But the V8s are heading into turn 3, Damstip.
They work out at Damps up to Tigerberg, straight away up towards Sarl Sweep. It's still Tofani leading out. Tofani leads out. Behind him, it's Alistair Brown. Then it's going to be Dennis Guy Dick that's in there. So they make their way now down the Killarney straight away. And it's pretty much line astern. No one competing. Sean Moore sitting in third there. Ridgeway, Guy Dick. And I think the only person that's really someone having a look into Pertamina Fostron. But no, they still hold their places.
Right, the V8s are busy working your way through the screen now. Not too far behind them, going into Pertamina Fostron, we'll have these supercars. And they are being led. There you just see them in the back of the screen. being led there by Glenn Phillips as the V8s filter through into turn number 1 into holes.
Frankie, a big lockup going there. I don't know if there's fluid or some big lockups there by the V8s in turn 1. Everyone managing to work their way through. I'm not sure what that was about.
Right there, the supercars work their way out of Holzoek. It's Glenn Phillips from Ernest Page. It's Carl Halleck. He's got Rob de Vos right on his heels there. And de Vos busy working his way through. Now, the pole sitter was Ernest Page. He sits in that second spot with the Phillips in P1, Halleck in P3, and right on his heels is de Vos.
Right, so coming out of turn number 4, Sarl Sweep, is your V8 Masters. Stefani still leads out Alistair Brown, Sean Moore, Mark Ridgway, Dennis Guydick, Gary Thompson, Stuart Spooner, and then Harry Taylor works his way down. So still no changes, all liners, turn stuff. There is, however, a bit of a tussle between Ridgway and Guydick as they go into Pertamina Fastron. Ridgway holding the inside line, not affording Guydick any space in which to maneuver.
So as we watch the V8s work their way out of Pertamina Fastron, the supercars are heading towards Pertamina Fastron, and it's all about Glenn Phillips. Phillips sitting out there in P1, and he has got Ernest Page right on his heels. Ernie is now closing slightly up on him again. Carl Halleck in P3. Rob de Vos sits on his heels in P4. Then it's a bit of a gap before we see Nazrin Schloss, followed there by Shane Boscombe and Sean Cope and Craig Hume. But the V8s are busy working their way into Damstep.
Right, coming in there is your leader, Fabio Tafani. He's been chased there. And it looks like Sean Moore's got through. So Sean Moore's got through on Alistair Brown. But behind them, it's Guydick that has got past Mark Ridgway. He managed to get it going into turn 2, so he's worked his way out. And there's also another change coming up there between Gary Thompson and Stuart Spooner.
Well, we've got to go back into Damstep because there was a challenge for the lead in the supercars, and it's still Phillips out there in P1, but Ernest Page is now a heck of a lot closer. And when they worked their way out of Castrol, he was right on his heels, racing up the Tigerberg Straight out of Damstep. There you can see Ernest Page is crowding that bootlet of the Jetmaster supercar of Glenn Phillips as they work their way towards Pertamina Fastron.
Right, down into turn 1. Fabio Tafani works his way in there. Sean Moore being hassled there by Alistair Brown. Then Dennis Guydick having a lovely tussle there with Mark Ridgway. So they're having a lovely battle there. Your leaders now going into turn number 2, which is Castrol Corner. And you can see there is Alistair Brown together with Guydick, Ridgway, and not too far behind them, Gary Thompson.
Right, this lead of the supercars has changed, and it has rechanged again. Ernest Page got his nose up front, and now Glenn Phillips has got his nose back ahead there of Ernie as they work their way out of Holzoek. It's going to be a tremendous fight there. The battle for 3 and 4 working its way out of turn number 1 out of holes is Halleck, and right on Halleck's case we have got de Vos. So Robin de Vos is now right on the case of Carl Halleck as they work their way through Castrol.
Right, so in turn 5, leader coming out, Fabio Tafani. Up behind him there is still going to be Sean Moore. Behind Sean Moore, Alistair Brown. Dennis Guydick and Mark Ridgway are still embroiled in their little battle, and up behind them it is Gary Thompson and Stuart Spooner. There we see the Guydick and Brown, no sorry, Guydick and Ridgway battle as they work their way down to turn 1. And right up at the back there, Harry Taylor.
Supercar leaders are working their way now towards turn number 5, towards Fastron Corner, and up on the inside, and Ernest Page hits the lead. Coming out of Pertamina Fastron, it is Ernie that gets his nose ahead there of Glenn Phillips. Through the kink they come. Just behind them you saw briefly there Kyle Halleck and Robin de Vos, as once again the supercar leaders are side by side heading into Holzoek, and it is going to be Phillips that gets his nose this time ahead of Page.
Coming out of into turn 5 is the leaders of the V8 Masters, the Pirelli V8 Masters. That is Fabio Tafani, And it looks like Sean Moore has been picked off there by Alistair Brown going down into Pertamina Fastron. So there you see Alistair Brown ahead there of Sean Moore. Sean won't be too happy about that one. And that battle between Dennis Gaidik and Mark Ridgway continues, and Ridgway is now ahead of Gaidik, and closing up behind them it's Gary Thompson.
Right, going to pick up the supercar leaders that's heading down the back Killarney straight. They're working their way towards turn number 5, towards Pertamina Fastron, and this lead has been chopping and changing all the time between Phillips and Page, and it is going to be, is Glenn got him? Yes, Glenn Phillips gets his nose up front, but these two are bogging each other down because Halleck and De Vos, not too far behind them, as you see them on your screen, is coming through. There is Halleck, there is Robin De Vos right on his heels, and that's the only real supercar fight out there, with Schloss, Boscombe, Hume and Cope still out there. As you see, the 3rd and 4th place battle in the supercars working their way through, but the V8s are heading through turn number 5 through Pertamina Fastron.
Fabio Tofani has created a nice lead for himself. Behind him it's going to be Alistair Brown there and Sean Moore side by side. Moore looking to come up on the inside. Sean Moore's got the inside gain of that corner. He's going to try and force Alistair up against the wall. Alistair gets down on the hammer nice and early. They've got a supercar in front of them going on turn 1, and Alistair Brown trying to squeeze in. He squeezes in front of Sean Moore, and Sean has to grab a handful of brakes, and Alistair Brown spins up. Brown spins out, and Moore gets through. And Brown's taken a supercar, but the supercar's managed to regain its composure. But that puts Sean Moore rock solid back into 2nd place.
The leaders of the supercars are working their way down the Killarney straight, heading towards a Pertamina Fastron turn 5 as they head into, oh look at this, it's a lunge up on the inside. It's a lunge by Ernest Page up on the inside of Phillips, and Page gets the lead. He made that move stick there on Glenn Phillips. Great stuff there by Ernest Page, but Phillips is going to come back. Phillips is going to come back as they work their way down the home straight, the Porsche Club straight, and into Holzhoek. Phillips has got that inside line there on Page. He's got that inside line. Ernest will just hang around the outside. If Ernie can stay there, he'll have the line for turn 2 Castrol corner, and they are still side by side. They are not nose to tail, they are side by side, and Ernest is the last man on the brakes. He's later on the brakes, and he leads going into Castrol.
Right, heading now up towards Castrol corner is your lead in the V8 Pirelli V8 Masters. That's Fabio Tofani, and he stretched his legs because the Alistair Brown Sean Moore, the debacle in the previous lap, has created even more of a lead, but you will find that Sean Moore now only going up towards Castrol corner. He'll have to work his way around, and the V8 Masters now getting a little bit spread out. You've got Gary Thompson in 3rd, Mark Ridgway 4, Stuart Spooner 5, and Harry Taylor moves up to 6.
Well, Francois, I see double yellow flags waved in turn number 1 in holes, and that is the Alistair Brown car. There I see the red car that's stuck there in the kitty litter. But let's go back to Pertamina Fastron for the supercar leaders. It is Ernest Page and Glenn Phillips. Ernest and Glenn, 1st and 2nd, through the kink, under the City of Cape Town Bridge. They come down the Porsche Club straight into turn number 1. They race now into Holzhoek. Here they go up on the inside. Remember, there's no overtaking allowed. No overtaking allowed. So Phillips had a look, as you see that stricken V8 Master there, but he did not make the move there on Ernest Page. Here we see coming out behind them, we have got
Fabio Tofani up there coming through.
Yeah.
He goes into Castrol corner. He's got a healthy lead. It'll be a while before you see Sean Moore's only making his way now out of holes. So Tofani leading out. You will get Sean Moore coming up there into, there's Sean Moore coming up now. You can see the extent of the lead, and it is a good 15-second lead. It's quite hectic. Then up behind them, Gary Thompson and Mark Ridgway having a right royal battle, and Thompson managing to squeeze through up on the inside. So Mark Ridgway is not having it all his own way today.
Well, this indeed is the final lap as we watch the leading supercars working their way towards Pertamina Fostron, and right behind them is the overall leader, and he's going to get the checkered flag. We'll get to those guys now, Francois. You bring the leader. Oh, there's a problem out there for Ernest Page. Ernest Page lost it in Fostron corner.
Right, coming through your lead here of the Pirelli V8 Masters, Fabio Tofani comes towards the line. He's going to take heat number 1 with a very, very healthy lead. I see his windscreen is a little bit shattered, not sure what that's about. And we look towards Sean Moore. Sean Moore coming through, he'll take second place. We'll have a look behind him, whether it's going to be Gary Thompson or Mark Ridgway. There's Sean Moore on screen coming up towards second, and behind him, it's Ridgway, right at the end, getting ahead of Gary Thompson. So he'll take third place. A lovely, lovely outing.
Well, as the rest of the Pirelli V8 Masters cross the line, there's only one Formula Supercar that's on the lead lap, and he's busy making his way through Damstep Turn 3, heading up the Tygerberg Straight. He is the only supercar that is on the lead lap. He's working his way down the Killarney back straight now. You'll pick him up as you see the rest of the lapped supercars work their way to the checkered flag. Down the back straight goes your only supercar that is on the lead lap, and he is the leader of the class, and that is Glenn Phillips. It would have been Ernest Page with him, but Ernie will finish in P2, but one lap down, seeing that he spun the car on the exit of more or less there where you see Glenn now. So he will be classified as second, but this man will be the only supercar, the winner of the class, and the only other supercar on the lead lap, and that is Glenn Phillips. So Phillips comes home in P1. Halleck will then finish second. Page dropped down to third. I do apologize. So Kyle managed to get his nose ahead of Ernest Page, and then Rob DeVos, the first of the line property management cars. Bradley Fenner, Nazreen Schloss, he's the second of the line property cars. Then Craig Hume, Shane Boscombe also in a line property management supercars together with Sean Cope. So that was the opening race of the day, Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Formula Supercars.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Put your hands up in the air. Put your... Okay, that one's working.
Vessel Kruger, he'll be there on the Suzuki Slingshot. Malcolm Govender's out there, Greg Waddington, John Momberg, Willem Lowe, Matthew Walker, Augustine Ntwani, Wayne Gresser, Sharif Reynolds is out there, he'll probably be on the Ducati, Derek Hendricks, John Kosterman, also there on an old classic on the GSX 1000. JB Shermers is out there, Dean Gabriels, Ryan Smuts, Romana Deliva. Nice to see Romana out there. Francois Kritzinger and Enrique Peterson. A beautiful field of 19 motorcycles. And joining me for this one is the real teenager, not evergreen teenager like Hilton Redlinghuis, Jordan Eman. Jordan, morning, buddy.
Good morning. Good morning to those on the live stream. Good morning those around the circuit. The first two-wheeled race of the day. I'm super excited for this. We've got some good names in here. Jamie Hall sitting there in second place at the moment. He's been, Emil Brunt from Tiny's Pitbox let me know that there's a used GSXR 750 motor that was put into that bike during the week after he had a blow up at the last round. That spoiled his points for the season, but he's currently sitting second in the championship. At this rate, Redlinghuis has basically already wrapped up the championship. We'll have to wait just for final confirmation at the end of the day. Then you've got Jamie Hall sitting in second in the championship in the classics. Then Sharif Reynolds in third has Vessel Kruger, 1 point difference between the two. Vessel Kruger sitting there in third place. Sharif down there, currently sitting in, if I can find his name on the grid, 11th place. So he's on the fourth row of the grid. So he's going to have to make up a couple of places to grab those points back. But we've got a couple of other guys from Joburg as well. Augustine Ntwana. We've got Matthew Walker, Malcolm Govender. Apparently he's Joburg's fastest Indian. So good to see him down here. Enrique Peterson, Romano Deleva. We've got a good few names in here, but they're about to get underway, Francois. The lights go on and they go off, and we send them into turn one.
Well, they roll down towards holes. It looks like Jamie Hall got off there. There was a bit of a stall. There was a stall in the grid, but it looks like Jamie Hall gets the whole shot there as he leads down. It looks like up behind him, it could be Vessel Kruger, who's got up on the inside there of Hilton Redlinghuis. Vessel Kruger goes up to second. They make their way up here into Castrol Corner. Jamie Hall leads him out. Vessel Kruger, Hilton Redlinghuis. And I think that is Malcolm Govender that's up there. Malcolm Govender sitting up in P5 as they work their way down now into Damstip. Into Damstip they go. There's your leaders and a whole array of motorcycles up behind them. And this is actually a very interesting class, Jordan, because the mid-pack are all on the same keel, so to speak. They're all semi-experienced riders, if I can use the word.
Yep, exactly that. And we've got someone like Malcolm Govender. He's from Joburg. There's a couple guys, Matthew Walker, Augustine Ntwana, Augustine was the one that stalled on the grid, so he's had to make his way back from the back of the field. But they're all very quick riders. However, Govender and Walker, quite close to the front end of the field, have only started in March of this year, started racing. I think they're both about 5 rounds in their career, but this is their first time at the circuit. As all of the leaders make their way past now, Jamie Hall ahead of Wessel Kruger, Redling Ace, Waddington, Gresser, Hendrickse, Momberg, Lowe, Govender, and Gabriels in 10th place. That's Dean Gabriels on the 88 for ABC International Real Estate. I spoke to him yesterday. Also, only the first couple of races that he's done, a whole bunch of track days, but he is super excited. He only managed to get that bike sorted last night. Missile Motorcycles and Kewan Sneyman got that thing finished late last night, and he's back up racing today.
A good bit of mid-pack racing there of John Costerman. Is and Matthew Walker working each other out. There your leader coming out now, that is Jamie Hall. He works his way through on the Suzuki. Then we have Wessel Kruger, Hilton Redligeist, there's Greg Waddington, and then there's a whole crowd here. Derek Hendricks, John Momberg, Willem Lowe, Malcolm Govender, Dean Gabriels, and Romano de Lever, all in that group, making their way up into Sarl Sweep. There you see a beautiful shot as they come to the Sarl Sweep. Grass nice and green, very picturesque at Killarney today. As they work their way down to Pertamina Fastron, your leader already coming out of Pertamina Fastron, and the rest of the bikes all hurtling down there at 30-40 k's an hour.
200 in mind bending is what I'd have to say, especially with the Superbike. Look at that move around the outside. That's Wessel Kruger. Oh no, I lied. It's not Wessel Kruger. We'll have to just wait and see, as I couldn't see that number. Wessel Kruger's made his way through already. That was the 57 of Hendricks. Hendricks made his way around the outside of De Lever and Lowe. Lowe is currently in a battle in the clubman's class with Wayne Gresser, Wayne Gresser, who's sitting quite a few positions ahead of him. So at this moment, Wayne Gresser needs to just get a few more points to seal the championship for himself. Willem Lowe 39 points behind at the moment, but he will have to wait until the end of the race result as the leaders make their way through Damsdip, down the Tygerberg Straight and through to Sarl Sweep, and Jamie Hall is just pulling away with it.
Jamie Hall, man, really enjoys his riding. Behind him, Hilton Redlingeist. And then we see Wessel Kruger. There comes Greg Waddington. And up behind Waddington, there's John Momberg. And then there's Wayne Gresser. Gresser there, and a whole puddle of bikes there. John Momberg, Wayne Gresser, Malcolm Govender, Derek Hendricks, Romano de Lever, and Willem Lowe.
Look at that group of 5, 6, 7, 8 bikes rocket down the Killarney Straight, the backside of the circuit, down to Pertamina Fastron once again. We've got 7 laps to go. We've been doing this for 4 minutes as the leaders come across the line, but watch this battle into Pertamina Fastron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bikes all together. We've got the likes from Cape Townians and guys from Joburg. Like I said, Malcolm Govender, him, Matthew Walker, Augustine Twana, they're all on Lacquer Racing bikes. Lacquer Racing is AJ Fenter's team. He is down here as well racing in the Superbikes. So all of those bikes, I've been told, have been set up perfectly for this. AJ Fenter knows this track very well. So they said all of these bikes are perfect for the conditions right now. There's less wind than there was yesterday, as you can watch this entire pack make their way down the Joubert Straight towards Castrol. And look at that front wheel of Sharif Reynolds, of Wayne Gresser rather, get onto the back wheel as he comes down to the braking zone.
A little bit of a try between Gresser and it's Derek Hendricks looking on his outside, and Hendricks gets through. He slips up on the inside. There you see on screen. There's Derek Hendricks coming through. Wayne Gresser up behind him. That's that little group there coming out of the sweep there. There's Hendricks and Gresser going through. Behind them, we've got Dean Gabriels, Matthew Walker, and Willem Lowe.
Watching them go down the Killarney Straight now. These two are bunching up together as our leaders come across the line once again. But here we see a fight coming out. That's Waddington and Momberg fighting it out of Pertamina Fastron coming down the main straight. Sorry, I lied. That's Wessel Kruger. Wessel Kruger and Waddington on the classic, on the clubman's bike respectfully, or on the breakfast run bike rather. And they make their way into holes. But look at the field come through.
There comes Momberg, Governor, De Lever, and Gabriels there comes in, and there's Walker, Hendricks up behind him, and then Gresser will make their way through to number 1, Holzhoek.
Yeah, Lowe's a little bit further down there. Lowe needs to catch up to Gresser just to make a couple of points back, but at this rate, the championship is almost sealed in the Clubmans. But watching now as the leaders, a little bit of a weird squiggle coming into the corner was Hilton Redlinghuysen, trying to get that power on that Kawa down as they make their way down the Killarney straight. 5 laps to go. Fastest lap of this race, a 1:18.768 by the 65 of JB Hall and MGA Racing as they make their way into Pertamina Fastron rather. Down late into the brakes. You can see how Redlinghuysen catches up through the corner, but that GSXR 750, the SRAD 750 of Jamie Hall is just way too quick in a straight line.
Kruger and Waddington, Greg Waddington having it, and Waddington having a look up on the inside of Kruger. They side by side. Waddington on the inside of Kruger. And is he going to get, no, Kruger, the muscle of that 1100 just powers his way down into the turn number 1 holes. There's Kruger and Waddington. Up behind them will be Romano De Libre and Jean Momberg, but that tussle there between Kruger and Waddington, it's going to tip into something special. And they side by side, and going up on the inside, it's Waddington. He gets through on Kruger. There you can see him up on the inside. He made it through, but he's quicker through the corners. But the thing is, can Vessel Kruger light up that slingshot and try and reel him in now when they go down the back straight?
Greg Waddington currently 6th in the championship as it stands. He'll get a couple more points there in the Clubman's class. He's currently sitting 1st in class. Romano De Libre currently sitting 5th overall and 1st in class in the breakfast run. A couple of people we haven't spoken about, Enrique Peterson at the back end of the field, unfortunately. And Francois Kritzing on the 77. Also good to see them out there. There's only 3 bikes in the breakfast run class. And a couple guys we haven't also mentioned, JP Shermers, we spoke about when he left the line. New bike, ZX10R. First time there for that Alpha Aesthetics business run man by JP Shermers. But good to see him back on a bike as we watch these front 2 come around down the Joubert Straight and into Castro Corner once again. We've got 3 laps to go.
There's Hilton up on the inside of turn number 2. Hilton takes lead back as 3 and 4 go into and it is Waddington ahead of Kruger. You'll see the leaders go down now into the sweep. Here your leaders go. And Hilton Redlinghuysen has taken the lead away from Jamie Hall, and that is a big move from Hilton Redlinghuysen. You're not going to be able to reel him in too quickly, and we've still got 3 laps to go. So I think Hilton's going to pull away and making that old Kawasaki 750 work overtime as he works his way down the Killarney straight. They're passing some of the slow markers, and I wonder if Jamie Hall's going to have anything more in the tank to say.
You know what, I lied when I said that that Jamie Hall was quick in a straight line. I think my track uncle, as I like to call him, is quite a bit fast in a straight line and on the throttle as they make their way under the bridge and across the line to start another lap. This is the penultimate lap, 2 to go. Still a now new fastest lap, a 1:18.091 for the 87. That 888 motorcycles, or 888 racing rather, Hilton Redlinghuysen.
Coming out now is going to be Greg Waddington ahead of Vessel Kruger. Up behind him is Romano De Libre, Malcolm Govender, John Momberg. And then you see Dean Gabriels up behind him, Matthew Walker, Derek Hendricks. They all work their way down towards turn number 1.
Good to see Dean Gabriels up there fighting 7th overall at the moment. Very good stuff by him. He was on the podium last time around. And you know who we don't see here? David Goosen. That's because he broke out and he's jumped into the 600s class in the Superbikes. So that's why he's not fighting at the front end of the grid. But he was on the podium with Dean Gabriels last time around. But now Dean Gabriels is on the podium. That's that ABC property real estate, or international real estate rather, as he makes his way out through Castro. But the leaders once again coming to Pertamina Fastron. This is the second final time before they head on to the last lap.
Yeah, still Hilton Redlinghuysen leading out over Jamie Hall. Jamie trying everything to try and reel Hilton in, but it's not going to be easy work for him because Hilton is absolutely stonkingly quick. There you see him come out onto the main straight under the city of Cape Town Castro Bridge on the 87 bike. There's Jamie Hall on the 65 Suzuki trying his utmost, but I think Hilton has got this one in the bag, all things being equal.
Yep, very much so. Both on 700s, or 750s and the like. As we watch through, here comes the pack. We've had back markers just come across the line, but there's the likes of Waddington, Kruger, De Libre's just in between them. There's Malcolm Governor just behind there. Romano de Liever's actually made his way past Wessel Kruger coming to the line and into Holzhoek now. Malcolm Governor is sitting there in 6th place. Dean Gabriels is right behind him. Look at this group. There's Gabriels, there's Governor, and there's Kruger. This is a fight for 5th overall.
As they make the way up the corner, comes Watson. The lead. So they work their way through out of Castrol Corner, and they make their way down into Damster.
We watch the leaders now come on the final lap of this race. They make their way into Pertamina Fastron for the final time in this race, but their first time today as their Hilton Redding Ace on that 87 888 Motorcycles or 888 Racing Kawasaki ZX7R. He'll come under the bridge. The hands applaud and across the line. That will definitely set him the championship. That I'm sure. Jamie Hall comes home in 2nd place. Then we wait, coming out of Pertamina Fastron now. There's still this battle between Waddington and de Liever, both in different classes, as they make their way out of Pertamina Fastron. They'll make their way towards the city of Cape Town, Castrol and Line Property Management's bridge. Bring them to the line.
Right, here goes Waddington, Romano de Liever, Wessel Kruger, and Malcolm Govender. Malcolm got ahead of Wessel there. And then Dean Gabriels, here comes the rest. It should be Jean Momberg ahead of Matthew Walker. As they come, Jean Momberg over the line, and Walker got ahead of Momberg. And then Derek Hendricks down in P10. Having a look-see now, come through now should be Wayne Gresser. There he's on the red bike. Gresser comes through, Ryan Smuts, Willem Lowe, and then Sharif Reynolds works his way over on the Ducati. And then it should be John Kosterman on the old Priestling and JP Shermers.
Yep, quite a big championship up for grabs in between all these classes. We watch, that is Augustine Twana come across the line after a bad stall on the start. And then Francois Kritzing is still making his way around. But a very windy day out at the moment. I know some of the riders were struggling a bit today. Or yesterday during practice and qualifying, rather. But Dean Gabriels impressed with that result. 7th place, Wessel Kruger there in 6th. Malcolm Govender, Joburg's fastest Indian, like I said. He was trying to aim for a 119. But he only managed to get a 121.0. I know he made a bet with AJ Fenter. So race 2 is going to come around and he's going to aim for that 120 at least. Great Waddington up there in 4th place. Romano de Liever, good to see him up there in 3rd. And then obviously your 2 front runners, Jamie Hall and Hilton Redding, is taking the top spot. I think that sealed him the championship, but I don't want to decide too early. And then very unfortunate for Sharif Reynolds. I know he he rocked a piston out of that Ducati last round during practice. And he squabbled to get the bike right now. And he made sure that it was right this time around. He ran into the back of in last round as well. So now he's got all that damage sorted. And I don't think that's the result. But look at that. 8 bikes in to Pertamina Fastron. A bit of a squig outside wide. But that was Great Waddington. They went around the outside of that group. That's that fight. Wessel Kruger's right out there in the front. And a little bit of chopping and changing between them. It's a very, very scary section to be put under pressure, especially when there's so many bikes around you.
It's very embanked. It cambers towards the inside. So when you're leaning over, it's almost like your lean is extra as you go into that corner. And the ground doesn't seem to come to you. When you think about it, your bike is almost parallel with the floor, but you've got that camber going down.
Yeah, it blows my mind how these guys do it. But we watch them do it every couple of weekends, and they do it so well. But next up, BJ Trustees Formula Libres, and then BatTech Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s before the qualifying sessions. But now a small track cleanup and just a little bit of maintenance before the Formula Libres, sponsored by BJ Trustees, make their way out onto the circuit.
Right, here we go with the BJO Trustees, Formula Libre, race number 1. Big thanks there to our main sponsors, to Lime Property Management Services, Mr. Clint Ridden and his team. A big thank you to Castrol. They sponsor Turn 2, they sponsor the tower, they sponsor the spinning pitch. A big thanks to Castrol. Then to King Tony Tools for the subway, Pertamina Fostron for turn number 5, the City of Cape Town, and the official media partner of the Western Province Motor Club, Smile 90.4 FM. A big thanks to all of those. All our class sponsors. Formula Libres is sponsored by BJO Trustees as they work their way out onto the circuit. Now, it looks like that we've got basically a field of Formula Vs out there. And I personally like these Formula Vs because if you've ever watched the national Formula V racing that came down to Cape Town a couple of months ago, it was in August when we had the Northern Regions race meeting here, they put in about 15 to 20, if not more, of those Formula Vs. And a lot of our Formula V drivers went out there and raced there with them. So we've got Donovan Ramsey, we'll have Kelly Fletcher, Josh Smith, Ricky Anderson, Cyril Somerville, Wynand de Ridder, Ben Jack Phillips, and James Beaumont. And then we're supposed to have the Class S car of Jason Kutsia. That'll be the car 77. So we'll look-see as this one pans out. The officials are busy waiting for them here on the grid as we wait for the Libres to make their way through to the grid.
Well, good morning, Frankie. Good to be commentating with you.
Yes, Jordan.
This time around.
Good day. Yeah, we were Mike's side last week with the rallycross, and geez, was there tons of dust there. You could hardly see the cars at the northern end of the track, but I'm sure they will attend to that. And yeah, then we will be Mike's side as well on the 7th of December for a big one at the Cape L Drivers. The last round for the first half of the season. And that will be a national qualifier for 1660s and stock rods. And there'll be dirt oval karts racing there as well. And the Caltron Formula Supercars. Tiny got the letterhead from the CHD committee to hand to the chairman of Supercars, Mr. Craig Hume. So, Jordan, here we go as the BJO Trustees Formula Libres line up for the opening race of the day.
You were speaking of Jason Kutsia, why we can't see him out there, but yesterday I was here at practice and he had some sort of issue and they towed that Formula, or that S-Class Formula Libre, that Forza Formula V out of the pits. So there was some sort of issue, and I think it's terminal because he definitely didn't make it out into race 1 this morning. But there we see Kelly Fletcher's made her way out. No Byron Mitchell this time. Usually we see him in the Dolphin Engineering Formula V. Ricky Anderson finally out once again. Good to see him back. He hasn't been in a little while. Wynand de Ridder had a problem yesterday as well in practice, but he's made his way out. James Beaumont's there. The young Joshua Smith sitting there in 3rd position. And then, of course, we've got Donovan Ramsey in pole. We'll wait until the lights go out and see them down to Holshoek.
Yeah, you see them line up. It's a full field of Formula V cars. And as I said, I like these Formula Vs. Right, 5 lights are on, 5 lights are off. And away they go as they work their way off the line. And a lovely start off the line there by Donovan Ramsey. He will lead into turn number 1. We'll have a look and see. That might not even be Ramsey that's leading in turn 1. It could even be Kelly Fletcher. We'll have a look and see. I think it is Kelly Fletcher. Yes, it is Kelly Fletcher. Joshua Smith there in P3 as they work their way into Castrol Corner. And he's going to challenge and go up to 2nd.
It looks like the Liqui Moly car of Donovan Ramsey's dropped down to the back end of the grid. So something has happened there. But looking out to the front, Kelly Fletcher still leading out ahead of Joshua Smith, who's made up a position on Ricky Anderson. Ricky Anderson currently sitting in 3rd position. Good to see him up there at the front. Then we've got the likes of Ben Jack Phillips, Wynand de Ridder, Cyril Somerville, and James Beaumont that are fighting there in that little group in the middle. And then obviously at the back end of the grid, now fighting his way through, is Donovan Ramsey.
Well, we'll pick them up as they work their way down the back straight, the Killarney straight, racing down towards turn number 5 to Pertamina Fostron. And the front two are beginning to break away. We've got a challenge up front for the lead. Are we going to have a new leader? Will Josh Smith take the lead? He does. Joshua Smith gets his nose up front, the head there of Kelly Fletcher through Pertamina Fostron. Fletcher sitting in second. It is Ricky Anderson that's there in that third position. Now he's got his tail up as Joshua Smith as he races down towards turn number 1. But Fletcher is right on the gearbox of that Formula V as they exit holes.
These two are going to fight it out, hammer and tong, as they make their way down the Joubert straight now. But look at that youngster Joshua Smith now is slightly reeling ahead of Kelly Fletcher in that Dolphin Engineering number 22 car as they make their way into Castrol. Third and fourth position, Ricky Anderson rather has Ben-Jack Phillips on his case, and keeping him very honest as Ben-Jack Phillips tries to go around the outside but gets covered off there by Ricky Anderson leaving Castrol corner. And then we've got James Beaumont sitting there in 5th place, Werner de Ridder in 6th. Donovan Ramsey's moved up ahead of Cyril Somerville in 7th and 8th respectively as they make their way down to Damstep.
Well, we'll have a look at this one. This is still that fight there between Anderson and Phillips. They are nose to tail. They'd be 3 and 4 with James Beaumont and Wynand de Ridder right there. But the leaders are side by side. Well, not quite side by side as they work their way down into turn number 5 into Pertamina Fostron. Well, keep an eye on them because that one is still pretty close, although it's still Josh Smith that's got his nose up front. There you see Kelly Fletcher. Now Josh wants to clear out here. He wants to get a good gap between himself and Kelly Fletcher as the two of them cross the line. And there is 1.487, but here comes 3, 4, and 5 into turn number 1.
Yep, Ben-Jack Phillips managed to get past Ricky Anderson, which moves him down to 4th position. James Beaumont now is on the case of Ricky Anderson as they make their way into Holes Hook once again. Werner de Ridder a little bit further back. He's on his own at the moment as he exits Holes Hook. And then obviously we've got Donovan Ramsey and Cyril Somerville at the end of the grid. But here's this battle for 3rd. It's a 3-way fight at the current moment as Joshua Smith leads out ahead of Kelly Fletcher. But there it is, Ben-Jack Phillips ahead of Ricky Anderson. Right on Ricky Anderson's gearbox is James Beaumont.
Yeah, that's the one we're going to stay. We just saw Fletcher flash through your screen there. Through the Lunchtime kink they go. And into Damstep. And that is Ben-Jack Phillips, Ricky Anderson, and James Beaumont. We just see them come up what will become the Golden Highway as this race meeting draws to an end. And that is the closest fight on track as the leaders are making their way into Pertamina Fostron.
I know from last round, Kelly Fletcher got into a bit of contact with the C-Class car of, I always forget, it was the yellow Class C car. One of them from last round, apologize for not remembering, but she got into contact with him into Holes Hook, and she got a little bit of suspension damage last round, and I'm not sure the car is back up to 100% because we definitely used to seeing her at the front end of the grid. But this youngster Josh Smith is now peeled out and ducked away as he now sits in 1st and going through Holes Hook. But here comes this battle for 3rd position, Frankie.
Yeah, that is Ben-Jack Phillips, Ricky Anderson, and James Beaumont. Beaumont looking up on the inside of Anderson, but Ricky covers that line. There's the two leaders, P1 and 2. Heading into Castrol, that is Smith and Fletcher. And here comes this fight for 3, 4, and 5 towards Castrol corner. Ben-Jack Phillips, Ricky Anderson, and right on his heels, James Beaumont. Wynand de Ridder is coming through. He's 8.1 seconds behind Beaumont in P6. Is Wynand de Ridder in car 10.
Yep, and then 11 seconds behind de Ridder was our pole sitter, Donovan Ramsey, who's dropped back. But there's our leader. There is Joshua Smith making his way out and down the Killarney straight now. Joshua Smith currently with a 1:25.368 as the fastest lap of this race. 7 laps to go as we watch them come into Pertamina Fostron once again. The gap now between himself and Kelly Fletcher is 2.8 seconds coming to the final corner.
Well, Ricky Anderson is slowing down. Ricky Anderson, there you see him slow right down. So the fight is on now between Ben-Jack Phillips and James Beaumont. That's the two cars that you see on your screen, and Beaumont's going to go through. Is Beaumont going to go through up on the inside? They are side by side. Beaumont now sits on the outside. Phillips is there on his inside. The two of them are side by side. Phillips leads at the end of this lap 0.07 of a second between Phillips and Beaumont as they head into turn number 1, and it is Phillips that keeps his nose ahead there of Beaumont through holes.
Yep, terribly hard luck there for Ricky Anderson. He just can't catch a break in that number 95 pink and black Formula V Forza. As we watch this battle still for third place now between Ben-Jack Phillips and James Beaumont. Now 7/10 is the gap, less than 7/10 is the gap between the two as they make their way through the Lunchtime Kink and down into Dam's Dip. Then they'll make their way down the Tygerberg Straight and through Sorrel Sweep onto the Killarney Straight with 6.5 laps to go.
Right, the leader is working his way down that back Killarney Straight as we watch Phillips and Beaumont, the two of them working their way through the double right-hander turn 4 Sorrel Sweep. Down the back main they go as the leader is working his way through Pertamina Fostron and through turn 5A as the marshals call it, under the set of Cape Town Bridge. That is your leader Joshua Smith coming around to start another lap. He's done 5, he's got 5 to go with Kelly Fletcher there in that second spot. There is Smith going through your screen now, and 5.7 seconds behind him is a 22 car of Fletcher.
But look at this battle. This is still the podium battle for third with 5 laps to go. Ben-Jack Phillips and James Beaumont are fighting it out. There's almost nothing between them, as one's going to try and take up the inside, but James Beaumont cannot dive on the inside of Ben-Jack Phillips as they make their way through Holes Hook now. The name I was looking for was Hayden Elwood in that Class C car.
Oh, the green car, yes.
The green car, the only one that's not out here. We don't have any Class C, and you know what, we don't have any Class S. It's only a Class V fight at the moment as we watch these two make their way out of Castrol Corner now, still fighting for the last podium position. There's just over a 10th between them and a 10-second gap to Kelly Fletcher in second place.
Through the Lunchtime Kink they go and into turn 3, Dam's Dip. Out of Dams they come, work their way up the Tygerberg Straight. There's a slight little hill towards the highest part of the circuit. Turn 4, double right-hander, Sorrel Sweep. There's one line through that double right-hander as Phillips and Beaumont are still nose to tail heading down the Killarney Straight towards Pertamina Fostron as the leader works his way into turn number 1. But we stay with this leader, and it is Beaumont that's now got his nose ahead there of Phillips.
Yep, that's the 21 of James Beaumont in that I2 Technologies Formula V Forza. He made his way ahead of Ben-Jack Phillips. Ben-Jack in the classic car Care Lantis now as they come under the bridge and across the line to start their with 4 laps to go rather. They make their way into Holes Hook once again, and I think this is James Beaumont's chance to try and get away. He definitely has the speed ahead of Ben-Jack Phillips, and the gap should widen unless there's any mistakes made.
Well, we'll just mention that Smith and Fletcher still P1 and 2 with 7.1 between them as we stay with this fight. That's making itself out or working itself out at Castrol Corner. It's the only real fight on the track. And when they started this lap, there was 0.8 of a second between Beaumont and Phillips. He just took that position away from Phillips as we watch them work through Dam's Dip and up the Tygerberg Straight towards Sorrel Sweep.
We talk about this every time, especially Byron Height and myself. We always talk about how there's no spoilers and stuff on these cars. There's no aero, so it's all down to mechanical grip and driver ability. As we watch these two now go down the Killarney Straight, coming to the braking zone, they dive hard on the brakes in these Formula Vs, and look at how close Ben-Jack Phillips is getting. He tried to squeeze it around the outside, get a better line and a better run out of Pertamina Fostron, so he can get a little bit of slipstream down the Porsche Straight into Holes Hook. But there goes Kelly Fletcher now sitting in second place, 8.1 behind.
Yeah, she's 8.1. Now we can hear that roar of the two Formula Vs of James Beaumont and Ben-Jack Phillips. There was 2.22. Phillips was behind Beaumont. That has now changed as they work their way out of holes because Phillips has now got his nose ahead of James Beaumont as the two of them race towards Castrol Corner.
Brilliant move up the inside from Phillips into Holes Hook. But now James Beaumont is going to try and have to make some sort of last-minute decision at any one of these corners to get that back. He might do the exact same thing into Holshoek once again if he can get a better run out of Pertamina Fostron. The leader goes into Pertamina Fostron himself. There we see Joshua Smith, 8.1 seconds still ahead of Kelly Fletcher in the Dolphin Engineering Formula V. They make their way down now into Pertamina Fostra, exiting Pertamina Fostra. And then we see this battle still for third place. This is probably the hottest one we've seen between all of these drivers. It's James Beaumont and Ben-Jack Phillips side by side into the braking zone coming into Pertamina Fostron.
Yeah, they were side by side, but it's a dogfight between the two of them. Beaumont ahead of Phillips and Phillips ahead of Beaumont. Currently, as you see them there, it is Beaumont that leads Phillips for that fight for third position as they work their way across the start-finish line. There is nothing between Beaumont and Phillips. 1.1 seconds separating Beaumont from Phillips for P3 as they work their way through holes.
It looks like Ben-Jack Phillips had a pretty bad exit coming out of Pertamina Fostron because he's dropped a massive amount of time to James Beaumont. As the next place man, Wynand de Ridder, only crosses the line now to start another lap. He's 19 seconds behind that battle, but there we see our leader Joshua Smith come through Sarl Sweep on the penultimate lap. He's got one corner to go and then a full lap around the circuit to clinch the win in race 1. Him now still probably closer to 9 seconds, if not more than 9 seconds, the gap between himself and Kelly Fletcher. Then James Beaumont and Ben-Jack Phillips will still be fighting out for the last place on the podium.
Yeah, I know. It's a runaway victory for Smith from Fletcher, but Beaumont is now beginning to clear away from Phillips. James Beaumont is getting away from Phillips. That is Kelly Fletcher that you see in your screen there now, and I think you might have caught up with him again. That's a back marker. Yes, he's getting away from him. That's a back marker between James Beaumont, back marker. Then we've got Ben-Jack Phillips as they come around to start their final lap.
The gap has definitely widened between these two. Maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in this first race. Who knows? As the leader makes his way out of Castrol now towards towards Lunchtime Kink and Dams Dip. Him now 6.9 seconds ahead, so maybe he's let off a little bit as Kelly Fletcher. Yep, that's him there you see on your screen. As Kelly Fletcher's clawed back a little bit of time, just over a second, maybe a second and a half, to Joshua Smith. As there we see Kelly Fletcher around Dams Dip and make her way down the Tygerberg Straight.
Yeah, she was 6.9, nearly 7 seconds behind him at the start of the lap. He is way on his own, heading down the Killarney Straight towards T5. That's Pertamina Fostron. And he has obliterated this field as Joshua Smith. Karting experience coming in here big time for Josh. I'm sure Jason will be super chuffed with this one as he brings it through the left-handed kink under the City of Cape Town Bridge, and victory will go to Joshua Smith.
I can see his arms waving there in the sponsored S&S Racing sponsored car as Kelly Fletcher now comes across the line. 5.6, so she was actually catching, unless Joshua Smith was just letting off on that last lap to recuperate. As now we watch, here comes James Beaumont, and look at the gap, Frankie, between himself and Ben-Jack Phillips.
Yeah, Beaumont comes home in P3. Phillips will cross the line in P4. There was 2.5 seconds between James Beaumont and Ben-Jack Phillips for third and fourth.
Yeah, we see one of the back markers, Cyril Somerville, crosses the line now. And then obviously we lost out the only DNF of the race as we watch Donovan Ramsey come across the line. Sorry, no, Wynand de Ridder rather, not Donovan Ramsey. Donovan Ramsey still needs to complete his lap. But Ricky Anderson was the only DNF of this race. Very unfortunate to have him pull off. But there, the Liqui Moly car comes around down the Killarney Straight and into Pertamina Fostra for his final lap. But he would be sitting in 6th place coming to the line.
Yeah, that's the 95 car of Donovan Ramsey. He is in P6. De Ridder was 19.5 seconds behind Phillips when he took the checkered flag for 5th spot. And here comes P6 to the line. That is the 95 Formula V of Gavin Ramsey. And he was 41.4 seconds behind De Ridder, that finished in that 5th position. So that was the opening race for the BJ Trustees Formula Libres. And Jordan, this is where it got pretty close between Phillips and Beaumont in the replay, and Beaumont just sneaks ahead of him there, going into turn 1 into holes. But and the lead was chopping and changing between them all the time for the lead for that 3rd position. In other words, a fight between the two of them. It was chopping and changing all the time between James Beaumont and Ben-Jack Phillips.
Next up, the Bat Tech Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300s. Out there on pole position, Nicholas Hutchings with Jamie Hall, Adrian Solomon, Reinhold Burnett, Braden Hutchins, Abdul Essex out there, Lance Jonas. And then on the 300s, we've got Abigail Bosson, Roman Alexander, Max Bunton, Almay Mostert, Mitch Robinson, Peter Hill, Cody Redlinghais, Enrique Peterson, and Lee Anthony Pinn.
Good morning, Francois. Once again, glad to be joining you for some more two-wheel action with the Battek Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s making their way out. Now, the grid is bigger than usual, it seems. We've got the likes of Paul Medell back out once again.
I don't see Paul on the timing sheet. I don't think Paul is out there. Nicholas Hutchins on pole with Jamie Hall, Adrian Solomon, and Reinhold Burnett with Braden Hutchins and Essex and Jonas. Those are your 650s.
That's a very good point, because I did see his bike getting ready this morning, but obviously something has happened, and we don't know what, because we definitely don't see him out there, unless, of course, he crosses the line now and his number gets put on the board. But at the moment we're seeing, we don't see him out there. A good name to see. There he is. What did I just say? Paul Medell, 17th at the moment. So obviously he's just registered and gone out on the circuit. But a name we haven't seen in a while, but we've seen back. The 72 Hutchins Serving Centre Racing, Nicholas Hutchings, back once again on a 650 bike.
Now, Nicholas very quick on a motorbike. He was a short circuit champion. He knows how to get his way around the circuit. Nice to see Jamie Hall out for another ride there. He's on the front row with Nicholas.
Adrian Solomon will be there on the 650 now. So Adrian's moved up from the 400 to the 650. Reinhard Burnett, Braden Hutchings also out there. And I don't know if Paul's going to start from the back of the field or work his way through.
Yep, good to see Adrian Solomon on a 650. We know he was already class champion of the 300s a round ago. He was deserving of it. He was fighting on that 300 of his, the Paul King's 300 Kawasaki of his, or Kawasaki 400, not 300, but in the 300 class. Now he's finally got the chance to step up to the big boys and fight it out, even though we already saw him fighting it out on the 400 between the 650s. Jamie Hall there has now moved into the second spot on the first row of the grid. Lance Jonas is there. That's 7th place ahead of Abigail Bosson, Raymond Alexander, Max Munton, Armin Mostert, Mitch Robinson's there at the back, Peter Hill. There's Cody Redlingace, another start for her, and then you see right at the back end of the field, that's the number 5 of Paul Medell. He'll be starting at the back. And then we've got a pit lane starter, 2 pit lane starters. They'll start when the lights go out, but take them away, Francois.
Right, so we're waiting for the lights to come on. Lights about to come on soon. They're on, off and away they go. Making their way down the main straight down towards the holes. And it looks like Nicholas Hutchings is in there with Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall's trying to get up. Nicholas Hutchings gets the whole shot. Jamie Hall's in there. I'm trying to look. Someone slipped up on the inside. Is that Adrian Solomon? Solomons is having a bit of a battle there with, looks like Braden Hutchings. And Solomon slides a bit inside on Braden. And the rest of the field making their way there through Cashel Corner. Line of stern stuff as they work their way out and make their way through Lunchtime King down towards Damstip. Nicholas Hutchings leading out there. Jamie Hall and then Adrian Solomon.
Yep, look at that spread of bikes now as they make their way out of Damstip and down. A little bit wide there for Adrian Solomon on the 650 as they make their way into Sorrel Sweep now. Tucking it in on the right side of the body, the right side of the bike, doing the double apex right-hander. Through Sorrel Sweep they go, quick firing out onto the Killarney Straight. And down the Killarney Straight to Pertamina Fostron for the first time of 9 laps for the Battec Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s.
Solomon up on the inside of Jamie Hall. It's the weight ratio, the power to weight, but Jamie shuts a door in his face. There you see them going through. Jamie will not allow for that. But Adrian Solomon's bike very quick, and that's only the power to weight ratio because he's a very, very, very light young man. But look at the front 3, nose to tail as they cross the line, making their way down into holes. And a brilliant, brilliant tight battle. Hutchings, and going around the outside there was Jamie Hall, a bit loud there into holes. And Adrian Solomon right up behind him now. This is a great tussle for the front, and this makes for fantastic racing. Hutchings on the open tap there with Jamie Hall behind him, Adrian Solomon, Braden Hutchings, and working their way through Abdul Esak. Paul Medell's in there, Reinhard Burnett and Lance Jonas.
Yeah, we watch, here come the leaders into Damstip, and I can tell you for a fact that Adrian Solomon is on a mission to show how good he is on a 650 after winning the 300s championship. But there we see, there goes Hutchings, there goes Isak, there goes Medell, Burnett, Jonas. Then we've got the youngsters. There's Max Munton, Raymond Alexander, Abigail Bosson, Mitch Robinson sitting in 12th place. There's that group of 4 for the 300s class. And then Hill, Mostert, Redlinghayes, Peterson, and then Lee Anthony Pinn at the back end of the field for ABC Real Estate. He was one of the pit lane starters. He's at the back end of the grid and still making their way around.
The leaders of the 650s making their way there into Pertamina Fastron. And it looks like Jamie Hall's got through. Jamie Hall leads out, and Nicholas Hutchings has dropped down to 3rd. So he must have made a mistake somewhere that we didn't pick up. Jamie Hall through, and it's Adrian Solomon, Braden Hutchings, Abdul Esak, then Paul Medell's up to 5, Reinhard Burnett 6, Abdul Esak dropping down to 7, Lance Jonas 8. And then the youngsters come through on the 300s.
Yep, Braden Hutchings in 4th place overall. He's 2nd place in the championship, and he's got quite a considerable gap to 3rd place Abdul Isak. It's roughly 23 points. Let's look at the lead change now once again coming through Castrol, through Lunchtime King and down into Damstip. This front 3 is chopping and changing like you won't believe.
Well, first, still Jamie Hall leading out, Adrian Solomon right there with him. and you can't even see them, they're so close. And in there too is Nicholas Hutchings. The front three are absolutely nose-to-tail stuff now as they work their way through the second half of Sarl Sweep and make their way down the Killarney straight away. And I tell you something, it is too close for comfort. Jamie Hall, and having a look at Nicholas Hutchings, he's trying to slipstream Adrian Solomon, but it's not going to work. Jamie Hall very late on the brakes down into Pertamina fast on, and Nicholas is looking up on the inside. And Nicholas is going to move up, and Nicholas is going to go 2 places. Oh, what a maneuver coming out of Nicholas Hutchins. He takes the lead. They're almost banging handlebars as they work their way through now. And it's slipstream. It's absolute slipstream city as they work their way down towards Holes. And is it still Hutchins and Solomon? And then Jamie Hall that coming in there. Nicholas Hutchins rolling back time here as he reels his way to the front. 2 places down in Pertamina fast on.
Yep, I can only imagine that HSC riders telling these guys, I haven't been here in a while, but I can jump straight back on a 650 and show you what I've got. And that's exactly what he's doing as they round Castro Corner once again. Hutchings still leading out ahead of Solomon, then Jamie Hall, then Braden Hutchings there ahead of Paul Medell, Reynald Burnett, Isak, and Jonas. Jonas making his way through now. That's that Samurai Racing motorbike of Lance Jonas. Then we've got the first of the 300s, Max Munton, Abigail Bosson, and Raymond Alexander. Raymond Alexander and Abigail Bosson are in a fight for a championship as well. For second place, there's only 1 point between them.
Lovely stuff there. There your leaders go down the back straight now. Adrian Solomon is on the inside of Nicholas, and Adrian's gone to the front, but here comes Jamie Hall, loud and proud. Who's going to be the last there? Nicholas Hutchins lost the late breakers going down and holds on to that leading end of Adrian Solomon. But look at Jamie Hall just clatter there up behind him, but he's a bit slow on exiting the corner, and he's got to work a little bit harder. They've still got 6 laps to go. Across the line will be 5, and getting past the slow marker there. There comes 4th place man, Braden Hutchins, then Paul Medell, Reinhard Burnett. But have a look at all the action at the sharp end of the field. Nicholas Hutchins leading out from Adrian Solomon and Jamie Hall. They work their way now up towards Castro Corner. Adrian Solomon, but look at this, brilliant stuff. And up behind them, it's Braden Hutchins, Paul Medell, and Reinhard Burnett together there with Abdul Isak and Lance Jonas.
Yeah, we saw coming into the
and then the 300s come. Max Munton, Abigail Bosson. There they come out there. And they're going to have a lovely scrap. Max Munton really, over the last 2 years, really coming into his own there. And, almost saw maneuver going there into, it looks like, is it Abby Bosson that's gone back to the front of the 300s?
Yep, you can still see them fighting it out now as the leaders exit Sarl Sweep and go down on to the Killarney Straight once again. The bobbing and weaving from the leader to try and get out of that slipstream. For the 2 behind him, you need to stay away as far as possible so they don't get any sort of advantage, and you can keep that lead, but diving once again onto the brakes. I see Jamie Hall's now sat in 2nd position ahead of Adrian Solomon. So those 2 guys are going to fight it out for 2nd place as Nicholas Hutchings slowly makes a bigger gap now while those 2 fight out. But that SV650, that Suzuki of Nicholas Hutchings, is really showing them what that's got. Throwing the knee out, making sure that they stay behind him. Hutchings ahead of Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall good on the brakes. We know he's already the season's champion. He's so good at late braking. He's right up on it to the rear wheel of that Hutchings Service Centre bike. Adrian Solomon losing a little bit of ground to those 2 as they make their way into Castro Corner. That's your top 3 as they run through Castro. Then there's this fight for 4th position. It's Paul Medell and Braden Hutchings going into Castro Corner now. Paul Medell has now moved up a position into 4th place, starting at the back end of the grid. Good moving from him. And then we see just further behind Abdul Isak.
Right, so there your 4 and 5 work their way. That's your leaders there into the coming up into Sarl Sweep. And still Nicholas Hutchings, Jamie Hall, and Adrian Solomon. They're the leaders on the 650s. And they work their way down towards the Pertamina Fostron corner. One going past one of the back markers there. I think that is Pin. And there could be a possible change of lead here. Jamie Hall slots up on the inside of Hutchings, but Hutchings looks like he wants to come back at him. He leans up, they're side by side. They're coming up towards us. Jamie Hall just edges in front there. And, well, once again, Slipstream City all the way down towards Holes. They come into Holes here. Still got 1 or 2 slow markers ahead of them. These front 3 are absolutely galloping away with this race as they make their way out of holes up the Uber straight.
Enrique Peterson on the Kawasaki 300 is the next back marker. They made their way past Lee Anthony Pinn for ABC International Real Estate on that Kawasaki 300 as well a lap ago. They make their way around the outside of Peterson through Castrol Corner, and that slowed Adrian Solomon down a little too much for his liking, I'm sure, as he's now lost the gap to the front two. Now the front two will slowly grab away at it and try and pull away as much as they can, so it's not a three-way fight, but now a two-way fight as going down the Tygerberg Straight into Sorrel Sweep. Nicholas Hutchings wants to go up the inside into a double right-hander, but he couldn't make the move stick. It's a little bit of a sketchy corner to get alongside, but now he'll sit in the slipstream train. Try and make yourself as slim and as Superman straight line, streamline, sorry.
Yellow flags waving, so there'll be no overtaking. No overtaking. There's a bike down in turn 5. So Nicholas has to stay behind Jamie, and that is the Anthony Pin, right down, bike down there. You can see on screen on the far side. So still Jamie Hall now pulling away from Nicholas Hutchins slightly and losing touch with him, Adrian Solomon. You can see he's now got a little bit of a distant gap. That was caused on going around the outside of one of the slow markers.
Very unfortunate for Lee Anthony Pinn and the ABC International Real Estate Group. But good to see him up on his feet once again. I believe that was his first race. It was his first race today. But there's that battle once again. There's Paul Medell and Braden Hutchings fighting it out for 4th place overall. There's 2 tenths between them as they head up to Enrique Peterson, one of the back markers now. Oh, it's Cody Riedlingace rather. She moves out of the way. My mistake as they go into Castrol Corner. Once again, still 2 tenths behind. And then behind them, it's Reynald Burnett rather in 6th place on the 54, ahead of Abdul Isak and Lance Jonas. Then there's a big fight in the 300s class between Boston, Max Munton and Raymond Alexander. Raymond Alexander's just a little bit further behind, but there, look at these two once again. This is still your battle for 4th place between Medell and Hutchings.
Well, I'm looking there. I'm looking through. Max Munton's dropped down on Abigail Boston. Jamie Hall still the head of Nicholas Hutchins. Jamie Hall there, the man from PE, working his way through. I should say, nice, the rocketing through there. They've got Peter Hill up in front of them. There comes Adrian Solomon. They're going to work their way down in towards holes. Peter Hill is going to be a bit of a mobile chicane in front of them. They're going to have to go around his outside. Oh, he's going to get bombed from all sides there. Nicholas Hutchins almost leaning into Peter Hill there as they work their way through. The front two absolutely rocketing. And Abigail Boston down. So in turn 1. Reeling the bike back. So right here come your leaders, and, Jamie Hall and Nicholas Hutchings working their way through Damstep. There they are. And working their way up towards Sorrel Sweep. And on their last lap, there's Hutchings now ahead of Jamie Hall. Have we got checkered flag? The flag beckons, and Hutchings has done enough to get on Jamie. Here comes Jamie up to the line. Oh! Nicholas Hutchings just takes it by 1,000th of a second. Absolutely mind-blowing. Brilliant stuff there from Nicholas Hutchings, and Adrian Solomon will come to the line. Then it's Paul Medell ahead there of Braden Hutchings over the line, and behind them Reinhard Burnett works his way over the line. Next will be Abdul Isak and Lance Jonas. And then up behind them, we're going to be seeing the likes of Max Munton and Raymond Alexander. Yeah, have a look. See, here comes the 300 battle up towards the line. And a great ride coming from Max Munton as... or is it Raymond Alexander? Who's it going to be? It's Raymond that gets ahead of Max Munton on the line. So Raymond Alexander takes the 300s there. And third place will go to the likes of Mitch Robertson, followed there by Elmer Mostert. Then Peter Hill, Cody, Enrique, and Enrico.
Good racing from all those men and women out there. Very unfortunate for Lee Anthony Pinn and Abigail Boston. Abigail fighting for the lead of the 300s. She's actually going in a week's time to Spain, to Jerez, for the Motorcycle International Games, or Intercontinental Games rather, as one of the 6 South Africans, or one of the 8 South Africans rather, or 8 or 10 or however many it is. They're going up to represent South Africa in the Intercontinental Games. So this was a bit of a hard luck for her, but she does get to go overseas in a week's time. And hopefully she's back up for race 2. But that gives Raymond Alexander a good jump in the points, and that should have him leading the 300s, or sorry, leading in second place in the 300s class ahead of Abigail Boston. Then Hutchings taking the win ahead of Jamie Hall. Adrian Solomon, a good run on the 600 for the first time. Paul Medell, Hutchings, Burnett, Isak, and Jones. Good running from all of them out there today.
We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. There's dirt on my hands, strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon. 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 When it rains, it pours. Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it. Many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell and running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Will you find me? Hope you find me. When the sun rises, when the sun.
Welcome, folks, to the final round of the Power Series. My name is Ernest Page, of course, joined, as always, by the lovely lady over here, and Simone. And Simone, you normally do the introductions, but this time you've invited me to start the show.
I thought I'll get you back just because it's the last one.
Thank you.
That's
I
the only reason.
appreciate it.
And because I want some juice about what happened earlier in your race, but we'll get to that soon.
Exactly. But, folks, it is not racing yet. It's qualifying at the moment. There was racing early on, but I know when you look at your screens, it looks like it's racing because the GTI Challenge guys know how to put in a show.
Oh, of course they do. Of course they do. And guys, this is the last one of the year.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough, and it's going to be fun because there are going to be celebrations upon celebrations afterwards.
Oh, yes. And
I've heard some talks about what these guys are going to do on the track once they're done racing, and I can't wait.
I've never done a donut in a supercar yet, so today we're going to find out what that's like. But when it comes to the final race of the year, there are always big consequences. There are always lots of storylines. Some championships are done, some championships are coming down to the wire, and that's why the last race of the year is always an exciting event. It's going to be one of those days where these drivers, like myself, that, here's the subtle brag, by the way. Here's the subtle brag. Like myself, that has already clinched the title. I want to race hard today. I want to have fun today, but I also don't want to spin out like I did in race one.
You spoiled it. No, you totally spoiled it. Okay, so let's catch them up. Fostron corner. Last lap?
Second last lap,
Second
technically.
last lap.
Yeah.
Bye, Ernest. Bye.
So Glenn.
He just wanted to turn around and come back.
I did want to. Well, I was my pirouette though. That was pretty cool. I was quite happy with that.
Classy.
So I ran onto the marbles on the outside, and these cars don't like that at all. And I kind of knew that, but I've never really tried it properly before. And when it happened, I was like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. But I've got someone here from Supercars that's going to chat to you guys for a short moment. Big J, join us over here.
Come on in.
Yeah, come
How's
on
it, guys?
Hopefully we're not
good,
putting
good,
you
good.
directly in this glorious Cape Town sun over there.
Yep, I'm sweating here big time in this little chair. I won't lie, it's quite hot.
Jay, from your perspective, Formula Supercars, it's been growing this year. The numbers are up. You part of Team Hobo. HSC, got the HSC cap on going as well there. What's it been like being part of the supercar growth this year and also just part of the crew?
Well, it's fantastic just to go around and get some knowledge about what's going on the track and seeing the guys go around the corners and, you know, just talking to the guys about what advantages they can get and how their setup's all looking. So, yeah, it looks like it's going from strength to strength with Lime Property pulling in with a lot of sponsors. I think that's definitely helping.
Absolutely.
the cause.
Couldn't do it without those sponsors,
Yeah,
hey?
definitely. I just also want to say congratulations to this man for being the winner of the 24 Culture on Supercars and doing it in a fantastic format with one race to go, or the whole race day to go.
Thank you.
So congratulations to you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good season. It's been a great year. Thanks to Cultron, of course, for pulling me in, getting the car. Thanks to our series sponsor, Lime, and of course, my main sponsor over here, Mischief Garage, Hat Dynamics, RDSA, Fury Autosport, all my sponsors. Thanks so much for making this possible. Again, motorsport is about relationships like this one over here, and it's about friendships. It's about supporting one another. I myself am a sponsor as well, and without that ecosystem that happens here at the track, none of this would have happened. I mean, we got Lime Property sponsoring the whole event, for goodness sakes. So without that ecosystem, and I'm sure the same can be said for the guys at the V8.
And I even know for a fact that it spans outside of the Power Series as well. As an example, Dexter Bruce Races is sponsored and also sponsors my nephew in Stock Cars. So that's a small world when I started doing this. Okay, interesting information.
Shout out Dexter Bruce.
So it really, this whole entire racing community, just outside of the Power Series, it's all really, really supportive of one another.
Yeah, it really is a community. Jay, any closing thoughts from you going into the last race of the season for Supercars and for everybody here?
Oh, well, I mean, Carl Schullock looks like he might wrap up second for the championship. That's really well done for him. I've seen some good racing from Robin de Vos. I mean, the fellow Mexican from Milton, Robin de Vos, he did really well.
How good is that?
And yeah, I mean, being on Carl's rear end the whole 4 laps in a row.
Yeah,
I mean,
he did
this
well.
is his second race, and the
He did
last
well.
race he got
He did
third
well.
overall. This
He
is
did
doing
very
really
well.
well. So I must admit compliments to him for his race.
And tonight we celebrate, eh?
Oh, I think there's going to be some celebrations.
I hope
around
no one
the
has
famous
any
around this track.
family events on tomorrow, and if they do, I apologize on behalf of the races for what they're going to look like tomorrow.
I've got no family lunches that I need to turn up to hungover tomorrow. That's not happening.
Sounds like a beach day tomorrow.
Yeah,
in my
exactly.
room.
Exactly. Thanks so much for joining us.
No problem. Thank you
Big
very
J.
much.
We'll see you next time. Cheers. Well, there you go, Big J from Supercars, and we've got plenty more guests coming. We've got the commentary team coming to join us today, but let's go look at those qualifying times. It's almost done with qualifying. Yuri Swart, no surprises there. Hintenhouse in second place in Class A. Yuri Swart in first place. In Class B, Kalfi in first position. Faisal Jacob, Zaki Hendricks in third place. Then we got Mark Fontini in first place. Tristan Joubert second place in Class C. Let's go through some of those storylines over there. Oliver Hintenhouse races multiple cars at this stage. Yuri Swart, I think he's locked up the championship already, if I'm not mistaken.
I think there was an 8-point difference between him and Marco Brusi, so I was hopeful. Sorry,
Marco
not biased
Brusi at the
all.
moment fourth, but it's not over yet. Then we got Shane Williams further down the order, the man that's returned. Faisal Jacobs in second place in Class B, looking good. Unfortunately, the two champion brothers don't look like they are in here at all. We got both Van Eden brothers out today, one with a broken rib, as far as I know. Yeah, exactly. They're lifting heavy, these youngsters, eh? They're lifting heavy. Then we got Daniel Sandenberg in Class B, who now has one of his best results ever, currently sitting in 5th place after an engine swap. Waylon Volksking looking good out there. Razik Harris back, and Dario Busi also back, but this time in Class B. Still trying to find some pace over here by the looks of things. Yeah, so what an interesting day so far it has been. Let me just see if I can get this order correct here. I think we might have our orders a little bit mixed up here. There we go. Okay, so there we go. In pole now, and I apologize, folks. I have to apologize. I think we had our orders mixed up here. We got Nathan Victor in pole position. I apologize. Marco Busi in second place. There we go. Dylan Joubert, Tate Bishop, Yuri Swart. And then I'm trying to find, I don't see him on here. There we go. There's Yuri Swart over there in 5th place.
Oh, wow.
I'm so used to
Something
looking at
must
the top.
have happened there.
Dario
We're going to
Busi-
have to get some scoop on that one.
Dario Busi, this looks about right. In 1st place in Class B is Dario Busi, followed by Noura Bas. Then we've got Mark Fontini, followed by Adriano Ferroli in second place. That will be his first time on the front row. I've been saying this kid has improved over time. I was driving behind him the other day, and I'm not sure if it was him driving. Apparently, he was sharing the car with someone. But Ferroli has come a long way. Big shoes to fill if your surname's
Ferroli.
If your surname's
I don't know if I would do it,
if your
honestly.
surname's Ferroli, you better win.
Yeah.
So well done to him, front row of the grid. Congratulations on that. Qualifying's over for GTI Challenge, and I apologize for getting those times wrong for all the family and friends out there. The timing is now correctly set up on our device over here. When it comes to the racing today, I'm doing the BMW series later on. Again, another fantastic series that's blossoming into fruition at the moment. What are you looking forward to today?
I think these GTI guys, because they are so competitive. So competitive. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they're going to do, especially since it's the last one.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then obviously your class, I know you've already taken it, but it's super exciting to watch.
I know. Thank you. Thank you. With today, as I said,
especially when we do some ballerina moves.
it's called the pirouette. Okay. So today specifically, the gloves are off. I've even told my competitors, no tactics today. I'm just going to race hard, and whoever ends up in front by the flag, that's who ends up in front by the flag. So let's see if I'm actually going to do that, guy. Maybe the tactics come out for race 2. But the GTI Challenge guys, definitely last race of the season, the GTI Challenge guys always gets a bit rough out there. So hopefully today it doesn't get too rough.
Yeah, safety first, guys. Safety
first. It doesn't get too rough out there as we wait for the next group of qualifiers to come out. And I've got to leave here at about 10 o'clock. So in the meantime, let's get one of the commentators in here. And I think we can start with Gary if he's available. And then I'm going to jump out for this one because you're the main host now. I'm just the visiting host. I'm going to go hang out the back there with your husband.
Yeah.
We're going to watch what's happening. Folks, I'll be back shortly. But in the meantime, I'll leave in the hands of the esteemed commentator, Gary Gaza.
Brushing himself off,
from the
making sure
Second
it's looking good.
Talk show. Gary, over to you. I'm going to let you, here's your microphone over there, and then I'm going to squeeze by over here. I'm going to squeeze by the camera over here quickly.
Now we've got two good-looking people here.
Are we on?
We're on. Yep.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, lekker.
I'm so excited because it's the last race of the season.
Well,
is everybody feeling this way? Is it not just me?
In real terms, in motorsport, normally towards the end of a season, the numbers go down. Not at Killarney International Raceway. There was years back, it sounds weird to refer to COVID as years back, where Frankie and myself would sit here and we'd look around, and there's not a single person because nobody's around to be here. And the messages have been given to the guys in the pits. You can't share sandwiches and spanners. You're not allowed to go from one pit to the other. And we predicted that motorsport's going to take a serious dip. Well, people have cut on something else, garden services, their wives, or they've either to stick with their wife or their girlfriend, not both. But the guys are out there in racing, and
Absolutely.
it's brilliant. And in fact, we've got record numbers in a lot of the classes. If you think the Formula Libres, there was a time that there was 6 and 7, it was a case of this, he's dying. With the supercars. It was a case of this is dying. No, it is not. It's actually very, very
And we introduced that brand new class of the BMW concept cars, which has been super exciting. And I also think it's Cape Town. It's summer. Well, sometimes Cape Town doesn't know that it's summer, but it is summer. So everybody wants to get out and about.
There's enough wind to convince you that it is summer in Cape Town. The BMW class, let's just talk about that. There's always been this talk about clubmans and restrictions and what have you. And if you want to get really competitive, then go to one make racing, Class A, Class B, Class C, with the GTI Challenge. But there was nowhere to go for these top-end BMWs anymore. And it was like, when it was thought of, and it was a case of like, why didn't we think of this before?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's clear as daylight in hindsight.
I spoke to, sorry to interrupt you there, I spoke to one of the BMW concept guys last time that we were here, can't remember his name, Red BMW, and he said he used to race in Joburg, and this is the first time...
Probably.
Yes, that's it, thank you. And this was the first time that there is something that suits his car, because he has always been some restriction, I can't do this because I only have X amount of doors, or I can't do this because of... And finally he has a place, and he has a spot.
So it wasn't his wife that was restricting?
No, it wasn't. It was the rules. It was the rules.
Well, the BMW class, Dexter Bruce, when he mentioned it to Frankie phoned me literally put the phone down. He phoned me. He said, "It's happening." I said, "What?" He says, "Remember what we spoke about all the years? It's happening." I said, "You serious?" He says, "It's happening. Dex is on it, Ernest is on it, Margaret is on it, Neanderthal is on it. The guys are getting going, and that is definitely one of the classes for the future." Does that, to my mind, solve the problem for clubmen going into the modern era, not losing out on class D, E, and F cars because of the speed variation? Because if it gets so much faster, you take away the class D, E, F, because it's not nice to do 180 and a Beamer comes past you at 225. It kind of rocks you at 180.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when you wipe the tears out of your eyes, you're down in Pertamina Fastron already. So yes, brilliant concept.
Awesome. And what else are we looking forward to today in terms of being the last round? I know there's going to be lots of excitement and lots of celebrations. Any of the other clubs? One thing I do, I'm looking for someone who has information for me. The Latari is not here today, but there is a sexy black car with some, I think it's gold trimming that I saw. That's, I'm telling you, Craig, cameraman, we need to go get an interview about that car later.
Another Neanderthal.
Yes, beast. I'm calling it a beast because I can just see.
Methinks that one has got a VW motor in it, if I've got it correct.
I think so too, but it's sexy as all hell, guys. So I want to see that on the track today for
if
sure.
If something that Neanderthal is built or sets up, it's going to be quick. There's no doubt about it. But for you, the guys at home, a big thank you. If we look at what we had 12 months ago and what we've got now, going from 5,000 views to an average of 11,500 views per show. Thank you to all of you at home. And keep in mind that viewership that you guys is doing, it makes it easier for riders and drivers to get sponsors because there is so much more coverage. So yes, we prefer to be down here, and there's lots of people up on the embankment on the main grandstand. The infield on the inside of Sorrel Sweep is also pretty packed, so it would be preferable to get you here. But if you're outside of Cape Town, can't go wrong with IMUSAT.
Exactly.
And congratulations to the IMUSAT team that's just lifted everything, and now you've got that correlation between what the commentators are talking about and what's actually happening on screen, which is fantastic. So
you do not miss a beat. Everything is to the second. We have some technical glitches sometimes, but to be expected.
We actually do miss some stuff, but because I can see it in you can't, you don't know you missed. We have actually changed a couple of the camera settings for today, and you will see that there's more variation in the way that we pick up the camera shots, but that all in an effort with feedback from the commentary team saying we need you to be able to go to different spots so much quicker. Hence all the changes that Gideon has been making, and a big thanks to Gideon doing some brilliant stuff.
Absolutely. And if you guys are out there and you're watching and you want to see something different, or there's a camera shot that is hindering your ability to stay tuned, let us know in the comments. Tell us what's going on from your perspective. We're up here, we can see it all.
Just
say nice things, and give us some constructive feedback. We want to improve, we want to get the engagement up, because like Gary says, this is the perfect way for you to not miss anything. If you are unable to come and you're stuck at work, just keep your phone there on the corner of your computer where your boss can't see, and tune in.
Well, let's go one level up from here. Let me offer you a good-looking person to sit alongside you, the longest-standing member of the Commentators Association, West Bromwich Motor Club, closing on...
Oh, he's getting old. He's getting old.
He's old already.
He is old. How many years has he been doing this? 40. I won't tell you what is happening behind the camera right now. 40 years?
No.
No, 30.
No.
60.
It's around about, it's closing on 3 decades.
3 decades.
Not only that, also doing other formats of motorsport as well around the Western Cape area, and specializing more in the Western Cape area, which gives me the opportunity to go and do more of the national events, because Frankie's covering everything this side of the world.
Absolutely
so
amazing.
The senior member of the commentary team in Cape Town, Frankie Innes, and just think now you've got 2 good-looking people is going to be.
Come on, Frankie.
Guys, enjoy the racing.
Thank you so much, Gary.
Listen, just switch. Can you switch off the camera? I need to make it announcement. People want to know why is there no commentary while they are qualifying, and I told them on the phone it's because we're doing IMUSAT live.
Okay, so guys, for anybody out there who's wondering about the commentary at the moment, it's because we are doing this show live. So stay tuned with us. You won't miss out on anything.
Yeah, we won't miss out on anything. We will be announcing, just confirming, are we going out onto the PA as this? Okay, so they need to activate the PA then.
Okay.
And while we wait for that to happen, as soon as we get information here, there's nothing happening on track at the moment. As soon as we get information, we'll start pumping out that information, letting you guys know what's up. I think the best person to do that would be Frankie, to let us know what's happening. So he'll be joining us shortly. I'm going to continue chatting with you about what's happening here. And
it's so exciting to be behind the scenes like this. There's something happening. We need to fix it. And Frankie's all at it. He won't come and speak to us right now, but I'm going to get him as soon as he's done over there. He's coming. He's coming.
They're busy sorting it out. But this is the thing. We're doing a live show. These things happen.
It's amazing.
Then we've got, obviously, all the classic cars here. We've got fine cars here. We've got a whole bunch of other cars. A couple of years ago, I remember I checked how many entries there were. There were almost 300 entries. This was in the about 2008, 2009, 2010 era. This weekend, I've heard we got over 250 entries for this weekend. It's a blockbuster weekend over here. It just shows motorsport, and I've said this before, motorsport in Cape Town and in South Africa is definitely alive and well.
Yeah, I interviewed the cutest wimpy at the last Power Series. I can't remember his name because, guys, I have a memory like a goldfish. But he races in the classics, and he was wearing a very appropriate T-shirt that said, "I'm not old, I'm a classic." And I just thought it was the cutest thing ever.
That's a good analogy. That's a good a classic. You don't want to take it too fast. You want to take it easy, slowly through the gears. Slowly, exactly. Slowly through the gears. Having said that, though, then we've got the fan favorites, Clubman's, and I think the commentators can dig into that a little bit more. Clubman's has always been a fan favorite, and I know that the GTR, the Skyline that's out there, apparently the Origin Skyline, apparently they're having some issues with that car. We're going to see if he's going to make it today. But I think to get into more detail and to dig into the nuts and bolts of what's happening here today, I'm going to hand it over to our man Frankie.
He knows it all.
Yeah, he does.
3 decades of doing this.
A little
what
too
does
much.
he not know?
I know. This is the thing. He makes me look bad.
I'm going to have to kick you in because you're going to talk too much.
Frankie,
come on.
Come on in. Come on in.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good, sir.
Yes, good to see you. Just a rectification. If we do see that Origin Skyline out today, it will be in Sports and GTs.
Oh.
It will not be in Clubman's for today.
Okay.
Steven Heinrich is Sport and GT, and there's a possibility that he might race that car in that class for 2025.
Amazing.
So yeah, he won't be in the Clubman's. The Clubman's guys are going to get ready to come and do the qualifying. If the people at home are wondering what's the delay,
yes, I was just going to ask you now.
We've got a challenge car. If you look out the window, you'll see there's a lot of oil on the circuit.
Oh goodness, okay guys, I'm seeing it.
The marshals are busy cleaning that up, and just past the start-finish line on the left-hand side of the track is one of those GTI Challenge cars that dropped its sump all over the track. So the moment the marshals have cleared that up, and they declare the track safe, then they will allow
safety
the
first, always
out for their qualifying stint.
Cool. Can we get a shot of that for the team? Are they seeing that, the guys at home? Yes, perfect. So you'll see. That's the reason for the delay, but we are still here, and it is still going ahead, and those guys will be on the track in no time.
Yes, and then of course we've got qualifying as well for classics and fines coming out after that. So there's still a bit of qualifying to go before we start round number 2, if I can call it that, for the day.
Round number 2 of Power Series round number 8, which is the last one of the year. It's going to be very exciting today. What are you looking forward to? What is going to happen, do you think? Some insights from the Clubman?
Look, I can tell you that the Class B and Class C for Challenge has been wrapped up by Ryan van Eerden and by Dylan van Eerden. Class A is still very much open.
Okay.
There's a lot that can happen still in Class A.
Okay, so no one's got it down yet.
There are a few guys with mathematical chances that can get it if something goes wrong a bit.
We're applying some blockchain logic here to race it.
If things go wrong a bit higher up on the field, but yeah, it's going to be very, very close. I'm looking forward to Clubman's as always. It's always good racing. The BMW Series. And you were talking about sports and GTs. There's Ligiers here today. There's Janettas here today. There is everything We literally not far behind the SAES when it comes, the SA Endurance Series, when it comes to all these fancy looking motorcars.
So
we just need a couple of, Lamborghinis and Ferraris still there. Then,
So for
then
those that don't know, those cars that you just mentioned, can you give the viewers an understanding? What are these cars? What are they about?
Look, they are thoroughbred sports cars, basically designed for endurance racing. Your Genettas is LMP2 cars. Designed for 1,000 kilometers of Spa, Le Mans, 24 hours.
And these are the types of cars that you would see as an example at like the Neisner Hill Climb, right?
Not normally, no. You wouldn't find Craig Jarvis with a Genetta going up Neisner Hill Climb. You'd probably go up there in 10 seconds or something like that. But no, they are mainly designed for endurance racing. They don't really like 10-lap sprint races, those cars. They're more than capable of doing it, but they're basically vehicles that are designed to run 6 hours, 8 hours, 12, 24, those type of things. And they are fast. Believe me, we're going to see some great action in sports and GTs. Francois, that's going to come and join you just now.
Francois, you've got to come. You've got to come. Francois always sits on the side, guys, and then we get eyes and we get all kinds of signals.
We'll get him on board to chat about the classic and fine cars, because they will be running together, and that is his speciality, the classic and fines. And they will be qualifying after Clubman, so Francois will join you for classic and fine car qualifying. But yeah, I think what we've seen today so far is pretty awesome. The BMW series is going to be something, something different. And then of course the superbikes. Always good to see those super quick lads.
So how are the guys on the superbikes doing? Do you have any insights on who's coming in? Is that Francois? That's going to be a conversation with Francois.
I'll hand you over to Francois when it comes, because he specializes in the motorcycles, and of course he loves the classic and fine, so he'll chat to you about that. But yeah, I think the final round, if you can't make it today for whatever reason, then definitely IMUSAT. But if you can come down to the circuit, please come down for the last round. It's never too late. We're going to be until just before 6 o'clock, and then we go home and watch.
It's going to be a good, exciting day.
And then watch the Springboks demolish the English.
And then all the racers are going to go have a good relaxation drink and celebrate for all this hard work, this entire year, all the ups and downs, broken engines, parts missing, this, that, and the next thing.
If I may say something about the supercars, we saw them do race number 1. We saw Ernest run out of talent in turn 5.
His pirouette, she says.
And they will be back the first race after qualifying, and that will be their final race of the day and for the season.
Yes, so that's why Ernest had to leave me and run away, because he needs to go get ready.
Well, they will be running with the V8 Masters, but to get to the supercars, on the 7th of December, we got the last round for the first half of the season for KPL drivers, where there will be a qualifying in 1660s and stock roads to take on the British team that's coming down here on the 25th of January, together with the National Hot Rod Tour. That's on the 25th of January.
25th of January, guys.
Yes, but however, it's all about the supercars, because, and the invitation has officially gone to the supercars from KPL drivers to come and do an oval track stint with CHD on the 7th of December. And we're looking for about 8-9 cars. Craig Hume, the chairman of Supercars, has said, we're in. We are in it. We want to go clockwise and anti-clockwise. We want to go one way, and then we want to go another way.
They want to do it all. They want to be all over.
They want to do it all. And of course, Keltron is the sponsor of the Supercars. So we want to say big thanks to Ryan Catt for that. He'll be putting his money down when it comes to that. And Clint Ridden as well from Lime Property Management. So big thanks to
guys, these
Ryan
sponsors, it would not be possible without these sponsors. It takes a lot to keep this track going and to keep these races going and to sponsor everything. So a big shout out to all the sponsors.
And we were supposed to have a certain Mr. Brad Wadley that used to race supercars a couple of years ago race today, but he couldn't get the car ready. So hopefully Brad will join us on the 7th in the supercar on the stock car oval.
Nice. So I see the guys have gone out. The track has been cleared. I'm sure you guys can all see that. So this is going to be an exciting one, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the qualifying for Thermofire's Clubman's regional saloon cars.
Here we go.
And they've got about a 10-15 minute qualifying stint, and then after that we will have the classic cars out on track for their qualifying.
Amazing, amazing. So this is going to be an exciting one, guys.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. As Gary was saying, oh yes, then what you will notice is I was having a chat to Dexter Bruce.
Yeah, so Dexter's not racing in the BMW concept cars today.
No, he is racing in the BMW series, but not in the Clubman's.
Not in the Clubman's, that's it.
His Clubman's car was sold to Jacques Detoy, and Jacques will be racing that car. It will be in the same colors as what Dex always races the car in, just a change of numbers. So if the viewers at home see Dexter Bruce's car on track, it's not Dex in that car in Clubman's.
Don't get it confused.
It is Jacques Detoy, but Dex will be in his car
in the BMW
series.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So how are we looking so far? Can you see? Because I can't. I don't know how's your eyesight after 3 decades of doing this.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm looking out the window and I was led to believe that the Skyline is not going to be doing Clubman's, but as I look into turn number 4 into Saddle Sweep, I do see the Origin Oil Skyline going down the back straight. So yeah, there it goes. So
it's in here now.
So yes, well maybe he does both classes. Initially, I was led to believe that
guys,
he wasn't
I'm going to be like a little bit of an exorcist situation because the view from up here I can see everything, and this is looking quite exciting.
I was initially led to believe that he's not going to be doing Clubman's, but the Origin Oil Skyline is out on circuit and is busy qualifying with the other Clubman's cars. And then we are supposed to. It's hard to see from our view here. But there is a white Polo that's going into Castell Corner, and I know that a certain Francois van Tonder, also known as Trappies van Tonder.
Trappies van Tonder.
There's a story behind that.
We want to hear.
And Francois van Tonder is going to be racing Clubman's today after not being racing for the majority of 2024. He did the race in Windhoek a couple of months ago, when Ford and Friends went to Windhoek together with Classics and Sports and GTs, and he's doing this one, so it's a welcome return.
Amazing.
For him. Now you want to know where you got the nickname of Trappies?
Yes, please. You know, you got to tell me. I know I got to speak to Francois, so you got. I can't have a 30-minute story, but you got to tell us.
I'll just tell us this, and then I'll hand the mic over to Francois. Many years ago, Gary can verify this. Francois van Tonder was doing oval track racing in the 1660 class. And working out of what was then known Engine Corner, which is now Castrol, him and a chap with the name of Eugene Creason, they knotted. And they wouldn't give in for each other, and they went off the circuit onto the grass. Now, if you look to your left, in front of the CHD commentary box, there is a little stand that's folded up now. And then they normally put wooden stairs down there so that the COC can go down and come up. And he demolished those wooden stairs that looked like pickup sticks, and that's where the nickname of Trappies van Tonder.
He took out a flight of stairs.
And that's where the name of Trappies van Tonder.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
So yeah, it's going to be good to see him back out there again.
Absolutely.
But I've had
Thank you. Thank you so much, Frankie.
To Francois, and then Jordan can close off.
Awesome.
After
I even get Jordan today, guys. Huh? The newest member of the commentary team. We'll have you soon.
Morning, Simone.
Good
how's
morning.
All right,
I'm good.
and
How are you?
No complaints,
thank you. We
you.
had so much fun talking last time.
We did indeed. And I see the guys, the Clubmans are out, and looks like on pole position we've got Kai van Sale, who's out there, and Jaco Lambert's doing well, Willem Swart, Stephen Goos, Gary Smith. That's how they line up. And then in Club X, we've got the young Carl Visser, who's won the Junior Polo Cup.
Amazing.
Yeah, so the Cape Town boys make us proud.
They do.
To say, yeah.
They do. It's a proud thing to be a Cape Townian.
Oh, for sure. Especially when it comes to motor racing.
We're all about the community, but the guys from Joburg and all over can come here, but nah, it's all about Cape Town.
Well, that is.
I'm going to get into so much trouble for saying that.
No, don't worry. We got broad shoulders. We can take it. So yes. Yeah, having a look at the classics, we spoke about it. I just wanted to go through there quickly, just open my phone here. We've got, this phone of mine is Fanny Mouton had a birthday yesterday. He's riding the red Ford Mustang. the
Nice.
67 Ford Mustang. He is challenging for the championship today. It's all about
Okay, so what does he need
for all
to
the
do?
marbles today. He's got to try and do the best he can to get the points to win the championship. He's in there for all the marbles today. So let's see how that one goes off. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be very exciting. And I've got the page here that I'm just going to open quickly. His nearest,
Like me, I have to write everything down, otherwise I forget.
is Calvin Beekman in the little, the green Morris Minor. And that is obviously, you know, where it's at. You cannot believe a little Morris Minor and a big Ford Mustang are vying for all the marbles.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, I think my mother owned a Morris Minor when she was young. I mean, that's a classic of note.
You're giving your age away. Yeah, so the clubmans are out there. Jaco Lambert now posting a good time. He's up at the top of the time sheets with Kai van Zyl and Willem Swart. Stephen Goos is in there, Gary Smith's in there, and Paul Minnick are in there at the moment. They're out qualifying. So, yeah, the qualifying session has been going for just over 10 minutes. I think they've got about 7 minutes left of their qualifying stint. So, yeah, it's all happening out there. They will be racing later on. It's Gary and Frankie's favorite subject. I'm just giving the folks an update on what's happening.
Can you tell us anything about the Libre Classic Cars in its entirety? What do you think is going to happen?
Libre Classic Cars, very exciting. We've got, well, I've got the whole list here of all the entrants. We've got Glenn Ayton Bogart. He's in the Ford Piranha Granada. I had a chat to him yesterday. Apparently that Granada, it is a Ford. It is a Piranha. It's got the Piranha motor, Piranha gearbox, but a couple of years ago his dad rolled the car. So they had to get a new body out of Joburg. So it's got a Granada body on it, but it's still a Piranha V8. So that's still a
Granada and Piranha. I'm getting this. I'm learning. Every race I learn something new.
Then we've got Michael Hitchcock. He's out in the 67 Mustang, the Cape Forklift Mustang.
Yes.
Now he's rebuilt the motor with a lot of nuts and bolts that he found in the garage. That's what he said to me. We got PV Lowe. What a character. He's riding the Mazda RX-7. It's so nice to have rotary back at Killarney. I'm a big rotary rat fan, so I just love it. And then we got the likes of Byron Bedin in the beautiful Datsun Triple S. That's now a classic in its own. They're all classic cars. Then Ferdy Maton in his red Ford Mustang. Also in a Cross Cape Forklift. Trevor Momberg in the old blue Capri. He'll be out there. And then Bruce Avern Taplin in that little Toyota Corolla. It's a giant slayer. It's absolutely. It's a 2-liter. Look, Bruce comes from Toyota days. He was a Toyota mechanic, so he knows his oats. And then we got Brian Evans in that beautifully turned out blue Escort. Oh,
go Brian.
That is just sickening to look at that. It's a piece of artwork. Robert Rowe won't be here today. He's unfortunately cannot make it. And Dion Valentine's back with the Mini. Now that Mini, if it was raining, it's trouble. He beats everyone. It's a giant slayer. Then we got Trevor and Lane Hutchins. They'll be out there in the Sirocco and the Golf Mark II. Dion Conradi's out with his Toyota Conquest. Now, Dion Conradi comes in on a Friday morning all the way from Gansbaai.
Wow.
You know?
Wow.
Yeah, but but wait, there's more. We have a guy by the name of Wynand Nel that comes all the way from Springbok.
Just to race here?
Yeah.
Wow, guys, the dedication, the commitment.
Yeah,
absolutely love it.
They're all out there. Then we've got the likes of Wayne Lotter, who works across the road. He's in the Escort. Now, the Escorts obviously is where all the attention goes to. Theo Klaassen in the Nissan Skyline, Hammond de Kock also in the Escort. Stephen Manuel also in a Skyline. And these were the cars of yesteryear. They were the go-to cars. You know, everyone wanted a Skyline, you know?
Yes.
But now, today, they're classics. Then we got Malcolm Pfeiffer out there, who's a character on his own, you know, on and off the track. So, and then Calvin Beekman in the Little Morris, and then Leon van Linden in the old BMW 2002. So, having a look, still Jaco Lambert out there in Clubmans on pole there with Kai van Zyl, Willem Swart, Stephen Goos, Gary Smith, and Paul Minnick. They're out there, just giving the folks an update. And yeah, that's pretty much how it'll be. But I think classics and fines will really be an exciting.
Awesome.
It's
so
a crowd
these
puller.
guys have just finished. Can you see on there, because my eyesight from this little thing, just to see how they have done?
Well, it says here that Jaco Lambert was the quickest with Kai van Zyl and Willem Swart in third. So that gives you an idea of what they'll be on there. Let's have a look, see if it's anything else here. Class X, Carl Visser, Eugene Get. Oh well, okay. Let's just see. Class C.
I love how I'm
Faisal
the
Jacobs,
one asking
Gavin
the
Surf.
older gentleman to look at the screen because I go when I get Jordan up here, I'm just gonna be like, okay, younger eyes, you can do it.
Yeah, no. I know a little bit about computers and phones.
Just a little bit.
Just to get by, you know. And like these people on TikTok that have 14 movies at once. I'm like, how do you do this? No, you must tap on this. I lose him on the third tap. I'm like, I'll give up. I'm over it.
Oh
you know
my
what I'm
gosh.
saying? Yeah. But no, it's great to have the viewers with us.
Absolutely.
I
Can
think
you
it's a
tell us?
wonderful
I
day.
want to know about the bikes because we very, very rarely.
The bikes, I was
Are we
done-
going to get Jordan on the bikes? No.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Jordan might be able to tell us a few. There's a couple of champions that have been crowned this morning. I see they're donning their T-shirts down in pit lane. But I think I'm going to leave it up to Jordan because he's been down there. I see he's already donning his caps. He's got T-shirts and all kinds of paraphernalia that have been given to him. So he will definitely do it. Have already. So yes. So then, yeah, I'm looking forward to the classics, the Libre Classic cars.
Absolutely.
I'm going to let Jordan talk about the motorcycles. There was some fantastic racing this morning already. I think they've set the tone for the rest of the day. The Superbike's going to do qualifying just now. And I've managed, well, I don't know if he'll be up in time, but he is coming up. We've got Alan John Fenter, AJ Fenter here, who's pit crew for the Joburg boys.
Nice.
And we know Alan John is one of our representatives at the TT. He's done the TT over in Isle of Man.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, he has done, I think he's done 4 now.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
Wow.
and so
And
Alan
he's
John-
here with us today.
Alan John is here. I don't know if he'll come up in time. I asked him to come up, but I think he's going to first wait for qualifying and then he's going to come up, so he might just miss the morning show. But it's nice to have Alan John here, and he's really one of South Africa's motorcycle characters, so to speak. But anyhow, yes, that's me.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you
Cheers,
so
bye.
much for
Nice to
sharing
see
your
you.
insights.
Yes, they're
It's
lovely.
going to be an exciting day, and maybe we'll chat to you again later.
Possibly.
Thank you,
Enjoy it,
Proto.
Simone. Thank you.
There we go. So let's get Jordan up here. There we go. We'll rearrange. Guys, this commentary box is fantastic, but it's not the biggest. So we all squish like sardines in here, but we make it work. Jordan,
Good
how's
morning.
it?
It's very good, thank you. I'm glad to
Don't
be
you
here
just
today.
love his voice, guys? He was just born for this. It's just so smooth. You got this.
Yeah, I'm a little bit strained already, but I'm happy.
And he's also got the face for it too.
A lot of people say that my voice doesn't match my face.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I swear. I used to hear you before I met you, and I was like, no ways. No ways.
No, I still just look like a youngster, but I sound like a veteran. You
It
know?
works. Look at what you're doing. It works. It works. It works.
Yeah, but happy to be here today. The weather's really good. There's a lot of wind though,
There's
which
a
isn't
lot of
ideal
wind.
for the bikes. But all the bikes are basically happy. I'm pretty happy up in the commentary box. We've luckily got windows to close, and so I feel bad for the guys out there, but I know they're all having a lot
Yeah.
of fun.
So what is
far.
this going to mean for the bikes? I know you mentioned it now, but this wind is actually a little bit insane. It's Cape Town and it's summer, so it happens, and we are in the west coast side of things.
Well, it's a bit difficult to say because obviously I can't tell you my exact experience on a bike because I don't ride bikes. But from what I've heard so far, there's a headwind going into the last corner that you can see in the background, and that's where you're at your highest speed. Obviously, you come out of turn 4 Sorrel sweep and you're just on the gas, and because there's a lot of headwind, it actually slows you down. So you're not going your fastest top speed, you know. But into turn 1,
It's behind you.
you got a backwind,
Oh my
and now
goodness.
that's pushing you faster than you would normally go on a still day. So a lot of guys say they brake later into turn 1, and you get a bit wide and you go a bit squirrely, whatever. But we haven't had many offs this morning, which thank goodness. But all the guys are adjusting, and they're pretty happy even in these conditions.
Awesome. And what are you looking forward to today? Because it's the last race of the season for the Power Series, which has been a big thing for us. Every month, it was 8 times in a year, so it's almost every month. We come out and we do this, and it's always so exciting, so much going on. You know, this guy's in, this guy's out. The racing classes have grown so much, so we are really ending on quite a bang.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like Francois Butler was just saying before me, is that there's championships that have already been decided this morning and championships that will only be decided by the end of the afternoon. So there's a whole day of racing in all the categories with all different types of aspects. I mean, speaking of the classics and the breakfast run, Hilton Redlingace in the classic bikes, he won the championship this morning in race 1. He was just quite a few more points ahead of Jamie Hall, and Jamie Hall lost out last round because his engine gave up the ghost. And they managed to get a new used second-hand motor in that bike, and he said that it ran perfectly today. He did his best time on the bike, and he was super happy. He was crowned 650 champion in the Super Twin Cup class last round. So both in the 888 motorcycle stable, they're both champions, which is great. And then we've got Superbikes a little bit later on. They're about to go do their qualifying, not next, but the qualifying after that. So they'll qualify this morning, and then they race a little bit later, and then they are the last race of the day. So that's going to be a real action-packed as the evening comes down, the sun comes down.
And hopefully the wind has dropped a little bit by then, we would hope, and not picked up.
Yeah, absolutely.
So who is supposed to be out now? Because we have a little bit of a delay again. Let's just keep the folks updated with what is going on.
So it's classic cars at the moment.
Okay, and we're waiting for them, and then the bikes will be out.
I see a few of them sitting in pit lane down there.
It looks like they're waiting.
But I won't be surprised if one or two of the Clubman's cars, we know when we're watching Clubman's racing that it's probably the most chaotic besides GTI Challenge.
Absolutely.
And there's usually one or two guys that go off for they blow a motor in qualifying one race day or whatever. So there must be something out there at the moment that the marshals... Big thank you to all the marshals for coming out, as always, especially for the last race.
Safety first again, like I said, and I will keep on saying it. So if the commentators behind me over there can give us some inside scoop as to what is going on the track that's causing the delay, so we can keep everyone updated.
Yeah, but so far so good. The morning's been good, so we can speak this morning. But then we've got the rest of the day to go after qualifying, and we'll be up in our way.
Absolutely exciting. Gary, are you coming back on with me? Gary's coming back on with me. I get him twice in one morning. I'm going to get you back. I'm going to get you back after this because we have more to talk about.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so let me get Gary on here quickly, and then Jordan, I will grab you back in a second.
Oh, I've been playing camera while you guys have been busy. But while
you're not letting me know what's going on.
You want the honest truth?
Yes.
Can you handle the truth?
I can handle the truth.
No, either.
Oh.
Guys, just to give you a bit of background while we've got a bit of time on Killarney International Raceway. 77 years of Killarney International Raceway. And a lot of people think that Killarney just goes about what you're seeing here today. That this is only where it starts, it's not where it ends. Yes, we've got the normal Power Series that runs once a month for 10 months of the year. But we've also got the KPL drivers that operates here 10 out of the 12 months of the year. That's down in Castrol Corner. That's a regular thing. We've got the karting circuit, which is, for some other reason, doesn't draw a lot of public at all, but it's very competitive. There's a lot of West Bromwich karters that do very well nationally, and then also internationally. We've got a couple of our karters that have gone international as well. We've got the Rally Cross. Remember, Rally Cross started internationally down in Sub-Saharan Africa 2017, 2018, 2019. COVID 2022, we had another round, but the numbers just kept on tapering off.
Yeah.
So that has come to an end. But what it did do is boost local rallycross, and for all the E36 guys, phenomenally in that period of time. And that is why that has gotten very, very strong. That runs once a month for most of the months of the year. Then we've got the short circuit as well. And that also, like karting, doesn't draw a lot of people. But it's also, it's yet another form of motorsport which is held here. Then we've got the street to strip. We've got the robot racing Wednesday nights and Friday nights.
That's always exciting, right?
That draws massive amounts of people.
That has taken a little bit of, it's really supported the illegal street racing to say, get on the track, come and do it here, safety.
But remember, that was what City of Cape Town actually asked for. City of Cape Town said, can you guys help us to get this illegal forms of...
Yes.
You know, from the, you come out of the tunnel on the N1 and you pay your toll fees, and then you got this straight piece of road and there's no cameras. So
I'm not going to admit nor deny that I spent some Saturday nights at Moorderdam Road.
I've got footage I've actually got footage of you, but we're not going to go live with that. So it was part of the City of Cape Town's initiative that we ended up with a situation where we started with the Wednesday nights, the Wednesday and the Friday nights, and then the next thing was the spinning pitch, because there was another thing where people were getting more and more into it, more and more involved with it, trying to get closer and closer to the cars, trying to take footage of the cars, and you see more and more TikTok videos.
Yes.
TikTok, I'll say it with...
Yeah, you're not allowed to down TikTok over here, okay?
I'm too old for TikTok.
You've been on some of my TikTok videos, so you're on there.
Just a little. See, once again, we're talking about footage which shouldn't go public. So the spinning and the drifting, the whole pitch that was created, the resurfacing of the KPL drivers area, the pit area as such, and that also draws, like a Wednesday, like a Friday, robot racing, street to strip, draws massive crowds. If you look at the Cape Show, which the motor show, which was the 7th running at Killarney International Raceway, it is, as far as I know, officially the biggest motor show here, and it's the biggest motor show literally ever in South Africa.
Amazing.
In the history. And I said on the day, anybody that knows of anything at Nasrec or Killarney or whatever, which was ever bigger than that, let me know, because as far as I know, that was the biggest ever. So that part of it is growing as well. But then it goes one step further. They have days for guys to go and cycle around the circuit. Safe cycling. City of Cape Town on the bridge. They have doggy walks. The toy run, which is going to be starting and or ending here. The blind navigators rallies that sometimes start from here or end from here. So there's and the clubhouse, which is being utilized more and more for different activities and what have you, and is also growing in stature. So don't think of Killarney International Raceway as just purely it's race day, it's power series, that's it. There's a lot more to it than that. Talking about a lot more to it than that, the very good-looking man that's leading Movember, which is, you know, you've got to start in Movember, the man from GTI Challenge. Now, if I can just, before Zaki Hendricks joins us, when it comes to marketing and advertising of your series, we've asked from a commentary point of view for the classes to up their image by giving us information so that we can project them correctly. The man you're going to see on screen now is the man that heads up the GTI Challenge, and they are leaders in terms of promoting their series, also doing interviews with their drivers separately from everything that's happening around here.
Amazing.
And it shows in the numbers. That is an example of what all the other classes
why it's so popular and so competitive.
So for the second time today, I'm going to bring you yet another good-looking person.
Thank you.
With
Thank
a
you.
moustache that can come and join you.
I've just got all the good-looking people joining me today.
Mr. GTI Challenge, Zaki Hendricks.
Woo. Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm well.
Awesome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining me. I feel very special that I'm sitting next to Mr. Zaki Hendricks.
I haven't been here in a while. It's been a hectic year. It's been busy trying to run the series and race at the same time. So I told Frankie and Gary that I need to make an effort to try and get up here this year. Just a little last race, just to explain to the public how things are working.
You see, lots of things are different here in this last race of the season. We're getting all kinds of exciting little things coming through.
We tried to change up the qualifying session. I know you guys saw how we tried to do the qualifying session. Some people say no, it doesn't look good. Some people say it does actually look good. And then yeah, we got a couple of good. Our championship isn't wrapped up yet. We still got all our thirds in all the classes that still needs to be wrapped up. So everybody's still fighting head to nail. They want to win.
Awesome. Well, can you tell us a little bit about the general history of the GTI Challenge guys and sort of how it's gotten to this point?
Yeah, GTI Challenge started in 1994. They were...
Guys, I was 10 years old when it started, like that. Okay, by my age. Oops.
Yeah, so it was basically the GTI Challenge members. They wanted to do a race, so they did a GTI Jamboree, then they did a 5-lapper, then they asked WPMC they can't do a full circuit 5-lapper. And then from there, the series started growing and was born. The GTI Challenge Racing Series was born.
Amazing.
Unfortunately, the GTI Club started subsiding a little bit. But I'm trying to bring the club back again and see if we can maybe do something like that. Try and do some social media, social outreach, social runs, breakfast runs. Just trying to do a little bit more with the members instead of driving and come to the track and just racing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So these guys are always very competitive. What do you think is it? Is it just them? Is it the cars? What is it?
It's a combination of everything. I mean, for me personally, I've been doing the series for a while, so I want to win. I want to show everybody I can win. We don't win any money. There's no, yeah, at the end of the year you get a 2,000 rand or 5,000 rand. We don't do any. We don't get anything like that. It's purely for the recognition and the bragging rights. So you can take a little.
That's it, guys.
You know
those bragging rights, they're worth everything.
Our egos are quite big.
He said it, not me.
Yeah. But
and then we have Ernest that came up here after his pirouette spin out that he did with a broken ego.
Yeah, the series is awesome. I can't say that we try to not knock each other, but we are a very close racing series, so there are a little bit of contact. I've been involved in a few incidents here and there, but it's trying to win the race and trying to overtake a car in a proper manner. But unfortunately, there are sometimes when there is a bit of contact, and there's nothing we can. We try to not do it, but yeah, it does happen sometimes.
Yeah. So what can we look forward to next year when the Power Series starts again from these guys? Is there going to be some new drivers, new cars?
We're starting now. The last week with a couple of new drivers. Gabriel Chetty is in Class C. Zubair Mohammed, he's starting in Class C. He bought a Class B car actually yesterday. So I had to change all the details for him. So now he's currently in Class B. He'll probably be at the back of the class. He's driving a black and green Polo 9N. But he'll get there. And there's a lot of other guys. Sean Liebenberg, he sold his car, bought a new Polo 6 car. So we're going to see how he fares up. Also a new car, so he's going to get to grips with that vehicle. And we'll see how things go. It will be fun. They'll be at the back maybe, trying to get to the front. But the main team members in Class A is Yuri, Nathan, Marco. Then,
yes.
I mean, there's the whole field.
Yeah.
Every class will have some battles.
And let me tell you, speaking of egos, like we mentioned earlier, I've interviewed those guys that were all just mentioned now. When their races or their qualifying didn't go well, and it wasn't fun interview. Some of them we didn't air because they are so competitive. They do not want to lose. So I just get these little, no, it didn't go well.
Yeah, you should see the faces now in park for them. Like, I said, what happened? You look at your car. You know you're not supposed to bump in qualifying. No, the car didn't react properly. Okay, never mind that.
They are sore losers, and that's what makes it so exciting.
But now for this year, at the end of the day, after our second heat, we're going to do a nice parade lap, just to show recognition to all the marshals, to say thank you to the
Any
marshals.
of them are going to try and do some exciting things on the track for us? Some things that they normally wouldn't be allowed to do?
We drive in front-wheel drive cars, so we can't do much.
Oh.
So we're going to basically slow down the cool-down lap, drive 2x2 next to each other. Maybe I'm going to come to the front of my car and just do the parade lap and say thank you to the marshal.
Anybody's got a bonnet over there in that challenge that can handle me? I volunteer.
we got fan walk happening as well.
I'll go do that, right?
You can come to them.
Safety first.
Yeah.
Awesome. Anything else that you want to tell us?
The commentators, they're awesome. I'd like to say thank you to them. I thank you to our sponsors. If it wasn't for the sponsors, the commentators always giving extra recognition to all the drivers. I mean, if you listen to the live streaming, when we after the race, we watch the live streaming at home and we sit at the back and we look, and it's the job they do is, I would never be able to do it. It's impossible for someone to remember all these drivers. I mean, there's nothing in the GTI Challenge. We got 36 drivers on the field today.
It's a lot.
There's another series clubman. They got 40 on the field. I mean, they remember everybody's names. It's impossible for us. I take my hats off for them.
Oh, well, thank you so much for being with us today. I just want to check with my cameraman. Do I have enough time to get I've got another human coming. It's been a busy morning. Thank you so much. Enjoy the day.
Guys.
The man of the hour, Tiny's Pit Box. Hello, my friend.
The stairs are getting more like every day.
I know, I couldn't breathe when I came up them. I needed 5 minutes before I could go on camera just to breathe. How you doing?
Fine, nice, tiring, but enjoying it.
Awesome. So what are you looking forward to today? It is the last one. I keep saying this, guys, it's the last one of the year.
Well, challenge will be very, very interesting. We just saw qualifying now from the Class A, B, and C
Marco
guys.
stayed second.
Marco second, Umpi's in fourth, and there's a.
What happened? What? No, were you okay? He's going to know what happened. If anyone knew what happened, you.
The circuit's not actually in very good shape. It's quite dusty with the wind and everything, so the grip level's quite low. But as I said, qualifying was. But
so there was nothing wrong with his car.
No,
Is this just track conditions?
I think it's track conditions.
So we've had oil on the track, it's windy, there's sand blowing on, and this is affecting the drivers.
Yeah, and I think everybody's trying to get a clean lap in as well, which was.
And they want to just go hard because it's the last one.
Yeah, well, like I said, there's an 8-point gap between Umpi and Marco, and Marco actually outqualified Umpi, so it's all to do in the first race. And depending what the first race happens. I think that the championship decider could be in race 2, and you have the pole, invert, or the inverted grid for race 2. Yeah, I think that can probably be the most exciting race of the day. So, yeah, just going to have to check it out and see how that turns out.
Awesome. What else can you tell me? You've got all the, guys, you know, Tiny Split Box, all the inside scoop. When I arrive here in the morning, I go straight to him. What's happening? Tell me. Who did what? What's happening? Who's got a new car? Who sold their car?
No one sold anything yet. But yeah, as I said, yeah, I think today's race needs to be really interesting. The wind is definitely playing a part with the motor, the cars, and obviously the bikes as well. So the handling characteristics of all the vehicles are all different. Guys have to go and change the setup and stuff as well for certain vehicles and all that, and bikes. So, but yeah, I think the last race to go for the day, I think the thing is probably just to bring everything back after a good season, bring the cars back safely, and then obviously the rebuilding stage for the new year for 2025. And the way things are going now, I think 2025 is going to be brilliant. So yeah, we can't wait to see that. But yeah.
I mean, how many cars do you think we can fit on this track? Because we've gone up to 33 and 44 cars on the track at any given time. Are we setting a limit of how many cars can go in a series?
No, I think the clubmans are like over 35 cars. Challenge is I say around about in the 30 mark as well. Sporting TTs have a very, very nice complement of cars today. So I think overall, I think everything has gone actually to plan. And yeah, if you're not here at Killarney, I think this is definitely the place to be.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anything else you want to tell me? What is happening? No?
I need some water, and yeah, we're going down to the Boma. So yeah, thanks so much, guys. And yeah, enjoy the day with us.
Have some fun today. Keep us updated with what's going on. So I have some inside scoop before the lunchtime because I'm running around doing interviews with everyone. So I'm going to come find you and Linda. Also, thank you, Linda. Is a fiance now, girlfriend? Pressure?
Not yet.
Not yet? I'll talk to him, Linda. Don't worry about it.
Pressure, but yeah.
We'll make it happen.
So yeah,
thank you so much, Emil.
We'll keep tabs on everything, and yeah, guys, enjoy the production, and we'll chat to you later.
Thank you so much. I'll grab that from you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to get Frankie back with me. This is like a in and out today. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, we have another small delay, is it? No?
The classic cars are just, the louder classic cars are working their way off. There was a delay before they came out, as there was a car in trouble, a clubman's car in Fostron corner. That's why that was a delay for the classics. But they have done their qualifying stint. Now there's one more qualifying stint to go, and that is the Superbike category with 600s and the Superbike Challenge and Masters. That is the final 10 minutes. The moment all the cars are off. So yeah, the weather's played along nicely. Place is filling up. With,
it is. I can see from here. There's just cars, buckies all over the hills over there.
Castle Corner, it's a bit empty, but otherwise it's slowly but surely getting people. It's only 25 to 11.
Yeah,
so
they're still cutting the grass and everything. Guys, come on, you got to get here.
A lot of people as the day goes on, especially after lunch. People that are working on a Saturday morning.
And can we just circle back? Because a few Power Series ago, we made that significant change with the schedule. And we decided to shake it all up and have some of the qualifying in the morning, have some of the races later on in the afternoon. So not all the good, exciting things are before lunchtime. Do we think that that's something that has worked out? Are we going to keep it like that? Or is that something we want to relook in 2025?
Look, I like the format. Obviously, Sportcom must now sit and decide what they're going to do for 2025. Are they going to keep it like this or go back to the original, the way it was last year? Or do they have a plan C? I like it.
Yeah.
But yeah. You know,
I love the fact that there's still a lot of excitement in the late afternoon. So you would usually kind of see people starting to clear out in the late afternoon. Now you're seeing people coming in after lunchtime still because those good races are happening.
Yeah, well, as the bikes...
There they go, I can hear them. Can you hear that rumble? It's amazing.
That, sound of the 1000cc and 600cc super bikes as they blast out the pit lane onto the circuit for their qualifying stint. So, yeah, I think today is going to be absolutely amazing. I'm going to hand over to Francois.
Because the bikes are on and he's going to give me an update. With those glasses, he can see what's going on here, not me.
He is the man that will be doing the commentating on this bikes, and then he can wrap up the show with you because this is the final 10 minutes before we go back to racing again. Francois?
So, Francois, I know you and I can just talk, but my cameraman, Craig, has just told me now we have 10 minutes. So I need you to
10
give us
minutes.
all
Well,
the
we're gonna have
up-to-date,
qualifying now, so-
what is happening with his qualifying so that we can let people know.
We're going to have out there, we've got the Superbikes out there. We've got the likes of Q and Snowman who's out there together.
They are so fast.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Yes. No, they are very,
Sure.
very fast. We're gonna wait for the qualies to come up there. I see we've got a visitor here in the 600s, Johnny Towers, all the way from the UK.
From the UK?
Yes, Johnny
Wow,
said-
guys, we really just bring in all the talent, eh?
Ewan's out there, young Jason Lineker's out there, Michael Hunter, the Goose, David Goosen.
The Goose. Have we got another nickname story that I need to know about?
No, we call him the Goose, David Goosen. Multiple South African motocross champion.
Wow.
Who decided his MX1, MX2. He's decided to come and try his hand at tarmac racing and not dirt racing. And I think it helps him a lot. Alan John Fenter's here. He's doing qualifying. So we've got a lot of national and international riders here today. So it's going to be very interesting to see who does what. Cuban's out there, Jason Lineker, Tristan Pino's on the 1000 BMW. He does well. Alan John Fenter, Brad Bosworth on the Aprilia.
Do we have any females in this class?
No.
Not in this one, okay. Because I do know we have quite a handful of female bike riders,
Yes,
but I
we
just
do,
wanted to
we
check.
do. And I like it when the females compete. It's
I
nice.
love it.
We got a couple of females. If I can just quickly break away from what we're talking about, the superbikes, but in line with bikes, as Jordan was saying, we've got a lot of South Africans going over to do this international cup in Spain. And my brother-in-law has been cordially invited to go with him, Martin Petzold, who is the suspension guru. He's going to go and set up all the
Is your brother-in-law the suspension guru?
Yes.
Shout out.
Marty Petzold. So he's flying out pretty shortly. He's going to Spain. He's there, I think also in Valencia. And he will be supporting the likes of Clinton Seller and all the others. So...
Something's exciting. What is happening? There's some exciting things happening. I love it when Gary just shouts about 5, 4, what is it?
Oh, we got a bike rider that went down in turn 5. Okay.
Not what we want to see.
Okay, he's back up and riding.
He's up. That's always a good thing. Okay.
Currently out there, quickest man, Tristan Pino with Q and Snyman, Jason Lineker, Alan John Fenter, Slade Fanikax just moved up to 3rd, Alan John Fenter 5, Jason Lineker 6, Brad Bosworth, and Boikanyo Mabaso, he's from Johannesburg. Johnny Towers there, Michael Hunter in the 600s. Let's see if we can scroll up. David Goosen, 3rd in the 600s.
I think that this wind is going to really get them on that corner.
And then in the Superbike Challenge, we've got more visitors, Sarel Haasbroek. We've got Gerard Frey, we've got Wayne Aronson, Wesley Hendricks, and Greg Waddington in there as well in the Masters Challenge, the Superbike Challenge. So yes, it's a full bill of bikes. I think what's going to bother them, I mean, I've ridden a bike around the circuit, that's Southeastern. When you're going into the wind, going up towards turn 2 and going on towards turn 5.
What is more challenging mentally? Is it the going into the wind that slows you down, or is it having that wind behind you that really just throws you once you come out that corner?
I think the wind behind you, because if you come down here, you come hurtling down to turn 1, you've got to apply the brakes just that fraction earlier. Yeah. And you've got the wind pushing you into the corner, and when you go into the corner, you lean in. And now the wind plays with you, so you don't know what your body's doing.
Yes.
I mean, although it's, well, today's
must be
high-paced
so
bikes,
scary.
You know, today's high-speed bikes, I mean, I don't want to know, but if I go back to my years, the 300s are quicker than my years, you know what I'm saying? So it gives you an idea of how quick they ride. But yeah, it's it can be daunting in the wind on a motorcycle. I mean, even on the road, the wind, you know, especially when you hit a high speed down the back straight, especially like on a liter bike, you're doing 260 down the back straight. The
260 kilometers.
Yes, and then that wind buffets you from the front, and you still got to control the bike, and you're sliding in and you're hanging on leg. I mean, today the leg out story is not for show.
Yeah.
You're actually balancing your body on the front brakes. That's what the leg out.
Oh wow, I didn't realize that. Because I don't know very few little things about riding bikes.
And if you watch Superbikes, you watch a guy like Toprak, who's going to be over you. He's now perfected what's known as the front stop. So he comes into the corner with the back wheel in the air. He's front stopping on the front wheel, then he lets it go and he goes.
Oh my gosh!
So that is what it's about. So it's not.
Okay, so this leg up is not for show. Okay,
No,
it's actually a technique to slow down.
Marco Simoncelli and Valentino Rossi are the guys that initiated. It was.
Valentino.
It's about bike balance, and I've spoken to a couple of guys. I've spoken to the likes of Stephen Oudendal, who's now recently won the endurance racing, and Stephen said to me, he says, it's just something some of the riders found out, that you can actually balance yourself. So you're balancing the weight on the front wheels and you get maximum traction on the brakes.
Yeah.
And that's where you come in. It's not for the fanciness. Or put my leg out in case I fall. They used to call it a third wheel.
like a little training wheel.
The third wheel comes in motocross. Kieran Snyman on pole, Tristan Pino second, Slade third, Alan John Venter fourth, and Jason Lineker 5, followed by Brad Bodsworth. In the 600s, Johnny Towers, then Michael Hunter and David Goosen. David being new to the class. And in the challenge, we've got Sarel Haasbroek, Gerard Frey, and Wayne Aronson topping out the challenge class. So their quali is now finished. And I think we're coming towards the end of our show. I don't know.
I think so too, because the qualifying is now officially done.
Yeah, it was nice to see them out there. It always seemed their qualifying session wasn't so quick.
It was so quick.
But it's fast.
In comparison.
But it's
faster,
it's
right?
Fast,
so quick. The time is shorter.
But we'll see again later today, besides the bikes, with the other classes that we have. We have the classics out there as well. I think the second race, and then we got the 300s and the 650s, the Super Twin Cup and the Super Sport 300s will be out as well again today. Nice to watch.
Yeah,
I enjoy
absolutely.
the bikes. Been a bike fan all my life. I mean, I owned enough of them, so don't have one at the moment though, to my detriment. But bike racing is always fun to watch. Tomorrow, Valencia in Spain, we've got MotoGP.
Awesome.
So that'll be nice to see.
Well, I think that is a wrap from our side, guys, because there is... No, not yet. Yes.
Your cameraman's going,
I'm getting mixed emotions on whether or not this is over, because we could just talk...
Signs.
We could just talk all day long.
No, we can. Don't get me started.
We definitely need to hook up for a beer later. Francois, thank you. Thank you.
It's been fun, and... let's hope we have more fun racing today.
Guys, it's going to be an exciting day. Again, get down here, please. We are at Killarney. It is the Power Series Round 8. It's the final one of this year, okay? So leave the lawnmower for later. Get down here. And I will see you again later on the lunchtime show.
Cheers, guys.
Right, folks, here we go with the second of the Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Formula Supercars, their second race of the day. Remember that the supercar race was won by Glenn Phillips. Carl Halleck came second. Ernest Page came third after a heck of a dice between Ernest Page and Glenn Phillips. And then on the exit of turn 5, Pertamina Fostron, Ernest lost the tail end of that car and dropped down to that third position. Of course, in the V8 Masters, it was all about Fabio Tafani that did what he had to do there and won that race for the Pirelli V8 Masters. But this is now the second race of Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Formula Supercars. As usual, Francois will do the V8 Masters and I'll do the Formula Supercars. And that is Mr. Fabio Tafani, that is leading the class and the field around going down the Killarney back straight, or known as the Killarney straight. The supercar should come into view soon.
Didn't we call it the Golden Highway?
No, the Golden Highway is between Damstip going up towards Saddle Sweep. Yeah. As the sun sets towards Blouberg, it shines on that piece of track, and it was named the Golden Highway. So there are the supercars going through your screen now as the V8s are making their way onto the home straight, and it'll be 9 laps of action.
Yeah, Fabio Tufani held out there. Sean Moore came second, so he's up on the front row. Mark Ridgway and Gary Thompson. Mark Ridgway had a fantastic first heat. He battled 2 battles there. One with Gary Thompson, and he had another one there with Dennis Gaiduk. But Dennis is now at the back of the field, so we'll have to see what happens there. So we're going to have a look, see as they just line up on grid proper. They're going to be behind the pace car, and they will get going.
All right, so it is almost showtime. There you can see in the supercars, we've got Glenn Phillips, that's on pole position. Ernest Page is there on his outside. Then we have got Carl Halleck and Robin de Vos. Bradley Fenner is in there, and Nazreen Schloss, Craig Hume and Shane Boscombe. That's the cars that you could just see on your screen at home as the safety car leads the V8 Masters and Formula Supercars off the line for 9 racing laps.
Well, Frankie, having a look at these V8 Masters, I was just chatting to one of our guests earlier on. I said, you know, this is about the closest we get, but I reckon the dream event to have at Killarney, Aussie V8 Supercars.
Oh, of course, without a shadow of doubt.
I mean, forget about F1 at Kyalami, have Aussie V8s. This track is so well suited to Aussie V8s. I mean, Sydney has only a 2.9 kilometers circuit, so...
Yeah, look, it's only Formula 1 other than Monaco that the track has to be 4Ks or longer.
Yeah.
But Aussie V8 Supercars, I love that idea, but sure. What logistical issue that would be to get these guys down here. But can you imagine what this place would look like? Racked and stacked to the rafters as well, with IMUSAT doing their thing. Can you imagine 40 Ford Mustangs and Holden Commodores and apparently Toyota.
Yeah, the Toyota 86 with the Lexus motor in it.
He's coming on board for 2025, I think it is.
There's a little bit of a rumor about Volvo, so I don't know if Volvo's going to step up to the plate, but we'll have to wait and see. Right, so the APV 345 Mustangs are making their way down the back straight. The supercars up behind them there, you see the supercars bobbing and weaving, getting some heat into the tires. We had Ernest Page up here earlier on saying that he ran out of talent.
Yeah, exit of Fostron.
Fostron caught the marbles. So it won't be long, and we'll get the show on the road. They're behind the pace car. The pace car, the lovely black Komodo, will pull off. There you see Fabio Tufani and Sean Moore on the front. If Sean gets a good start, I think he can challenge Fabio.
Yes, Fabio is the defending champion. Remember that Sean Moore was a Pirelli V8 Master Champion once upon a time.
Yep.
There are the supercars just holding in there. The little guys racing with the big guys, but the little guys do not back out for the big guys. They're older brothers, if I can call it that. Francois, off they go.
Right, so the V8 Masters make their way down towards Hall's turn number 1. Mark Ridgway forces his way up to second there, ahead of Sean Moore. He's stuck right up behind Fabio Tufani. This is not going to do Sean Moore any good. We know the minute Sean gets a bit of heat in those tyres, he'll get cracking. Fabio Tufani, like a rabbit out of a hatch there, moving as quickly as he can.
Right, so right behind these V8s, we pick up the Formula Supercars working their way into Castell Corner. And Glenn Phillips sits out there ahead of Ernest Page. Then it's Carl Halleck, Robin de Vos. Behind de Vos is Bradley Fenner, followed there by Nazrin Schloss. And then we have got Sean Cope and Craig Hume at the tail end of the field as the supercars work their way through Damsdip. We pick up the V8s, Francois, heading through Saddle Sweep.
Yeah, they move through Saddle Sweep. They go down the back straight there. Tafani leads out. He's already pulled away. Now Sean Moore up on the inside of Mark Ridgway. It didn't take too long for that now. He doesn't want Fabio to get away. As he goes into turn 5, that is Pertamina fast strong corner. And they're now exiting. There you see Sean Moore ahead of Ridgway. Gary Thompson is in there. They work their way out, coming down the straight, but the supercars now into it. Oh, and what's happening?
We've got a new leader in the supercar, and it is Ernest Page. Ernest Page got his nose ahead there of Glenn Phillips with Carl Halleck in that 3rd position. Then there's a fight behind them. That is Robin De Vos, and right on his heels we've got Bradley Fenner. Then Schloss comes through, and then it is a fight there with Craig Hume that's just behind Sean Cope.
Right, so the leaders now going through the Lunchtime Kink down towards turn number 3, which is Damsdip. And there's Fabio Tafani. There comes Sean Moore. He's getting on the gas loud and proud, pulling away from Mark Ridgway. Ridgway doesn't want him to get away. And up behind them, it's Gary Thompson. Thompson sits there behind him. And they're working their way up. Here we go. Keep an eye there on Sean Moore, Mark Ridgway, Gary Thompson. They all come through there. And Moore starting to pull away. Going down the back straight now towards turn number 5, Pertamina fast on. Clocking down for Tafani's pulling away. And Sean Moore is going to try everything in his might here. Coming through there and into there's Sean Moore, there's Mark Ridgway.
Supercars are busy working their way down that back main as Killarney Straight. As you see the tail end of the V8 Masters. There are the supercars going into Fostron corner. And once again, the lead has changed. It is Phillips that's got his nose ahead there of Ernest Page. And there's a problem, Francois, in turn number 1.
That is the number 22 car of Alistair Brown that's lost it again.
Deja vu there.
Yeah,
he spun it in holes in race 1.
Yeah, he goes into loud. Watch him. He goes into loud and he gets caught up.
So as he tries to get out the way, you see these Formula Supercars. That's 1st, 2nd and 3rd going through your camera shot there. That will be Phillips, Page and Halleck, and right there with them we saw De Vos and Fenner as that lost V8 Master is in there with them. There. That is Carl Halleck, and once again Page is having a look. Oh, and there's contact! There's contact, and they're both gone! They both gone, Ernest Page and Glenn Phillips. They are out just before the Lunchtime Kink, which means that Carl Halleck is now the leader of the Formula Supercars way down the road. That means De Vos will be in 2nd position, Fenner will be then in 3rd, and 4th will be Nazrin Slosh.
They're now into turn 1. Fabio Tafani smoking up the back tyres as he brakes, and it looks like Sean Moore is gaining and taking Mark Ridgway with him. There comes Moore, there comes Ridgway. Up behind them, Gary Thompson and Stuart Spooner. There's Thompson and Spooner, and then up behind them, it's going to be Dennis Gaidik and Harry Taylor. So they work their way now out of holes up into Castrol, up the Uber Straight.
So there comes the leader of the supercars, and that is Carl Halleck that sits out there in P1. Bradley Fenner is now in that 2nd position. Well done there to Bradley Fenner. And as Fenner crosses the line, he's got the Foss and Schloss. That is the 2 line property management cars that is right on his heels as they work their way out of holes.
Right, going down towards turn number 5 is your leaders. Fabio Tafani still way ahead there of the 2nd place man, Sean Moore. Mark Ridgway is trying to stay in touch behind them. Gary Thompson. And there behind Gary Thompson is Stuart Spooner, then Dennis Gaidik and Harry Taylor. They're pretty much spread out now, so there's no real challenges. There you see on screen, Sean Moore, up behind him, Mark Ridgway. And behind Ridgway, we've got Gary Thompson, Stuart Spooner. There's Dennis Gaidik, and behind him, Harry Taylor and Alistair Brown. Alistair Brown is still way. There goes Alistair down into turn 5.
Right, so we pick up the leader of the supercars. That's Carl Halleck, all on his lonesome, heading down the Killarney straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. Fenner is in that second position. There is Fenner. Then the two line property management cars is right there behind Bradley Fenner. That is second in class. It is Rob de Vos and lady racer Nazreen Schloss. That is the two cars that are now sitting one behind each other, behind the man that is in second position, which is Fenner. But the leader going through your shot there, that is the overall leader for supercars, sitting in P1. He's 9th overall, first in class, and that is Carl Halleck. Then we've got Bradley Fenner, right behind him, Robin de Vos, and right behind de Vos, it's Nazreen Schloss.
Right, so your leaders coming down towards turn number 1 in the V8 Masters, the Pirelli V8 Masters, is Fabio Tefani. There you see just behind him now, gaining as fast as he can, is Sean Moore. They've got 4 laps to go. I don't know if Sean's going to catch him. Mark Ridgway sits there behind him. Gary Thompson, there's Ridgway in picture now, taking the left-hand turn up towards Castrol Corner. Tefani in picture there, he's leading out. Look at Sean Moore, he's absolutely murdering that Mustang to try and close down. Ridgway coming up there behind him. Then up behind him, it's Gary Thompson, who's now pulled away from Stuart Spooner. And up behind Spooner is Dennis Gaiduk.
So we'll have a look now at the leading supercar man. Well, he's all on his own. That is Carl Halleck. There's second, third, and fourth. Right there behind him, that is Bradley Fenner. That is the man that's in P2 with Robin de Vos right there with him. Then the other line property management car of Nazreen Schloss. She's not going to let these guys get away with her or get away from her, as the leader's gone through already. There he goes into turn number 1, into holes. That is Halleck. And then if the camera can just pan back, there we go. Second, third, and fourth in the supercars. Bradley Fenner, Robin de Vos, and Nazreen Schloss.
Comes your leader, Fabio Tefani, in the V8 Masters. He's leading out. Sean Moore is not able to close that gap down. They've got 3 laps left, and I think Fabio Tefani again is going to hold out here today. They're not going to catch him. He's got about a 7-second gap there, so I don't think Sean can close that down in 3 laps. It'd have to be mind-blowingly fast to close down, and Tefani is not exactly hanging around as he exits Castrol through Lumsden Kink on his way down to Dams. And Fabio Tefani showing why he's the reigning champion at the moment.
The leading supercars working its way once again down the back Killarney straight towards Pertamina Fostron, and that is Carl Halleck. But Halleck is not too far behind the 3 cars that you see in screen coming behind them. That's Bradley Fenner, and then it's a line property management fight between de Vos and Schloss as they work their way through. Robin still ahead of Nazreen as they exit Fostron. Just ahead of them is Fenner, and just going through your shot was your supercar leader Kyle Halleck, and then right behind them is the V8 Master leader.
Fabio Tefani crosses the line. He's got 2 laps to go. Tefani leads out, going down into holes. Nice, he's setting the pace, getting through the some of the leading supercars. Up behind him, yeah, Sean Moore goes through. Sean Moore exiting there, so you'll see Sean Moore coming out there in the background, and he'll be working his way now into Castrol Corner. And Tefani carving his way through the supercars, and he's on his penultimate lap at the moment. So he works his way through Dams and up the Tygerberg straight up towards Sarl Sweep.
Well, we're going to stick with this fight. Bradley Fenner as the leader overall and class leader goes through. That is Tefani. Here is second, third, and the fourth in the supercars. That is coming through. That's Bradley Fenner. But this fight is still very much on between de Vos and Schloss for second and third and fourth in the supercars. And when they crossed the line, there was only 0.3 of a second between them on the lap that they're on. So they are going to just move out, hold their line, and allow Sean Moore to get past. And that's the second man in the V8s that's now lapping those 2 cars.
Well, there we go. Fabio Tefani on his final lap. He gets past Brad Fenner, who's in the Supercars. So Tefani, highly unlikely to be caught now on his final lap by Sean Moore. There's Sean Moore, comes through, he's second. And then behind him, Mark Ridgway in the yellow APV. He's lying in third. So Mark Ridgway works his way through and makes his way up the Uber Straight. There comes, you see Ridgway there behind Sean Moore. There was Sean Moore, Ridgway coming up on the inside there. And up behind Mark Ridgway, Gary Thompson, then Dennis Gaidik. And up behind him, Taylor. Right, so Sean Moore trying everything to reel in Fabio Tefani, but I think it's highly unlikely. Tefani making his way down the back straight towards Pertamina Fastron. So going down into Pertamina Fastron is the leader there, Fabio Tefani. Sean Moore only halfway down the back straight, so Tefani's got a very healthy lead. He's going to come out of Pertamina Fastron and make his way up the Porsche Straight under the City of Cape Town Bridge, up towards the checkered flag. Checkered flag gets waved, Stefani goes through, so Fabio Tefani takes that, and I think he will put just about the whole field behind him. And then comes through Sean Moore from Ziegler Logistics, and then Mark Ridgway, and closing on Mark Ridgway is Gary Thompson.
Well, crossing the line, a lap down was Carl Halleck. He won the Supercars. You saw Bradley Fenner come through, and even though they are a lap down, Robin de Vos gets to the flag 0.4 of a second ahead of Nazreen Sloss for third and fourth in the supercar category. Well, we watch this car coming through. We're waiting for Cope and Hume to come to the checkered flag. And here they come. That is Cope that's ahead of Hume. That's Sean Cope. And behind him is the chairman, Craig Hume. And there's lots of damage on Sean Cope's Line Property Management supercar. But he does get that flag to the car ahead of Craig Hume by a second. 1.043 to be exact. Yeah, Francois, quite right. That's just the bonnet clip that is broken on the supercar of Sean Cope. So that concludes the Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Formula Supercars for the day.
Community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Big thanks to Mr. Clendridden of Lime Property Management for the 2024 sponsorship of the Killarney Power Series.
Has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
So, big thanks to Line Property Management and to Porsche Club. They sponsor the main straight. And then a big thanks to King Tony Tools for the subway, to Pertamina Fostron for turn 5, and then Castrol as well, that sponsor turn number 2, that sponsor the spinning pitch and the Castrol Tower. A big thanks to them, as well as the City of Cape Town, and then the media partner for the Western Province Motor Club, that is Smile 90.4 FM. So a big thanks to all our sponsors as well as our class sponsors. Without you guys, we can't go motor racing. Thank you very, very much.
Hope you find me. I'll be back home soon. When the sunrise, when the sun.
folks, welcome back. MGA Racing, Clubman's, Classic and Breakfast Run Bikes. Hilton Redlinghuyse, he is a champion. You might see a number 1 on his bike and not a number 87 on the front. Jamie Hall is also a champion, but he's a champion in a different class. He's in the 650s, in one of the other classes. He'll be riding again later. Vessel Kruger's out there. Malcolm Govender had a great race. He starts himself at P4 now. Greg Waddington, Willem Lowe, John Momberg's there as well. Augustine Ntwani, he's a visitor. Wayne Gresser, Matthew Walker, Sharif Reynolds, JP Shermers, John Kosterman on the Classic, and Ryan Smuts, Dean Gabriels, Romano DeLiva, Francois Kritzinger, and Enrique Peterson.
Running around the circuit now, making their way to the grid. I just want to say, we haven't realized this before, but you'll see it a little bit early on. I want to say a big thank you to Kim Harrison for notifying me on this. But the motorcycle body, governing body and whatever, they made a final plan. You'll see it when the riders go into Pertamina Fostrand. We now have airbags in turn 5.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
There's 10 white blocks.
Oh, there we go. Yes, we can see them perfectly.
And now, after obviously past unfortunate events, this has come to fruition. And I myself am very thankful for the case.
There, the folks at home can see the 10 white airbags. Those are proper MotoGP airbags.
And there are still 6 to be brought to the circuit and placed. And then there's a plan in future to do it around every corner of the circuit. Because I know there were some guys that weren't going to race until this was done. And now it's been done. They've listened to the riders, they've listened to the officials and whatever, and they've got it sorted. And this brings great safety to us.
So they're just busy getting themselves sorted out on the grid. One of the riders getting back into position. Yeah. Right, so the riders all revving, waiting for the lights. He's getting Smuts getting in there. And trying to find his position. Bike number 30, that's Ryan Smuts. He's holding up the works. Right, so looks like we'll have a restart on the lights. The riders won't be too happy about that. Everyone ready. Hilton Redlinghuyse sits there on pole position. Alongside him is Jamie Hall. And alongside him is Vessel Kruger. They will get away there. The number 6 of Malcolm Govender is there. Malcolm Govender gets away there nicely. Can he roll up there behind the leaders? Govender hard on the gas there. Coming down into turn 1. And we've got Augustine again. The bike doesn't want to start. And he's going to get away, but he's got a lot of work to do. I think he's on an R1M, if I'm not mistaken. Or is that it? So Augustine Ntwani, yeah, it's an R1. You can hear by the sound as the leaders now go into Castrol Corner. And it is Hilton Redlinghuyse leading out there. And up behind him, it's going to be Jamie Hall. And then it's going to be Vessel Kruger. Governor's in there as well. Malcolm Govender. So he'll be working his way around. Malcolm Govender sits there. Up behind him, it's going to be then Waddington, Willem Lowe, John Momberg, Augustine Ntwani. Didn't get away, so it'll be Wayne Gresser, Matthew Walker. There they work their way now down the back straight. And it's your newly crowned champion, Hilton Redlinghuyse. If we can get a shot just now of him close up, we can see the number 1 being done on the front. We've got the gold one stuck on the front. There he goes into Pertamina Fastron. Jamie Hall would like to stick with him. Jamie said he'd like to win the second race, but Hilton is like a demon possessed at the moment as he gets away. And the rest of the field can have a look at the bunch up. If you're in the mix, you're in the house, as they say. Working their way out, coming up the City of Cape Town Bridge. Look at that. Chris is in there. Then it's Waddington. And Romano De Liva's gone up to 6 already. So Romano is carving his way through the field from the right to back. Romano's on a fly there. And, well, it won't be too long when he sits there up behind Wayne Gress. There's Romano De Liva. You see them coming up there at the bottom of the screen. There's Gress, there's De Liva. And Romano, I tell you what, the man can ride a bike, so he will be challenging. And it looks like he's gone up the inside there of Wayne Gress, or Gresser. And Romano De Liva's on the move. So keep an eye on him. Romano's going to be pedaling. And he is riding a BMW S1000R. So we'll keep an eye there. There goes Romano and Gresser. And the leaders are going to be working their way down the back straight. Still, it's that man Hilton Redlinghurst with Jamie Hall following. So there's Jamie behind him. Two of them are pulled away there from third place man Malcolm Govender. So Malcolm's in the house. He's challenging now. He's going to see if he can catch the leaders. And Malcolm is operating a BMW S1000R, so he should be able to catch up. Nice to have the boys from up north visiting us. So Malcolm Governor's on a fly. I think he wants to win the race. What's his times? You want to pick up Jamie Hall's the quickest. Jamie Hall has just done a 1 minute 19. Governor on a 1:20. So he's now off the 1:21.
Yep, that's right. Malcolm Govender, Joburg's fastest Indian, as he likes to be known, and apparently all the O's up in Joburg like that phrase as well. He's on a lacquer racing bike by AJ Fenter, so that was very well prepared, like I said earlier this morning. But he's on an absolute flyer this morning. He made a bet with AJ Fenter that if he gets into the 119s, we saw a 121, but apparently on the official timing, he did a 119.2, which means AJ Fenter has to drink tonight.
That's not a problem for John Fenter, trust me, I know. But the quickest man on the circuit at the moment, Jamie Hall. So he's trying to claw his way back at Hilton Redlinghurst. And then Malcolm Governor's up behind him. So Malcolm, not too far off the pace either, will be chasing him. And Jamie is closing on Hilton, going down into turn number 5. So there's a lot happening down in 5. There we go. There's Jamie Hall right there behind Hilton Redlinghurst. This is going to be an epic, epic finish to this race as he chases hard. Right there behind them, it's Governor Malcolm that's trying his best to try and connect. But these two in the front are absolutely flying. And, oh, Jamie nearly close enough as Malcolm Governor goes screaming past us down into him. There's Malcolm coming in, and up behind him, it'll be Vessel Kruger and Romano De Liva. Kruger still holding out on Romano, but Romano will be closing up. That BMW S1000R is very quick as they work their way through.
Yep, Dean Gabriel's up in 6th place ahead of Jean Momberg. Then Willem Lowe, Hendricks, Gresser and Waddington up in 11th. Greg Waddington's chain broke in his superbike during qualifying. So there was an issue for him there, but he's back up and running on his clubman's bike. He's sitting in 11th place at the moment. But you watch them come through Castro and out of Castro now through the lump stem kick. Look at this group. They're all in trios. As we watch one of the front runners go through, it's Kruger, De Liva, and Gabriel's APC International Real Estate on that number 88 bike. This is the highest he's been, as far as I know, in any races that he's done. He's currently sitting in 6th place. Good result for him so far, but we jump back to the leaders, and Hilton Redlinghurst has now opened the gap up once again, but I won't be surprised if that Estrad, that hard-charging Jamie Hall, grabs it back into turn 1.
There's, and up behind him, there's Govender coming through there. The Indian chap is riding hard, and up behind them there's Romano De Liva, and Gabriel's coming through, so they're working hard. And some of the riders coming down there into turn number 1. I think this is going to be Kruger and De Liva. Vessel Kruger, Romano De Liva.
Jumping now to the leaders, they're making their way through Lundstem and down into Damsden. There you see them on their picture. Jamie Hall tried to dive up the inside into Castro. It shoved him a little bit wide and lost the position once again, but he is seriously on a charge, is Jamie Hall. Previously crowned and current champion for this year in the Super Twin Cup 650s, fighting against the Classics champion in the Classic Superbikes here in the MGA Racing Clubman's Classics and Breakfast. Now they run down the Killarney straight, and they're going to go back and forth. It's going to be a slipstream battle, and here on the inside comes Jamie Hall. He's going to have to be late on the brakes, and he is. He moves out to the wide line on the outside of the circuit, and he'll dive in and he'll block Hilton Rellingerhuis's nose off as hard as he possibly can so he can stay ahead.
The nice thing about this motorsport, Jordan, is that these are two friends. They pit in the same garage, but yet they're at each other's throats on the track. And the nice thing about it is it's gentleman conduct. They're not being silly about it. Jamie Hall takes the lead, going down into holes up there. And, well, Hilton Redlinghuyse will try and fight back. Coming through there is there's Malcolm Govender. And then up behind him now is Romano. That's it. Romano de Libre has now got ahead there of Wessel Kruger. So Romano eventually using the power of that 1000R over the old bike. And there's Gabriel's coming through. Then behind him will be Momberg, Lowe, Hendricks and Waddington all coming into turn one.
Yep, as they make their way out of turn one. Just a big shout out to Wayne Gresser. He is the champion this year, provisionally at least, in the clubman's class. He managed to get enough points ahead of Willem Lowe. But going through now onto the Killarney straight once again, they are nose to tail coming into the headwind as they make their way down to Pertamina Fostron. Jamie Hall ahead this time around, once again into Pertamina. He'll hold it out the best he can. Maybe try and cut off Hilton's nose again. Actually, no. He's enough ahead to not have to do that. But look at the exit speed of that ZX7R. A little bit twitchy as Hilton Redlinghuyse gets on the throttle. Coming under the bridge. We've got 3 laps to go and a 1:19.046 by Jamie Hall and a 1:18.314, almost a second faster this time around for Hilton Redlinghuyse.
Now we go down to turn number 5 as everyone's going in there. And it's, I think that's Romano de Libre going in there with Wessel Kruger. Having a bit of a scrap there. Wessel trying to come around the outside. But Romano's got the better of him. They all work their way through. All the lead come through. And then we have the likes here now of the mid-pack there. There's Kruger, Gabriels, Momberg, Lowe, Waddington and Hendricks all working their way through turn number 1.
Yep, we watch them go through. I'll run through the rest of the field as it stands. We've got Matthew Walker there in 11th place. Also a Lacquer Racing done bike. Ryan Smuts there in 12th. Wayne Gresser. JP Shermer's still struggling on the ZX10. He is in 14th. Then you got Sharif Reynolds, Francois Kritzinger. And Twana got back off the start after a difficult start. Peterson and Kosterman at the end of the field. But we're watching now still first and second, battling it out. And look, I think Hilton Redlinghuyse just has the better exit out of 5, and maybe Jamie Hall's getting a little bit nervous on that S-Rad.
Yeah, it's not that. I think Hilton has a different line he takes, so he gets better exit. He uses what's known as the California corner. He apexes very late and then dives back at him, so he closes up on the back of Jamie Hall, but they've got a slow bike in front of them. Will this affect him now? And Hilton looking on the outside of Jamie. Jamie closes the door in his face, doesn't Hilton? And can Hilton break late up on the inside? No, Jamie dives across his bow, going into the entrance. And exit at Hilton up on the exit. Hilton's through on the exit. Hilton Redlinghuyse retakes the lead on the inside there of Jamie Hall. And Jamie is going to have to want to come back there. And, Hilton puts it down. Hilton puts it on. A big way. And Jamie just slows down off the track. I'm not sure what happened there. It didn't look like he lost the front. It looked like it just slid out under him. Is there possibly...
He is up.
He's up, yeah.
He's up and walking, but what a tremendous accident that was. The leader now making his way down the Killarney straight towards Pertamina Fostron.
That's going to be Malcolm Govender.
No, Jamie Hall still.
Still Jamie, yeah.
But Jamie got a little bit squirrely himself. He obviously saw that happen, jumped on the brakes, and he almost went onto the grass. He managed to save it. But maybe just that not overambitious move through Castrol Corner when he managed to get the position. Maybe Hilton Redlinghuyse just had that extra bit of speed and a little bit of confidence, and he just jumped in a little bit too late because he looked offline going into Damstep.
Well, I'm not sure quite what happened there. There's Jamie Hall. I think Jamie's a little bit shaken, to say the least. Malcolm Govender up there behind him. There comes Malcolm Govender, not too far behind him. That's a slow marker that Jamie went past. That's Peterson that is going past. I'm not sure why Hilton went down. Fortunately, it's his last race for the season, so it's a bit unfortunate. Jamie won't enjoy that. I can tell you now, Jamie Hall will not enjoy that. I think he will just, because you can see now, He's not too far ahead of Malcolm Governor. There's Dean Gabriels, John Bamberger, Willem Lowe going through there. But a nasty fall there for Hilton. He's up and at it. But the bike, I think, took a bit of a clattering, and it's not the kind of bike you want to put down. It's a collector's item, a ZX7.
Absolutely not, and he's not going to be tough with that. And like you said, I don't think Jamie Hall would have wanted to win a race that way, but unfortunately, such is racing, and it's one of those things. But Jamie Hall make his way down to Pertamina Fostron now for the final time, and we'll run through as they come to the line. But there's Jamie Hall about to come to the finish line after 9 laps. Those last 2 laps were a bit strange, but he managed to pull it ahead, and he'll now follow his way down. There he is, first and second. Malcolm Governor, once again, Joburg's fastest Indian, as I've been told. He'll come home behind Jamie Hall. Brilliant ride from Jamie Hall. Malcolm Governor comes home in second. Romano de Libre, third place. Good podium. Wessel Kruger comes home second in the Classics. Then Dean Gabriel's brilliant result for Dean Gabriel's on that ABC International Real Estate number 88 R6. He'll come across the line. There he is, 5th overall. Juan Momberg, Willem Lowe, Greg Waddington, Matthew Walker, Hendrik Smuts, Shermers, Gresse, and Twanas. They'll make their way to their line now. They all in the clubman's class. There we see Derek Hendricks cross the line now. Ryan Smuts takes 11th place. Shermers, Wayne Gresse. Very good story from Wayne Gresse as well, as he now comes across the line, is the 95. As well as Augustine Twana, he made his way back. Sharif Reynolds in 15th, Francois Krutsinger 16th, and finally Enrique Peterson finishing in 17th. That was a mighty, mighty one. You can see what's left of the bike there on the right-hand side of the screen. Obviously, like I said, not the way you want to win. There you see he's checking to see if he's okay. I believe that's Jamie Hall. Oh, that's Wessel Kruger. There's Jamie Hall. Very good sportsmanship from those guys, just to make sure that he's all right. Yeah, you're right, Francois. They all out of the same garage, all sponsored by MGA Racing and 888 Motorcycles. Wessel Kruger is on his own, which is awesome to always see him out here running for himself. But what? I mean, I'm sure he'll, as far as we know, and as well as we know Hilton Redlinghase, he'll still have a smile on his face.
Yeah, look, Hilton, like I say, he's the evergreen teenager. I think Jamie or someone wants to give him a lift back to the pits. That is, like we say, the camaraderie between these guys. They don't like it. They're all very concerned. And Hilton's bike, a ZX7R, is a collector's item, yet he races it. Was. No, but I'm sure they'll repair it because it's got a lot of protection, the fairings and stuff they can rebuild. But let's hope that there's no major damage to the substructure per se.
But yeah, I just want to say a big well done to all our Joburg guys from coming down today. There's a big burnout there, a celebratory burnout, if you will, and then a passenger ride there.
And Jamie, yeah.
For Hilton Redlinghase there, he'll give a wave to the crowd. This year's Classics champion, as well as Wayne Gresse, this year's Clubman's champion. Brilliant results from all of them. You know Wayne Gresse. Wayne Gresse has only been racing for 3 years.
Yeah, no, he has.
His first season in 2022, he missed the championship by a couple of points. He came second last year. He won in Classics. This year, he's won in Clubman's. So overall, I think this season for everyone has been absolutely brilliant, and I'm sure they can agree.
No, fantastic. I think the entertainment that in the beginning of the year, it was like the class didn't seem to find itself, so to speak. But they've really ended on a high. You know, it's become a lovely class to watch, the Clubmans and Classics. You know, they've all found their seat in the house and they've done well. And nice today to have the guys from Gauteng down. It's always a privilege to have these boys down here to come compete with us. And it just adds to the mix. It's like changes the flavour of the race. A couple of burnouts there on the back straight. So they'll hold up proceedings a little bit. We might have lunch at about 6 o'clock tonight if we carry on like this. We'll have supper. Forget about lunch. But yeah, so there we see. And after the Clubmans now, we'll have the Formula Libres, and then we'll go on to the Batek Super Twin Cup 650 and the Super Sport 300s.
I want to see that bike now.
Hey, loading the bike up, please, Pop.
And don't forget, to all the people around the circuit, if you, as far as I know, our Killarney radio station 108 FM, tune in to that station and you should get our commentary clear as day in your vehicles. If you've got your app and you want to put it on the radio in your workshop or in your garage or on the phone, 108 FM, it should be connected. We'll just have to wait and see if we've got confirmation of that.
Here we go with the Beta Trustees Formula Libre. We're just waiting for Gary to come back, our cameraman. And we've got a whole lot of Formula Vs out there today. And as I said in race number 1, this is the class that I basically really enjoy, the V side of it. And it's always close, tight racing. And these guys often take part in the Formula V National Championship. Now, race number 1 was won by Jason Smith, and it was a convincing win with Kelly Fletcher finishing in second. Then there was a massive dice between the likes of Ben Jack Phillips and James Beaumont for that P3 and 4. So hopefully we will get that fight back up again with, of course, Wynand de Ridder finishing in P5. Ricky Anderson was initially fighting out for the top 3 and then slowed right down and retired. And Ramsey got to the flag ahead of Somerville with 1 DNF, which was Ricky Anderson. So, all 8 of them hopefully will be back out on track. Hopefully Ricky Anderson has sorted out the problem, whatever that problem may be, and we will get to see Ricky Anderson on circuit. I'm looking up the back of the commentary box window, and I do not see Ricky Anderson's car out on circuit, so I think that problem is obviously terminal, and that will then be the end of the 96 Formula V car.
Well, a pity there for Ricky Anderson. He was looking very promising. Good time, qualifying time. Had him up on the second row of the grid, but unfortunately something going bang. And the poor Anderson's having a bit of bad luck in that respect. But nonetheless, a great performance here today by a young lad that I've watched grow up in front of me and through karting and everything, young Joshua Smith. Lovely performance by him. And Kelly Fletcher, well, she was a distant second. She has tried hard as she may. Benjack Phillips and James Beaumont had a lovely, lovely, lovely tussle in that first heat. Let's see how the second heat turns out.
Right, so confirmation, folks, that 108 FM Radio Killarney is up and running. So if you cannot hear us properly and you are around the circuit, you can hear this announcement. Car radio, portable, cell phone, whatever.
Turn
108 FM is the place to be. That looks like it could be, judging from what I can see out the window, that is Donovan Ramsey's car. That is pulling out of this one. So Donovan Ramsey having trouble just before you go into that left-hand kink that goes onto the main straight, the Porsche Club straight. So we will be down a car in this one.
But we saw in the first race, he started on pole, but he dropped all the way to the back end of the field. So there was obviously some sort of terminal issue to begin with.
Which means there's 2 cars out now. Obviously him and Ricky Anderson did not take to the grid as well.
Yeah, as far as I heard, he lost 4th gear. As they get underway, the lights are off. And they make their way down to Holes Hook. And Kelly Fletcher's got the run on Joshua Smith at the moment. Joshua Smith on the inside. As we watch now, a stall there from Cyril Somerville. But they make their way into the corner, and you can see Wynand de Ridder sitting there in 5th, and Benjack Phillips is now fighting with Joshua Smith as they leave Holes Hook, go down the Joubert Straight and head into Castrol Corner.
Well, Josh will want to make it 2 out of 2, that's for sure. He sits out there in P2 at this point in time. Kelly Fletcher is leading them out of Castrol Corner. So Fletcher, that was the early pace setter in race 1 before she was overtaken by Josh as they work through Damstep Ease, once again setting that early pace with Joshua right there in that 2nd position and closing right up onto the gearbox of the Kelly Fletcher outfit as they make their way through Saddle Sweep and down the Killarney Straight.
But look at this, Frank, it's nose to tail once again. Joshua Smith, the youngster, we saw how good of a performance he put in race 1. Now in race 2, he's ready to battle again. He said he wished there was a little bit more cars out front, and we don't see the likes of Donovan Ramsey up front. We don't see Andre Lariche up front like we usually do. But now as we watch them go out of Castrol Corner, your front 2 lead away. Then we see Benjack Phillips, James Beaumont and Wynand de Ridder.
Yeah, that's the subtotal of the field as they work their way across the line and into turn number 1 into Holes Hook. And there was a 10th of a second between Smith and Fletcher when they came to followed there by Phillips, de Ridder and Beaumont. Remember, Anderson and Ramsey is out of this one. Cyril Somerville is still in there, but he's 16.6 seconds behind Beaumont as we watch the 2 leaders work their way out of Castrol Corner with Phillips, de Ridder and Beaumont right in there as well. That's those 5 cars you see on your shot, working through the Lunchtime kink and into Dams.
We didn't speak about it, but Donovan Ramsey made his way back out onto circuit in the Liqui Moly car.
Oh, awesome.
And he's back at the very rear end of the field, so I think he's out of contention at the moment. But there you see our front two, Joshua Smith and Kelly Fletcher, the 83 and the 22, fighting it for the lead at the moment. They are quite a bit closer than they were before. I think Kelly Fletcher's maybe itches or whatever that she managed to scratch now coming into Heat 2 have been scratched, and now she's right on the gearbox of Joshua Smith. I know Joshua Smith was very, very proud and very happy after race 1, and now Joshua Smith putting in another brilliant performance so far with 1 lap in the books. Then we see Ben Jack Phillips sitting there in second place. He was fighting Kelly Fletcher come the end of last race. And then Wynand de Ridder and James Beaumont are fighting there for 4th overall.
Yeah, that is that fight we're watching there going into turn number 1. That is the 2 leading contestants that's making their way out of turn 1. It's Smith and Fletcher, 0.4 of a second between the 2 of them, working their way out of Holzhoek. Ben Jack Phillips is there in a lonely 3rd position. But Wynand de Ridder and James Beaumont, they're having their own little fight out there for P4 as they work their way through Castrol.
Yep, out of Castrol they go. That very slow right-hander and very long right-hander puts a lot of strain when you're turning to the right, and then you jump straight to the left-hand kink through Lunchtime and then down into a slightly banked right-hander of Dam's Dip. And there you see our leaders going through Sorrel Sweep, the double right-handed, or double apex right-hander rather, very, very fast corner into the headwind. That will make you slide a little bit wide if you get the wind hit your face a little bit off. But there Joshua Smith still leading out ahead of Kelly Fletcher. Now the gap's widening once again. It's probably going to be closer to a second come to the line, but there we watch them go through Pertamina Fastron.
Yeah, he's slowly but surely edging away there from Kelly Fletcher, a lady that also rides horses as well and does a bit of horse jumping. So she multitasks when it comes to sport. Across the start-finish line they go. It is Smith, it's Fletcher, it is Ben Jack Phillips and Beaumont. Beaumont has now got his nose ahead there of de Ridder. Yes, he has, and he is a 1/10 of a second ahead of de Ridder when they start this last time, and both of them are closing up onto the back end of Ben Jack Phillips.
I think for all 3 of them, the goal is to get on the podium, and the last step of the podium is looking right, or they can see him right in front of them, is Ben Jack Phillips. As look at that, diving onto the rear end of Beaumont is de Ridder in that number 10 car. He'll come out of the corner a little bit wider than Beaumont does, and that'll set Beaumont up for a good run into Dam's Dip. As we watch them go 3, 4, and 5, Phillips, Beaumont, and de Ridder as your leaders now go through Sorrel Sweep.
That's P1 and 2 through turn 4, Sorrel Sweep. That's a double right-hander. BJ Trustees Formula Libre with 7 more laps to go, including the one that they're on. As here we go, that is 3, 4, and 5. That's Phillips, Beaumont, and de Ridder. That's working their way down that back straight. There we just see them heading towards turn number 5. Fortunate you keep an eye on the 2 leaders on your screen. That is Smith and Fletcher sitting 1st and 2nd. Here they come down the home straight. And let's have a look. What is the gap between the 2 of them when they cross the line? And there is 1.2 seconds between the 2 of them. But this is on Beaumont. Beaumont has now got his nose ahead. Beaumont is ahead of Phillips and de Ridder, and there is nothing between the 3 of them as they head into turn 1 into holes.
Yep, down into holes, and de Ridder still just sitting on the back of those 2. It's Beaumont and Phillips now fighting for the podium position. And I think as soon as Beaumont got away from de Ridder, he knew he could fight Phillips. And he managed to get past Phillips in that number 17 car. And now Phillips going wide. That's going to give de Ridder the chance to get up alongside into Lunchtime, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, he tried, but he never got his nose ahead there, as he still sits there 3rd in that group, but back to the front 2. That he's busy clearing away from the rest. As a matter of fact, Joshua Smith is getting away from Kelly Fletcher. It was 1.2 when they started this lap. They are now working their way across out of turn number 5, out of Fastron corner. There the 2 leaders go, working their way out of Fastron. And yes, the gap is getting bigger and bigger between Smith and Fletcher. Currently it was 1.2. Let's see what it is at the end of this lap.
Coming to the line, we'll see the lap come by. The gap now 1.7 seconds and a fastest lap of a 1:24.602 for Joshua Smith. But look at this battle once again. Still a three-way battle for the last spot on the podium. At the moment, it's Phillips ahead of Beaumont, ahead of De Ridder. There's 2 tenths, maybe even 4 tenths between the three of them, as now you've got to take some sort of evasive action, Frankie.
Well, Beaumont was having a look at Phillips there to try and move up from P4 into P3, but he needs to be careful, or they're diving across each other's bows. In trying to attack Phillips, he must also keep in mind that Wynand de Ridder in P5 is right there on his heels. So if he fails to make the move on Phillips, he could lose that position to de Ridder. So de Ridder at this stage got the best seat in the house in the fight between the three of them.
And you can see, I'm pretty sure Phillips is just thinking to myself, let those two battle so I can get a definite third place, which is currently what's happening. And I think he took third place in race 1. So hopefully that'll keep him in third place for the day. As we watch now to the leaders going into Pertamina Fostron. There's 5 laps to go, coming up on 4. And still, Joshua Smith with your fastest lap of a 24.602. He is just reeling away of Kelly Fletcher.
Yeah, and it was 1.2. It went up to 1.7. Now let's have a look and see as P1 and 2 cross the start-finish line. And it is 1.9, so 2 tenths of a second there. Now, here we go, Benjack Phillips. And here comes Beaumont. Beaumont has a look up on the inside. He has a look up on the inside of Phillips. The Ridder is inside there as well. Is he going to make it stick? Yes, he does. And James Beaumont takes that spot away. They both go wide, and the Ridder will nail them both. Wynand de Ridder nails them both through a whole zook as they went in very hot and very deep.
Yep, very much so, Frankie. And that was the perfect opportunity for Wynand de Ridder to dive up the inside as both of them went wide. I said in my head that I think Phillips and Beaumont are going to run in too hot, and that's going to give de Ridder the perfect opportunity to slide on through, and that's exactly what he did. Now he'll let those 2 hot-headed ones behind him fight it out so he can get away as far as possible.
Well, de Ridder will say, okay, fine, I've got this, but will I be caught by Benjack and by James? We'll have a look and see. But back to the 2 front runners that is heading through. There's a back marker. That is the 95 car of Ramsey. He is a back marker. Right behind him are the 2 leaders, P1 and 2, Smith and Fletcher. It was 1.2, it was 1.7, it was 1.9. It will be over 2 seconds now. As a matter of fact, it is going to be 2.7. That's a big, big gap between Joshua Smith and Kelly Fletcher.
Yep, Joshua Smith took almost a second over that lap as we watch the rest of the grid come through. De Ridder still holding it out, 12 seconds behind the front 2. But look at that, he's slightly pulled a couple car lengths. Gap as going very wide, a snap and a spin for Benjack Phillips. Leaves Benjack stranded. He manages to get back onto the circuit, but he's out of contention now. Now it's these 2 still fighting for third place, but Beaumont is still a little bit far away. And Phillips obviously even further away with 3 laps or 2.5 to go.
Oh, that's what I was saying earlier on. Are they going to catch me? They did catch him, and I think a little bit of pressure maybe, or trying a touch too hard, and that has cost Wynand de Ridder big time, because now it's on between Beaumont and Phillips for that 3rd spot. So where are our leaders? I'm trying to pick them up around here. They're heading into turn number 5 into Pertamina Fostron. They've got a back marker that is stuck there. That is Somerville. P1 and P2 with a back marker, Cyril Somerville just there with them.
Now we see, has the gap grown any more? It should do. We watch as Kelly Fletcher comes across the line. It was 2.7, it's now 3.2, just under 3.2. And I see that Joshua Smith improved his own personal lap time by a good couple of tenths. As there's Somerville at the end of the field. There's Ramsey. Ramsey's about to come and overtake Somerville for 6th place. But there's your leader, Joshua Smith, with a 1:24.190. A brilliant lap by that youngster with now just under 2 laps to go.
Yeah, 1:24.190 there for Joshua Smith. And he's not going to be caught by anybody today, that's for sure, as we watch him work his way through damps up the Tygerberg Straight. He goes towards the double right-hander saddle sweep with a lap and just under a lap and a half to go, as he and Fletcher work their way down the back straight, the Killarney Straight, towards Pertamina Fastron.
This has been an absolutely demanding run by Joshua Smith, and I'm sure Jason Smith's going to be super chuffed with his son. I think the whole Smith outfit and SNS Racing, the sponsor of Joshua Smith, are going to be super pleased with these results. The Dolphin Engineering car of Kelly Fletcher still sitting there in second place. The gap is probably going to be widened by quite a bit as they come to the line to start the final lap. We'll see now. It was 3.1. It is now 3.3, so not much of a difference did Joshua Smith take out of that lap, but still running 3.5 seconds ahead of Kelly Fletcher as this battle comes to the line so they can start their final lap.
Yeah, that fight heading down. Oh, there's a bit of smoke coming out the back. Oh, there's a lot of smoke coming out the back of one of those cars there. That's Beaumont. There's smoke coming out the back of Beaumont. There's a lot of smoke on the final lap, pumping out the back of the 21 car of James Beaumont. He was 1.4 behind the Ritter. So, yeah, he's gone off in Castrol Corner.
There you see the dust fly up, and maybe as Cyril Somerville slams on the brakes as as Beaumont jumped across the track, I wonder if there was maybe a little bit of steam or water or something on his tires that made him just go straight on. But that was definitely looking like a little bit of white or blue smoke coming down, as there's your leaders, Frankie, coming to the final corner.
Yeah, we'll check and see what's going on with James Beaumont's car, but that is the man that sits in P1 on your screen, working out a Pertamina Fastron. You can slow, well, you can't slow it right down because Kelly Fletcher is right there as they work their way towards a checkered flag, and he's slowed down. He has slowed right down, and Fletcher will come home in P1. Kelly Fletcher will come home in P1, 1.3 seconds ahead of Joshua Smith that finishes in second. He was pretty slow coming out of turn 5, out of Fastron corner. Wow, with the Ritter finishing there in third, which means Benjack Phillips will come home in P4.
There he comes across the line now is James Beaumont. Benjack Phillips was still a lap down after his spin. There he crosses the line. But I'm still in awe that something must have happened out of that final corner.
Something happened out there. I don't know what happened. Either way, it's Fletcher P1, Smith second. And yes, the Ritter did come home in that third position, as I initially said, with Beaumont and Phillips finishing in P4 and 5.
Smith's now stopped just behind the snap change Boma into Castrol Corner. The car's come to a stop, and there must be something wrong with that car, especially if it came and almost gave up the ghost coming to the line. But I saw his frustration. His hand was up. He was shaking his head in the helmet as he came across the line, and that's not the way you want to end the day.
No. But at least you got a P1 in race 1 and you got a P2 in race 2, so he'll be chuffed with that and bags the points. And it is the end of the year, so there'll be enough time to get that car sorted out for 2025. But yeah, in general, not the way that they wanted to end the day.
But that'll be the Bijo Trustees Formula Libre's Race 2, so they'll be done for the day. And then next up, before our tribute to fallen friends, is the Super Twin Cup 650s and the Super Sport 300s second race for the day. You can hear the Super Twin Cups and the Super Sport 300s, 650cc's and 300cc's make their way out onto the circuit now. You can hear the roars of those motorcycles make their way out, the graspiness. Still some battles for second in the championships and whatnot up for grabs. Obviously, Abigail Bosson in the 300s class had a fall in outside of turn 1 Holes Hook in race 1, so she was out of it, which gives Raymond Alexander a good couple of points. But as we look at the grid for this race 2. Heat number 2 starts off with the front row of the grid. Nicholas Hutchings just ahead of Adrian Solomon and Jamie Hall on the front row. Second row of the grid, Reynald Burnett in 4th ahead of Brandon Hutchings and Abdul Isak. I heard from Abdul, he's got an old rear tire that he's had on for the whole season, and he's secretly saving some new tires for PE next weekend. So he's been running this bike hard for the last season, and you'll probably see him now in the second race. If you see him go wide, it's because that back tire is a little bit naughty.
Well, you know, we cannot be held accountable for his decisions, unfortunately, and it's to his detriment. But Abdul always having fun out there. He's a man that came onto the scene a couple of years ago, and he's really enjoying his riding. Abby Bosson seems to be okay. She's back on the grid after a tumble. So she'll be hammering it out there with Raymond Alexander and Max Munton. Max Munton I spoke to. Raymond pipped him on the post because his brakes were binding. So he was very, very upset about that. Hopefully they have remedied that situation.
Yeah, it was a little bit unhappy for him because he said he had it in him and he got on the gas coming out of the final corner and just coming to the line. I think it was, he said there was 3 or 6 seconds between them, and as he come to the line it just started bubbling, and then rolled it across the line at 120, which is not the speed they generally go at.
Yeah, and just having a look there, I spoke to Peter Hill. He's nursing a bit of a neck ache, so he's not very comfortable out there. He just said he wants to get it over with, although he's enjoying himself. So yeah, Almay Master did exceptionally well. So nice to see Almay doing so well. Cody Riedlinger is also finding her feet. She'll probably be something to be contended with in the new season next year.
And I see Lee Anthony Pinn is back out for ABC International Real Estate. He had a fall on the second last lap of the first race. He just tucked it in a little bit too hard and slid out, and he went off into the dirt. He got up fine. The bike was a little bit scratched on the right-hand side, but apparently he said to me that the bike's all good and he'll make it out for race 2. So good to see him back out there, repping ABC Property, or ABC Real Estate rather.
Is there at the back there in the white bike?
I believe we don't have any pit lane starters this time around. Everyone's on the grid. We see Lance Jonas, Abigail Bosson and Raymond Alexander sitting there. There's no Max Munton. Max Munton's not in the second race. He will not be out here as the lights are on and they're off. You hear those revs climb. I can't even hear myself think as the 600s, or the 650s rather than the 300s, make their way down into Holes Hook. That cameraman is really in not the primest of spots to be as he walks a little bit out of the way. Now they make their way out of Holes Hook and down to Castrol.
Well, here they go up the Bear Straight, and Nicholas Hutchings leading out there from Adrian Solomon. Jamie Hall is in there as well. Up behind them, Reinhard Burnett. They work their way through Castrol Corner, making their way down through the Lunchtime Kink, down towards Damstip. And Nicholas Hutchings there, pushing it in hard. Adrian Solomon, Jamie Hall's chasing. Jamie Hall's already crowned champion in this class, but I'm sure you want to have a good showing, much like he did in the previous race when he against Hilton Relegase. But the 2 young guns in front of him are pretty nimble, and he's going to have got a tall order ahead of him.
As we know, Jamie Hall already the 650s, a Super Twin Cup champion this year, and Adrian Solomon already the Super Sport 300s champion. But now we see Adrian jump up to the 650s, and he's already doing an absolute smasher of a first round on this bike for him, even though it is the last race of the season. And I'm sure we'll see him on the 650 next year, as they now run out of Castrol Corner. We watch them run to the line, and then we'll see the order as they come across. But so far, Nicholas Hutching still holding it out in the lead.
Down the Porsche Straight, Nicholas Hutchings, Jamie Hall, Brandon Hutchings there, Reinhard Burnett, Paul Medell, Abdul Isak, Lance Jonas, Raymond Alexander, Abigail Bosson, and Mitch Robinson now up to 3rd there in the 300 class.
Yep, good to see Mitch up there. I think one of the oldest guys on the grid, but definitely the probably the youngest at heart. So good to see him running out there as they now all make their way into Castrol Corner on the second lap of the race, or the first flying lap of the race. We watch them cut through the Lunchtime kink and now down into Dam's Dip once again. It's Hutchings from Solomon from Hall, from Hutchings, Burnett, Medal, Isak, Jonas, Alexander and Boston are your top 10. Then Robertson sitting there in 11th. Obviously Max Munter not out there, but would be fighting at the front of the 300s class. But he also had some sort of engine issue that there was unrelated. And they said, instead of doing more harm to the bike, let's call it a day. It's the end of the season. There's no point in putting it in detriment, even though you've got the time during the holiday season and into January and February to fix the bike. But now we watch. Here come our leaders into Castrol. Into Pertamina Fostron rather. And look how close that 3 is.
Nicholas Hutchings holding out there. Lots of experience there. Adrian Solomon hanging in tight. Jamie Hall is going to want to get closer. It's now Slipstream City on their way down towards Holes. And Jamie Hall up on the inside of Adrian Solomon. Hall slides it up into second. Holds on. Oh, he hung on that one nicely there. He's got Adrian right behind him. And should close the door in on Adrian Solomon now. Nicholas Hutchings getting away. I think Jamie Hall is going to want to chase down on Nicholas. But of course, he's the meat in the sandwich because we've got Adrian Solomon right up there behind him now as they exit. Adrian trying to go around his outside, but Jamie a wise old contender.
You say the meat in the sandwich, but it looks like the top piece of bread has been lifted off and thrown away as there goes Nicholas Hutchings just pulling ahead. It says 0.3 of a second, but it's probably closer to a second now as Solomon and Hall fight it there for second place overall. Tucking into the right-hander, the Sarl sweep, double apex right-hander, and down onto the Killarney straight. We watch them come through frame. It's Hutchings from Solomon from Hall. Then Braden Hutchings on the 74, also Hutchins Serving Centre Racing's bike. Then we see Burnett, Medal, Jonas and Isak come through on the 650s.
Jamie Hall, the fastest man on the circuit with a 1 minute 22.5. So that gives you an idea. He's try and close up on the back of Nicholas Hutchings, and Adrian Solomon is there for good company as they come out there in fourth place. Braden Hutchings, the other HSC rider from Nicholas. And up behind him there is Bernard Burnett, and Paul Medal has come up through the ranks and now sits up there in P6.
Yep, we watch them dive on the brakes into Hall's hook once again. And it's 0.9 of a second between Hall and Hutchings, and then just under 0.3 of a second between Hall and Solomon. So they will still fight it out for second place as Hutchings gets very bumped, or very squarely over those roots and bumps into Castrol. Then we see there's Hutchings, that's Braden, then Medal, then there's Reynard Burnett, and then we see Jonas and Isak in your picture before the 300s make their way towards Castrol.
Well, we said Abdul's going to look after that tyre. He's doing it. Have a look there at the 300s. It's Abigail Bosson and Raymond Alexander at a full tilt. Little Abby up ahead there. Let's see if she can hold out on Raymond Alexander.
Yep, very much so. And she's a fierce young lady, is Abby. And she, like I said a little bit earlier on this morning, she's going to Spain in a week's time. So she needs this practice, needs these runs to get these laps in to feel comfortable for when she goes to a different circuit. So she'll be repping our very own Killarney circuit with her next week as they now head through Pertamina Fostron, and the gap once again is opening for the leader.
Nicholas Hutchins gets past the slow marker. Jamie Hall trying to reel him in, and Adrian Solomon sitting up there behind him now. There's no slipstreaming now. They're too far apart. They need to just get their heads down and make their way down into holes. And Jamie Hall trying to get a little bit closer towards Nicholas Hutchings. He's now not worried about Adrian Solomon. He's more worried about gaining on Nicholas. We'll watch now as they go up the very straight up towards Castrol Corner. Nicholas Hutchings, Jamie Hall. Hutchings getting a little bit out of shape there, but manages to collect it. And watch the rest come through. There's Braden Hutchins up behind him. Paul Medal closing hand over foot. And Paul Medal, well, he's probably got about 50 years bike experience behind him, so he'll know exactly what to do behind Braden Hutchins, and he'll be chasing on. So here we go. Here's Braden, here's Paul, and so Braden and Paul having a right good old tussle now as they work their way up toward Tigerberg straight away. The leaders are going down the back straight, but can Paul Medal catch Braden Hutchins? Well, it's to be seen. They're pretty close.
It was back and forth in Heat 1 between these two. They obviously fighting for fourth place overall. But this fighting, as we know with any kind of racing, if the two ahead of you fight and slow themselves down, that gives Burnett, Jonas and Isak the chance to join back up to them. But they are both 3 or 4 seconds, 3 seconds to Jonas and 2 seconds there. But here's our leader, Nicholas Hutchings. We'll look at the gap between him, second and third. It's now 1.1 seconds to Hall is Hutchings. And then Hall and Solomon are still 3/10 between the two. That's second and third making their way through. And then we'll watch the whole field run through now. There's Braden Hutchings and Paul Medell. And then a little bit further coming across the line now, there's Reynard Burnett. Then as they leave our picture, it's Jonas from Isak, from Boston, from Alexander Robinson, Alme Mostert in 12th place, Peter Hill in 13th, Redlingace, Peterson and Pin at the back end of the field.
Paul Medell up on the inside of Braden Hutchins, and he takes Braden Hutchins into Castrol corner. Paul Medell waited his time and has got past Braden. I said in the previous lap, it won't be too long that Paul Medell can catch that throttle anytime soon. As they come down into holes, turn number 1, Nicholas dives in, there's Jamie Hall, and up behind him Adrian Solomon. Nicholas dives in, there's Jamie Hall, and up behind him Adrian Solomon. They make their way up the Uber straight now up towards Castrol corner.
91. It's 51. It looks like Abigail Boston's dropped down the field once again. I'm not quite sure where she went off, but she's dropped a whole bunch. She's now sitting in 15th, so it's very, very hard luck for the young lady.
Abby obviously putting the bike down somewhere, I don't know where, but it's not doing her practice any good. So Abigail Boston putting it down in turn 4, not doing her attempts any good here for practice to go overseas.
The leaders now heading into Pertamina Fostron with 3 to go. They're exiting Pertamina Fostron now. There's Adrian Solomon now coming past a back marker. That should be Enrique Peterson. Oh no, that's Cody Redlingace, sorry. He'll pass Redlingace. And then we'll watch the leaders now come down into turn 1. They'll cross the line, and here they come. There you see those two just passing pit exit. It's Hutchings from Jamie Hall with 2 laps to go. A 1:22.140 for Nicholas Hutchings, and 8/10 divide the two.
Yeah, can Jamie Hall reel him in? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Nicholas is not going to hold back. It's all up to Jamie Hall to try and catch him. Got a slow marker in front of them. They'll come up on the inside. Slow markers can sometimes... Oh! And that was Peter Hill again. And Jamie Hall losing now. That's lost touch with Nicholas Hutchins, and I think that set him loose now. So Jamie Hall being held up there by Peter Hill. And it's going to be a mighty, mighty titanic tussle for Jamie Hall to try and reel Nicholas in. And Adrian Solomon also way back on this one. He was also held up by a slow marker.
Maybe Adrian Solomon's realized how much work these 650s are after jumping off his, I'm sure he was well acclimatized to his 400 in the 300s class. Now he jumps onto a much bulkier 650 and he's fighting with the big boys. And now maybe he's just got a little bit fatigued, but knowing Adrian, he's got a lot of energy in him. But he still sits there in 3rd place, 4 seconds off Jamie Hall. But Jamie Hall still under a second behind Nicholas Hutchings with now a lap to go.
Yeah, I don't know if Jamie will catch Nicholas. Nicholas is on the even pace. They're on even pace. Jamie Hall's about a half a second quicker, so it's not enough to catch him if you work out the divisible of the track length. Paul Medell is up there in 4th behind Adrian Solomon. There goes Jamie Hall into holes, exiting holes behind Nicholas. You can see Nicholas, he just can't catch him. Yeah. So Nicholas Hutchings coming into Castrol corner, hard on the brakes. You see the bike squirm under him as he hits the brakes. Controls it nicely there on the HSC bike. Jamie Hall up there in 2nd. And sitting up there then in 3rd place, Adrian Solomon. Adrian a little bit off the back end there as the leaders go down into Dams out of Lunchtime Kink. And here comes Adrian Solomon into picture. Solomon working his way through. But your leader now working his way around. It should be...
Yep, they run down the Killarney straight for the final time today for the Battec Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s. It's not going to be a battle to the line. It's going to be a domination, I'd say, for the number 72 Hutchings Service Centre Racing. Nicholas Hutchings rounds the final corner on the final lap, ahead of Jamie Hall, 1.5 seconds adrift. Coming under the City of Cape Town, Lion Property Management and Castrol Bridge, Nicholas Hutchings takes the win in race 2 ahead of Jamie Hall. Now coming to the line, new 650 rider Adrian Solomon, and 300s champion crosses in 3rd place. He'll take the podium for the day. Then Paul Medell manages to scrap ahead and beat Braden Hutchings to the line by 0.8 of a second. Then you watch Peter Heel come to the line, one of the back markers. He will take 12th overall. Then Burnett comes across the line in 6th, ahead of Lance Jonas, who now also passes the ABC International Real Estate bike of Lee Anthony Pinn. Coming to the line, we see Lance Jonas coming home in 7th. We wait for Abdul Isak now coming to the line on that scrappy old tire of his. He'll take 8th overall and 8th in class. Then your first of the 300s and extending his lead, and I believe taking 2nd place in the Super Sport 300s class, Raymond Alexander takes the win in class ahead of Mitch Robertson. A brilliant result from Mitch, sitting there in 11th overall, and Alme Mostert coming home in 10th place overall. Brilliant result from her, and 9th in class. There's your final riders crossing the line. And that'll be that for the BATTEC Super Twin Cup 650s and Motorsport, and Supersport 300s for the 2024 season. Brilliant riding from all of the ladies and gentlemen out there today. Said we missed a couple of riders, the likes of Max Munter not making it out for race 2, Boston not finishing race 1 and race 2, and we didn't see Zante Otto out today. Unfortunately, she injured herself once again, and she'll be out for the foreseeable future, but we hope to see her back in and racing once again, hopefully sometime next year.
Well, folks, unfortunately, it's become a bit of a regular thing for us. Tribute to fallen friends. First of all, Nigel Payne, a multi-talented racing driver and a generous human being. He was one of the last remaining links to the days before the current circuit was built in 1960. Nigel Payne is gone, quietly moving on to join his old friends and rivals in motorsport. Valhalla and Killarney is the poorer for his passing. Nigel's racing career began in 1958 in his father's Morris Minor. He was then promoted to what he described as a fairly famous modified Isabella, a CY414, that's quite prestigious, in which he had many thrilling dices with Bill Jennings in Bill Thompson's black Volvo 444. When the new 3.267 kilometer Killarney circuit was opened in the late 1960s, he was offered a drive in the Ted Lanphier Formula Junior Lotus 18 and was leading the Formula Junior race in the Lotus at the inaugural Cape Grand Prix in December 1960 when he spun out in Sarel Sweep. His last international event was the 1961 Killarney 9-hour, but he kept his hand in with a 1971 Porsche 911S, at first in classic car racing and later at Porsche track days, until he finally hung up his helmet in 2007 at the age of 72. Nigel Payne was the living embodiment of the golden age of racing at Killarney when local heroes took to the world's best in home-built cars. His passing leaves a huge gap in the Killarney family. Our thoughts and prayers are with his daughters Tracy and Natalie and their family. Then another major big loss in motorsport is Uncle Willie Hepburn. And I can proudly say in the history of the Second Gear Live, which is proudly backed and sponsored in conjunction with Killarney International Raceway, that the highest viewership numbers ever in the history of Second Gear Live was in fact with Uncle Willie Hepburn. A giant of South African motorsport has fallen with the passing of Willie Hepburn on the 22nd of October at the tender age of 82 after a racing career spanning 6 decades. The Durban-born Edenvale resident was much an engineer as a driver, refusing all offers to join works teams because he wouldn't race anything he hadn't prepared himself. He started racing in 1965 in a Morris Minor in which he had shoehorned a Ford Cortina engine, competing in oval track and drag racing before earning lasting fame with a modified RX-7 and later a Ford Sierra XR8 nicknamed the Animal that netted him several national titles. But he's best known for the red and white wide-bodied V8 Opel record that he built in 1989 and raced until he hung up his helmet just a few years ago. Nevertheless, it was the Chevrolet Corvette he built for the 2007 Westbank Modified Series that made him the oldest driver ever to win an SA National Championship race when he took it to a fabled win at Killarney in 2013 at the age of 71. He even set a South African land speed record in 1990 in his street-legal 7-litre twin-turbo Pontiac Trans Am V8 with a two-way average of 327.4 kilometers an hour on a closed section of the N3 near Villiers. To this day, the highest speed ever recorded by a road-legal car in South Africa. If I can just add to this, at that stage of the fight for a couple of years, Uncle Willie had a sticker on the back of his car which read, on the left-hand side, have you driven a Ford lately? And on the right-hand side was, life begins at 327 kilometers an hour. Our thoughts and prayers are with Sue and the Hepburn family at this sad time. For Willie, it will always about the cars and about doing it his way. That's how we will remember him. Francois.
Right, next up with fallen friend Giovanni Piazzamuso and Claudio Piazzamuso writes, with a heavy... Right, so next up, Claudio Piazzamuso writes, with a heavy heart and a broken heart, it's with great sadness a legend of motorsport world has left us. Papa G revolutionized karting in South Africa and changed the landscape in many categories of South African motorsport. He was also a skilled driver and won many national championships in circuit racing and great successes in rallying. He mentored, helped and sponsored so many young South African talents who went on to win many titles, including 11 World Karting Championships. He started the careers of many racing drivers and was a fierce competitor in his own right, achieving many accolades from national colours, Springbok colours and a state president award for all his many successes. A people's person with loads of charisma, character and charm, he found his way into many hearts and souls of the world of motorsport. He will certainly be missed, but his legacy will live on, and many fond memories will bring a smile to many who walked beside him in his motorsport journey. He truly left his mark in South Africa's motorsport history and will be fondly remembered. Our next fallen friend, Jacques van Wijngaard, Red Star Raceway, writes, "We are deeply saddened by the passing of Jacques van Wijngaard, the founder of Red Star Raceway. On Wednesday, the 6th of November, in the Isle of Man, Jacques' unwavering passion for the motorsport led to the creation of his remarkable circuit in 2009, turning a plot of land near Delmas into a beloved haven for racers and fans alike. With his warmth, dedication and commitment to excellence, Jacques built more than just the track. He fostered a family-friendly community that welcomed everyone who shared his love for the sport. His legacy of creating a safe and challenging environment will forever be a part of Red Star Raceway, and his light will continue to inspire those who were fortunate to know him. To all who walked this journey with Jacques, we extend our heartfelt condolences. To Yolandi and his family, we offer our deepest sympathies and love. Through this difficult time, we wish you strength and comfort. Jacques' spirit will always be with us, resonating in the heart of Red Star Raceway and the countless lives that he touched." And then last but not least, Emile McGregor, who was one of the technical consultants at karting. We'll fondly remember him after a battle with cancer, and unfortunately he passed away recently, and he's going to leave a big hole in the karting fraternity, and all the karting fraternity will fondly remember him, and we should say to him, to his family, we wish all our condolences and everything of the best going forward. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a moment's silence. Right, thank you very much.
Well, folks, the race event continues as Freddie Mercury would have said, the show must go on. And our condolences to the family and friends of all those that have departed from us. Next up on the program is going to be API Property Volkswagen GTI Challenge Race number 1 for the day. It's going to be hectic. It's going to be hell on wheels. Remember that Ryan van Eden has won Class B, Dylan van Eden has won Class C. Class A is not done and dusted yet. There's about 8 points separating first and second, and then Skalkie Geldenhuis, that's in third, has also got a mathematical chance of leapfrogging everybody if anything should go pear-shaped out there. But I tell you this for nothing, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard, it's going to be tough, it's going to be difficult out there, as what API Property Management Volkswagen GTI Challenge is all about.
Well, 1 minute 25 seems to be the golden time out there, because none less than 9 of our riders, drivers, are within the 1 minute 25 bracket, which is utterly amazing. So the Class A battle will be led out by Nathan Victor, Marco Bussi on the front row, Dylan Jabber second row alongside Tate Bishop, with Umpi only on the third row with John Henry Vaughan alongside him. Now that's a bit of a turn up for the books, because you wouldn't think that Umpi would be that far further back. Not sure what the issues were and or weren't initially. But he still has behind him the quietly spoken Shane Williams with Ollie Hintenaars and Skalk Geldenhuis and Ian Cup. with Dario Busi, Frankie, leading out the Class B battle. Nice to have Dario there in Class B as well.
Yeah, well, he is the 2020 Polar Cup champion. He's Dario with Nur Abbas and Mohammed Kalfi. The first 4 cars in Class B are all in the 1 minute 28s. And the first 9 cars in Class A are all within the 1 minute 25s. So it's going to be hectic stuff out here. Let's go to Class C. At the moment the monitor changes here by us. And we'll have a look at their qualifying times in Class C. Takes a while. And Marcus 130. Then we've got 4 of them that's in the 131s and 2 that's in the 132s, and the others are all 133s and 134s. So yeah, it's basically going to be very close in classes A, because 9 cars, approximately 0.8 of a second separating the first 9 cars in Class A. It's going to be hectic stuff out there.
Well, Frankie,
and you've got the 1 light starting sequence.
Oh dear.
I'm led to believe, unless they've changed it between then and now, but I know Zaki, the chairman, Zaki Hendricks, was talking about the 1 light starting sequence. I hope that they do the 3 light, but that is what I did here.
Okay, for those that are not regular viewers, watchers and listeners, the light sequence that Frank is referring to is a light change. Class A comes off the line, Class B on a light change comes off, and then Class C comes off the line on a 3rd light change. That makes it easier for us to try and pick up each class as such. It also makes it easier for commentary at the same time on all the different classes out there, Class A, Class B, Class C. But I do think that Nathan up front is going to be a very hard man to beat. We know that he is highly talented, very capable, and he won't stand back for Marco Busi. Dylan Jabé is at the height of his career right now, to my mind, in terms of GTI Challenge, API Property Group, GTI Challenge stuff. There you can see the new car that was built by Chase Herald Racing, the Angry Jetta. It's Angry Jeep Jetta, and that is a new car driver combination that's out there, and obviously now getting themselves sorted out for the beginning of 2025, which, to the best of my knowledge, will once again be sponsored by the API Property Group.
Right, so let's have a look and see as the cars come and line up.
If there's a gap between them, Frankie, then it will probably be...
The gaps will be there. But I did hear Zaki and them talk about a 1 light sequence on one of the groups, and let's hope that that's going to be changed back to the 3 light sequence, because that does tend to work far better. However, let's look and see as the cars now begin to line up on the grid. A 65 car going through there, that is Class A's Ian Cup, that is taking up his position on the grid. As the cars begin to work through the Class B cars, they're the 14. That's Mohammed Kalfi. That's rolling into his grid slot. Zaki Hendricks is there. I look out the window. I see Faisal Jacobs. I see Razik Harris. I see Wyland Volskenk. I see the guys are all beginning to work. There's the Wheelworks man coming through himself. Near a bus. I picked that blue car up. And the man that's in pole position is a 62 car of Dario Busi in Class B.
Well, that's the Class C battle. Mark Fontini with Adriano Ferroli, 2nd row Tristan Jabé with Flashbang Finneran, and then Zach Leyden and Risa Levy with Daniel Moona rounding out the top 5 in that grouping. What a brilliant showing out there. API Property Group in conjunction with Line Property Management that bring you the GTI Challenge for 2024, and these guys have done amazing marketing, brilliant stuff, driver interviews, you name it. They've sorted it all out. They've just grown their numbers bigger and bigger, and to my mind, Frankie, in terms of marketing, this is a perfect example of how all the other classes should do it as well.
Yeah, they couldn't be doing it any better. As a matter of fact, the management, IE committee, of GTI Challenge, led there by Mr. Zaki Hendricks, and his vice chairman is Marco Busi. As the lights go off now, they're going to do the 3-light sequence. So the 1-light sequence thing obviously has been determined is not going to work, because the Class A cars are off the line, the Class B cars are off the line, and now the lights go off for the Class C cars. So thank goodness they referred back to the 3-light sequence.
Front in the Class B, Dario Busi trying to lead. Oh, we've got a bit of action in turn number 1, and that looks like it could be Zaki Hendricks. That's one of the two that's gone off there. There is the Class C cars coming into turn number 1.
That's Razik Harris in that 19 car. Faisal Jacobs, that yellow car, is also off there in turn 1. It's chaos there in turn number 1 in Holzhoek. Razik Harris is still stuck in the kitty litter, and so is the 4-0 car of Faisal Jacobs.
Going back to the front runners. Oh, look at that. Busi and Victor at the front end of the grid. They did start on the front row of the grid. They're starting to stretch it out. I think Adrian Ferrari is just ahead of Dylan Joubert as they spread out and they work their way down towards Pertamina Fastron.
Yeah, well, Ferrari's in Class C, so he wouldn't be there. But either way, up front it's Nathan Victor. Nathan Victor's got Marco Busi right on his case. Then behind them we see Yuri Umpi-Swart coming through as well. That is the top 3 that's heading down towards us, but they are racked and stacked, these Class A cars, as they work their way through. Then we have got Shane Williams. Shane Williams coming through. He's just ahead of Skull Geldenhuys, Dylan Joubert, Ollie Internaus, Tate Bishop. They're right in that fight. Bishop actually is the second last car in that fight coming through as we wait for the Class B cars to now head into turn number 1 into holes, and it's all about Dario Busi, Nur Abbas. That is Mohammed Kalfi that sits in there behind him, followed by Dani Sandenberg Jr.
Well, that car has been removed as we see the Class C cars coming through, but the Class A are moving their way down past the main grandstand, and look at this, it's all about Nathan Victor. Then it's Busi. Swart already up into 30, brings with him Williams, Geldenhuys. Joubert has dropped down just a smidgen, but they are very, very similar on pace. Remember, the front 9 were all in the 1-minute 25s as they work their way down the Killarney straight, and that is flat foot, top gear, going down towards Pertamina Fastron.
Howling Motors as they race down into turn 5 into Fastron corner, and Williams is closing up right onto the back end there of Dario Busi. Oh, there's contact. There is contact, and that may be Williams that's pushed off. I'm not sure, but it was John Henry Vaughan that gave him a little bit. Sorry, Tate Bishop, I apologize. Tate Bishop that gave him a bit of a love tap there. Tate Bishop in the 94 car. Don't know where John Henry's name popped into my head, but it's definitely Tate Bishop in that angry Polo Classic that is making its way out of turn 1 holes.
Here comes the leaders in Class B as they work their way down into Holzhoek. And that is led out by Busi from Abbas, from Kalfi. Then Sandenberg doing pretty well.
So we'll have a look. This is Valan Volskenk that's coming through there. We've got to look at these Class C cars. They're busy working their way into turn number 1 into holes, and that's Fontini that leads there. Then we've got Sandenberg Senior, but he's a Class B car. He's completely lost there. Then we've got that Zach Leyden. Zach Leyden is in that fight as well. Then right behind Zach Leyden, we've got Reza Levy. And right behind Levy is Daniel Munna. As we go back to the Class A cars, that's heading down into Fastron corner.
Well, that battle for 1 and 2 is one thing, but the battle for 3, 4, and 5, that is the one that's getting extra hectic as they work their way back out up into the Porsche Straight and coming through underneath the city of Cape Town Bridge. It's all about Nathan Victor, Marco Busi, Umpi Swartz just a little bit further back. Can Umpi bridge that gap? Well, he's first got to get rid of Oliver Hintenhuis and then Geldenhuis that's come to play with as well.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this one because this fight is really hotting up here in Class A. Look at Boosie, who was 0.2 of a second tucked in there behind Nathan Victor. It's getting hard, it's getting tough, it's really, really difficult. Then we've got Swart. Right behind him, we've got Ollie Hintenhuis. Then Skalkie Geldenhuis. Then Shane Williams and Tate Bishop. He's in that fight as well, but still, you see Marco Boosie right on the case there of Victor. Here comes Waylon Voskink. Behind him is your Class C leader. That's Fontini. That is a lost Class B car that's in there. And then we have got the likes of Levy and Leyden that are having a fight there for second and third. And right with them is a 33 car of Daniel Muna.
Well, I tell you what, Mark Fontini is not going to have it all his own way. The second of the two angry cars is right in there with it. Let's see if we can pick up those Class B cars, and that is into the back main. I do believe they're on their way down the back main, Frankie.
Yeah, that is Faisal Jacobs. He's completely out of this one. Right behind them, we have got your first, second, and third in Class A. And it's Boosie. It's Boosie. Oh, they side by side. That's no, a bus and a bus. As a bus left the circuit, no, a bus is still there. That's Kulfi. That is Mohammed Kulfi that has lost the track there on the outside exit, turn 5, Fostron.
Well, the first of the next batch of cars comes through. The marshals scramble to make a plan. Is that car still there? It's right on the edge of the circuit. Double waved yellows as they go down the back main. A bit of smoke coming out there. I'm not sure if that was from Fontini. Let's see if we can pick up our leaders once again.
Yeah, Kulfi is back and going again, but he's way down. But your overall leaders in Class A are making their way out of turn number 4, out of Saddle Sweep. There they go, down the back straight. Down the back straight to Killarney straight they go. And Marco Boosie is riveted onto that back bumper of Nathan Victor as they race down into Pertamina Fostron. There the two of them go. Look at Marco trying to hide himself, then trying to dive in as they come through there. Then we've got Swart in there behind them. Then behind Swart is Geldenhuis. Behind Geldenhuis is Williams. Then it's Ollie Hintenhuis. And where is Tate Bishop? There is Tate Bishop in the angry polo coming down towards us, followed by Ian Cup.
So let's have a look at that Class B battle. Boosie from a bus and Volskink, and that car is still standing on the apex of Pertamina Fastron. That's double wave yellows coming in there.
Sorry, Gator, I earlier on said it was Mohammed Kulfi. It's not. It was actually Donnie Sandenberg Jr. because the cars look very similar. And that 77 car is still stuck there, so my apologies. But Kulfi's car and Sandenberg's car look very much the same.
Coming into view, the leader of Class C, which is Fontini from Levy. And, oh yeah, once again a bit of smoke popping out there. Leyden Muna and then Flashman Finneran is having a pretty decent run out there as he finds himself 5th overall in Class C.
Yeah, that smoke is coming out the side of the 45 car of Reza Levy, as that's where the smoke is coming out. And Levy is sitting second in class to Mark Fontini, and right behind him is Zach Leyden. There's a 38 car that's in trouble. That is Robinson, that's Zubair Robinson. You see there on your screen that is in trouble on the Tygerberg straight.
Well, they're going to try and get that car completely out of the way and make sure, because here comes the big hitters on their way down towards us. Victor, Boosie, Swat, not being able to traverse that gap between them. There we've got the slower car going. Boosie now is actually battling to stay in that position because he's got Geldenhuis in the GNA car directly in there behind him. Then a pretty good drive by Williams with the Hintenhuis and then Bishop and the Cup coming through behind that.
Yeah, it's Umpi Swart that's fighting for his life there. He is the man. There goes Boosie. Here's Umpi Swart. He's got Geldenhuis behind him. He's got Williams and Hintenhuis right on his case as well, followed by Tate Bishop. So it is a heck of a fight out there in Class A. You've got to pick up the Class B cars now as they work their way towards Castrol Corner, and still Dario Busi, Nur Abbas. Jacobs is a back marker in this one. This is first and second on your screen. Coming out of Castrol Corner, Nur Abbas right on the back bumper there of Dario Busi that sits out there in P1. You've got double wave yellows. Obviously there's trouble in turn number 5. And Foster, and that is because of that Sandenberg car that is still standing there on the track.
So as the Class A cars work their way through, it is Victor, it is Busi, then Swart still not managing to get away from Geldenhuys or traverse the gap to the back end of Busi either as they work their way down towards turn number 1. Having a look up on that inside line, can he take it away? Yes, he does. Marco Busi goes to the front ahead of Nathan Victor in the new car. And is that Geldenhuys? No, it's not Geldenhuys that went wide. That must have been Williams that went wide in 5th overall in Class A.
As they go down, we'll have a look and see who's actually gone wide there. As a look at Ollie Hinternaus wants to come through as well. Ollie Hinternaus wants through there on Williams, and man, is that some hectic stuff. The Class C cars, I want to pick them up. They're actually heading down towards Pertamina Fostron. The leader is Fontini. He is way ahead of the other Class B cars. Fontini's on the main straight already. And then here comes the rest of the Class C cars. That's a Class B car. That is the rest of them coming through. It's Zak Leiden that's in that fight, together with Levy and Daniel Muna. That is second, third, and fourth. Levy, Leiden, and Muna coming through. Zaki Hendricks way down after having trouble out there in turn number 1 in holes. But man, is it all happening out there. This is the final lap. This is the last lap. This is how quick we've got them as the Class A cars are heading into turn number 1, into holes. And this is... I think the flag has come out. Yes. We lost them completely. The checkered flag has come out. And the race was won by Marco Busi from Nathan Victor in second. Third across the line was Swart, but here comes your fight for Class B to the line, and it's going to be won by Dario Busi, and right on his case is Nur Abbas. I'm going to be perfectly honest, this 3-line system doesn't work. There's too much gaps between them. Fontini coming towards us now. He is the leader of Class C in the Goffin Cooper car, way down the road from all the other Class C cars as he hits the line. But here behind Wayland Forsking, this is second, third, and fourth in this class. And as they cross the line, this is so close. It is going to be Zak Leiden that gets to the flag ahead of Daniel Muna, followed by Reza Levy. Man, was that great stuff. Flashman Finneran was right in there as well, together with the 4 car of Adriano Ferrari.
So looking at Class A, Busi from Victor, Swart and Geldenhuys, and Williams, your top 5. And then, well, the Busi boys, the brothers, leading out Class A and Class B, with Dario, the younger brother, ahead of Nur Abbas. That's having a pretty good end towards the 2024 season. Mohammed Kalfi doing a brilliant job as well, also coming up in the top 3 there. Mark Fontini becoming the man to catch, there's no doubt about that. He updusted and disappeared, took literally 8 seconds in the Gochen Cooper car out of anybody else in Class C, and that ahead of the pretty good Zak Leiden from Daniel Muna, and then Levy from Flashman Finneran, and then Ferrari Jr. coming through in there behind that.
Well, you wanted action, you got it from the API Property Group, Volkswagen GTI Challenge Race number 1. And Razik Harris didn't get to the checkered flag. All the monitor changes, there's quite a few that didn't get to the checkered flag, as a matter of fact. He was just one of them.
I think there's a bit of woman in this monitor, because every time you refer to something, it swaps over to the next line.
Tristan Jabir, John Henry Vaughan did not start, and Sean Liebenberg did not start.
Race number 1, API Property Group GTI Challenge, and well, now the folks at home have an opportunity to watch some of the action.
Yeah, there's 3 of them that went out there. Obviously, Razi Harris was one of them. Faisal Jacobs was the other one, and then the third one was Zaki Hendricks.
It was a good camera shot.
And that was the 46 car. I think it was shunted a touch wide there by Bishop. And there's a shot you just saw there once again. That is Donnie Sundenberg Jr. that lost it there. And somebody lost the wheel. Somebody lost the wheel there. We didn't pick that up. Thank goodness for that replay. Zaki went in, and then he went into the side of Jacobs, and then obviously poor Razik Harris had nowhere to go in that one.
I wasn't sure. We never saw an original shot of that car that was standing on the apex of Pertamina Fastron corner. And yeah, that's the first time that we actually realized that it was because of it was turned from a 4-wheeler into a 3-wheeler.
Yeah, well, lots of them went off.
With that wheel coming off, I wonder if that didn't create a little bit of brake fluid or something down there on the circuit. But a big thanks to the IMUSAT team downstairs that put together all these lovely replays for the folks at home.
time, and we were right when we said Donnie Sundenberg, for the people watching, but that is a Sundenberg's car that lost the wheels. The other car that we initially thought was Sundenberg was actually Razik Harris's car, the 19 car. But yeah, action was fast and furious out there, and with a 3-light system, you got to have eyes everywhere, and cameraman poor Gary is going to jump all over the place. And thanks to Francois and to Jordan here for being extra eyes for us. And yeah, when Francois is saying something is happening there, Jordan is saying something is happening somewhere else, and you've got to click that camera all over the place. So thanks to the two of them for assisting. So the two cars that went off there, the initial spinner was Razik Harris, and then the wheels came off of Donnie Sundenberg Jr.'s car.
Superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
All right, so next up will be the Libre Sports and GT Race #1. As they work their way out onto the circuit. The fastest qualifier was, in fact, Troy Dolenchik. Nice to have him out there again on a 1:08. That is kind of very quick, but then again, that is a Janetta 1 MP GS7. Charles Visser finds himself in the Porsche GT3, the 4-litre version. Is the second fastest man out there, and that on a 1:12.308. So Dolenchik in the Janetta is out and out by 2 seconds, the quickest out there of everybody. Nothing much between Charles Visser and Noel Greyling. Between the two of them, just a half a second. Oliver Hintenhaus finds himself the 3rd Class A car on the grid, and then also the 4th car overall. And that on a 1:13.1. Clinton Thorne out there also in Class A. And once again, we have the likes of Connor Kilbride that leads out Class B. It's becoming a bit of a regular package at the front end of the field. But then again, Connor Kilbride under the NDT banner. Tristan Nobriger from Martin Prince, who's been around for a long, long time. Martin Pugh as well. And then Andre Brink also in there. So that's some rather competitive cars with some top-class drivers that we've just mentioned there as they work their way around. They're just going to get a little bit more temperature into the tires. Leading Class C car being Eric Solomon. Also been around for a long, long time is Eric Solomon from Simeon Penev and Gavin Gorman, the leading Class C cars out there. In fact, that's the full Class C field. Then in a Porsche 924T, we see Steve Humble, which is quite surprising. Not accustomed to seeing him further down, but he's the 3rd fastest qualifier in Class D. And that behind Brett Swanefelder and Ray Farnham as they work their way around, just inducing a bit of temperature into the working parts of these very competitive Libre sports and GT cars. they work their way down the back main, they will slow it all down behind the pace car. Gary Kieswetter and Troy Dolenchek will be on the front row of the grid. Two Janettas that leads them out.
Right, here they come up towards us. Troy Dolenchek leads him out. Oliver Interhouse in the Libre. Charles Visser in the Porsche there on the front row. Just fresh from Misano in Italy after testing for GTC Cup. Dolenchek down into turn 1. Charles Visser is there in P2. Oh, and he goes a bit wide. And Greyling goes up on the inside. Noel Greyling, after a long layoff with broken ribs, comes back. But Visser is going to be on him like a bad rash, I can tell you that much. And in the Lotus 7 there is Clinton Thorne, who's mixing it up with the big guys. Oh, and someone goes off. Martin Pugh goes off. He's going to try and come back onto the track. That's one of the old Shelby Can-Ams. As they make their way down up the Tygerberg Straight towards Sarl Sweep. But it's real high-speed action.
Well, indeed, it's going to be high-speed action. Wait until this opening lap is done. Look at Gary Kieswetter just blow that Janetta down that back straight. But, man, the fight is going to be on here for second and third.
Not Gary Kieswetter.
Just Kieswetter there. And I don't know.
So, Troy Dolenchek leading out. It's not Kieswetter. Troy Dolenchek's out there. And then it's Noel Greyling, who's been followed there by Charles Visser. Visser's going to have a look on the inside. There's no space in there. And then it's going to be Clinton Thorne, Oliver Interhouse in the new Libre. Interhouse up on the inside of Clinton Thorne. He goes through. So here they come up towards us. There's Dolenchek. There's Greyling. And there comes Charles Visser up on the inside. And Visser, oh, looking to try and take it. But Greyling closes the door in front of him. He's in a GT3 Cup car. So he's pushing hard. And then the Libre is Hintenhouse, Oliver Hintenhouse.
Yeah, so up front it is Kieswetter that's 3.5 seconds ahead of Noel Greyling. That is in that second position as we watch them make their way out of turn number 4, out of Sarl Sweep. Down the back main they go. That Janetta, the Killarney straight of Gary Kieswetter, is blowing them all away, but the fight is on here for second and third between Noel Greyling and Charles Visser. They are absolutely side by side, and Greyling stays ahead of Visser, working his way out of Pertamina Fostron. Then we've got, is that Ollie Hintenhouse that's in there? Yes, it is Oliver Hintenhouse. And then behind Hintenhouse is Clinton Thorne as we watch them head into Holzhoek.
Well, there's a titanic dice between Charles Visser and Noel Greyling, I can tell you what. But Visser now, he gets ahead. And I can tell you something, when Visser gets ahead, he will lay down the hard laps and make life very difficult for Noel Greyling. But right up behind him, there Oliver Hintenhouse in the new Libre. We now Ollie had the BMW, now he's got the Libre. Behind them, Clinton Thorne. And behind Thorne is Connor Kilbride. And then up behind Kilbride, we've got Brink and Denobriger.
Yeah, and then behind Brink and Denobriger, we've got Martin Prince. That rounds off the top 9. But let's go back to our front runners. There's a slow car going down the back straight. Oh, that was Martin Pugh that went off early on. He's very, very slow. He gets caught there by Gary Kieswetter, working his way all on his own out of Pertamina Fostron. And then Visser and Greyling. They should see them come into view pretty soon. There's contact. And that's Greyling. That was a nudge there by Ollie Hintenhouse. Here comes Charles Visser. Then it's Greyling. Then it's Hintenhouse. Then it's Clinton Thorne coming through. Then Connor Kilbride is the next man on your screen, followed there by Andre Brink. Right behind him is Denobriger, and behind him is Martin Prince. That is the top 9.
Right up there behind him, it's Hubert. Then it's there's Hubert coming through. Then Gavin Gorman, he's in the And then Nardi, the VW Nardini Sports, 2 litre. Pick up here. Oh, going horribly sideways there was Charles Visser. Then up behind him, Noel Grayling, and Internaus is giving Grayling a lot of food for thought here. They are literally nose to tail.
Well, I'm watching Ollie Internaus. He is shoving that nose of that car of his right under the back end of the Noel Grayling car. Leaders coming down towards us. That is Gary Kieswetter, and he has just done a 111.547 as we watch second place man coming towards us. There's Kieswetter going through the shot. Right behind him is Visser. There is Charles Visser coming through. He's 9.6 behind Kieswetter. Then we've got Noel Grayling, and right behind Noel Grayling, and the car steps out of line. And that is Oliver Internaus that turns himself around in Holzhoek.
Ollie Internaus a little bit overzealous there, letting the back end slip out. He's doing himself no favour. He's going to wait for all that traffic to come through, and that's going to drop him way down the order.
Yeah, they're all coming through. Andre Brunk is coming through. De Nobberg is coming through. Prince is also coming through. Here comes Hubert. He might just join ahead of Hubert, although I don't think so. No, he won't. Hubert comes through. Gavin Gorman, you see in the top of your screen as well. And even Gorman is going to make the move on him.
Right, so that's basically the top end of the field there. Coming through there is Clinton Thorne coming through there with Connor Kilbride up behind him. That's Gorman and Penev, and then Farnham coming through there.
Right, so where are our leaders? Gone through turn number 1 already, going through holes. As we're going to pick up the leader. He's making his way into Castrol corner, and that is Kieswetter, and heading now towards turn 2 Castrol is Visser. We'll stay on this shot. There we go through. There is Kieswetter coming through, and he'll pick up that yellow coloured Porsche coming towards us now, and that is Charles Visser. Then we've got a back marker coming through. The next car that will come into your shot there, that is Noel Grayling. And then behind him, we will have Clinton Thorne. But Thorne was 8 seconds behind Grayling when they started this lap.
Yeah, no, they work their way through now through the saddle sweep. There goes Grayling. He's making his way down. And here comes your leader now down towards turn number 1 under the Castrol Bridge. It's Gary Kieswetter. We thought it was Troy Donich. It was actually Gary Kieswetter. And he's moving along swiftly. He's unopposed in totality. He's quite a distance ahead there of Charles Visser, who now comes under the Castrol Bridge down into holes into turn number 1. So Visser doing well.
I wait for the leader. Here he comes up the Jabez Straight. He's got Ollie Internaus ahead of him that found himself in trouble early on. That is the man that sits out there in P1, 11 seconds behind him. We will pick up. Here he comes. That is Charles Visser. Right behind Charles Visser is Noel Grayling. Then we have to wait and see where Clinton Thorne is, because that's Grayling going through Castrol corner on your screen. We'll pan back and then we'll pick up. Here he comes. That is a back marker, and going through on him is Clinton Thorne, and Connor Kilbride is right in there, 3.7 seconds behind Clinton Thorne.
Right through the Lumsden kick down into Damps is Clinton Thorne there with Connor Kilbride passing the slow marker. They work their way through, and the leaders already under the city, coming through on the City of Cape Town Bridge. Car going wide there. Not picking up who that is.
So here comes to your shot. Comes your second place man. That is Charles Visser. It's one of the slower cars that went very wide there in turn number 5 in Pertamina Fostron, as we stay here with the Visser working his way out of holes. Then we've got a couple of back markers. He's just nailing a few back markers going into Castrol corner. Here comes Noel Grayling. That is that's Connor Kilbride. No, that's not Connor Kilbride. But as the cars work their way through now. Right, here comes your leader towards us down the main straight. We'll pick him up now as he goes into turn number 1. And that is Gary Kieswetter with 2 more laps to go. Kieswetter sitting out there way on his own. He's done a 1:11.547. He is the quickest man out there. Visser crosses the start-finish line now. There is that Porsche of Charles Visser, 14.3 seconds behind Kieswetter. Then Noel Kreiling, that's in that 3rd spot coming through as well. He's 7.1 behind Visser. And then we've got Clinton Thorne coming through. And he has got one of the slower cars there behind him. And then we're waiting for Connor Kilbride to come through. There's Connor Kilbride on your shot coming through there now is Connor Kilbride. As the rest of the field just circulate. Andre Brink will be the next man coming through. Martin Prince and the rest of the guys as we pick up the leader once again, Francois, coming around to start his final lap. Race leader, Gary Kieswetter.
Gary Kieswetter has got this car properly sewn up. This Janetta, that is a long distance car. That's a 24-hour car. That is not a race, sprint race car, but he's got all the power underfoot on that Janetta. And did a 1:11.5, which is not too shabby. These guys now to dip below the 110. Charles Visser works his way through. Visser's done a 1:15, which is not too shabby either. So too has Noel Kreiling. So Noel Kreiling sitting up there. There's Visser coming out, and Noel Kreiling sitting up behind him. So Noel Kreiling going through, and then we wait for the next driver to go through. And here comes Clinton Thorne. He's up behind one of the slower markers. Clinton Thorne going up on the inside there. And there's Clinton Thorne up on the inside. Behind him, Connor Kilbride there in the BMW with the wing on as they work their way through.
Well, this is the last lap, and the leader making his way into Pertamina Fostron for the final time, all on his own. He's 17.8 seconds ahead of Charles Visser, and it's going to be more by the time Gary Kieswetter hits the checkered flag. He comes home first, and second place man is now working his way, Francois, through Fostron corner, heading towards the checkered flag, and that is Charles Visser.
Charles Visser, fresh out of Mazana, testing Evo GDC Cup, comes over the line there in his new Porsche. Stunning display there. Noel Kreiling, brilliant third in that GT3 Cup car. And then we'll wait for Clinton Thorne. He's coming out now out of Pertamina Fostron corner. There he is. And not too far behind him is Connor Kilbride in the BMW.
Yeah, we've got a back marker between the two of them, and Connor Kilbride crosses the line. I think it might be Simeon Panev that is one of the back markers. The rest of the field just coming through, finishing their race as we wait for the rest of the field to come through. Andre Brink, here he comes. He is the next man on the lead lap. That's Andre Brink, and right behind him is Tristan de Nobrega, and right on his case is Martin Prince. So that is the first 8 cars across the line. The Le Hubert Sports and GT race number 1.
That was not an easy one to commentate or
Well, there's a replay of Martin Pugh losing it right in the beginning at the exit of Cashel Corner. He got himself back on again, but that cost Martin dearly. Have a look at a few of the other. That is Ollie Internaus that turned himself around in turn 1 in Holzhoek. Got back into it again. and then just a few cars going in very hot into Pertamina Fostron corner and also in Castrol, but everybody got to the checkered flag except Martin Pugh did not finish, and then Troy Dolacek and Eric Salomon did not start. Thermofires, Clubman Saloon Cars, race number 1. Over 8 racing laps is up next. That will be followed by Libre Classic Cars, the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series, and then the Seal Pro Wineland Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s. But for now, it is Thermofires, Clubman's Saloon Cars. Now, early on we were saying, when we were talking to Simi on the breakfast show, I was saying that Stephen Heidenreich was going to be taking part in sports and GT and not Clubman's. Then I noticed afterwards that he had entered in both classes, but he did not take part in the sports and GT. He is, however, taking part in Clubman's, and he has qualified that Skyline on pole position with a time of 1:22.139. So we did put that car in pole position as Mr. Clint Renard walks up to the box. And Clint, good day. I see that. Give us some information what's happening in the Clubman's before this race gets underway.
Greetings, everybody. Hi, Frankie. Yeah, look, this is championship decider today for the DEF championship. Very tight, very tight. I think the Class ABC championship signed up, but I have to do all the calculations, so everybody will be pestering me this weekend to see who ends up where. A lot of new cars coming along. Can't see. Yeah, Jacques du Toit, ex-E36 Cup driver, joining us.
I'm led to believe he's bought Dexter Bruce's car.
Yes, but he's managed to start from pit lane because he did a rule infringement.
Okay.
We are doing for the first time a rolling start.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to see how that turns up. That Steve Griffin Winter looks like it. That's pulled off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing a rolling start for the first time, so we're going to just see how that ends up. And we're going to, if it works out well, we're going to continue doing it.
4:25.
Yeah.
So let's have a look-see as the cars roll down the Killarney straight towards Fostron corner. 33 cars have entered. Already we lost one before the race even got underway. So we'll have a look-see as the cars work their way through, winding around Stephen Heidenreich. Jaco Lambert is in there behind him. Kai van Zyl is right in there as well. I see Willie Swart, yes, as the cars come through. Michael Lessier coming through. Augen Gasper is in there as well. There's Stephen Gous. Now, Stephen had his car at Rallycross last weekend to do the all-tar to check the car, and halfway through race 1, the Jetta broke and was on the back of the trailer and out the gate.
Yeah, he sorted all of that out. He had I think he had a boost pipe come off this morning. Mechanic error. He's a mechanic, so it's his own fault.
So behind the safety car, now remember, as Clint was saying, this is going to be the first time ever that the Clubman's regional saloon cars do a rolling start, and if it works out okay, they will continue with this in 2025. So let's have a look and see David Vermaak rolling through. There's Eva de Toy in the Ford Falcon, the block of flats as we refer to it as. And the cars are now beginning, slowly but surely, they're going to have to take up the box formation as the safety car is now slowing down up the Tygerberg Straight towards Saddle Sweep. Already you see the cars are beginning to drivers looking around. Who must be with me? Okay, yes, I'm in the right spot. Okay, fine, let's slow it all down. But the safety car will have to slow them down, which is happening as they make their way through Saddle.
Yes, our pole man's very well trained. It's his responsibility from turn 3 to back the pack up to make sure that when they enter turn 4, we're all good. So he will set his own pace just to back the cars up to ensure that the information before they reach the back straight.
So I'm looking at the back of the commentary box window. We've got Steven Heidenrich, Jaco Lambert is there, Kai van Zyl is there, Michael Lesieur is in there, Willie Swart, Augen Gasper, Stephen Gous is in there. We've also got Gary Smith in the 71 car, Faisal Jacobs, the whole lot of them is in there. And Mr. George Thompson coming back after the last time he raced competitively was in 2007, GTI Challenge Class C with the likes of Paul Fox and Paul Winter amongst others. And that car is for sale because he's putting another one together for Clubman's for 2025.
Is he related anyway to Zach Groenewald that keeps on building cars to sell? Or?
No, but he wants to sell this one to get the money to get the other one sorted out for next year, yes.
Yeah.
Right, so here we go towards the line. The lights go off and away they go. Heading into turn number 1. Stephen Heidenrich, oh, there's a lock-up. There's a big lock-up there, and that's by Lesieur. A lock-up there by Michael Lesieur. That's opened the gap here for Willie Swart to come through as the rest of the Clubman's cars exit turn number 1, exit holes. Now they race up to Jabez Straight towards Cashwell Corner. That's Heidenrich that sits out there in P1. Not too far behind him, we have got Kai van Zyl. Behind Kai van Zyl, we've got Jaco Lambert. Behind Jaco Lambert, we've got Willie Swart as they work their way through the King Gaza and into turn 3 into Damstep.
Well, with that rolling start, you can hammer it a little bit in lap number 1 if your car is capable of braking out. You're not going to do it very easily. So this is where Heidenrich needs to get the hammer down. But to my mind, Frankie, the surprise package towards the end of 2024 is in fact Jaco Lambert doing brilliant times with that polo.
Jaco Lambert's done exceptionally well this whole year, and he's challenging there for that second spot as they race down the backman with Kai van Zyl. Then behind Kai van Zyl, it is Willie Swart, Michael Lesieur. They're all in this fight as this train of Clubman's cars heads down the Killarney Straight.
Working their way out into the Porsche Straight under the city of Cape Town and Castrol and Line Property Management Bridge. Look at that side by side. That is how you do it. Lambert and Van Zyl, they're going to go one-on-one down in towards Holzhoek.
Right, so it's Heidenrich, it's Van Zyl on his outside. We've got Jaco Lambert. Then coming through now, we've got Willie Swart. Behind him is Lesieur. Behind Lesieur is Gous. Behind Gous is Gary Smith. And right there by Smith, we've got Augen Gasper also trying to come to. There's Augen Gasper sitting on the inside there. And he's got Gavin Surf right there with him as well.
Gavin Surf quite a long way down, but remember Augen Gasper in the ex-Cody Alberts car, and he's had no seat time at all. In fact, the first time that he took the car out on circuit was in fact in the practice, the qualifying today. In fact, that was the first time that he's ever been out in that car, and that a whole lot quicker than the car that he was campaigning, which was the best prepared car for 2023 season. He's now sold that one and he's out there with a new Beamer.
Stephen Heydenrich sits out there in P1 in the Origin Oils car. Jaco Lambert and Guy van Zyl are going one-on-one for that second and third position. Michael Lesieur is in that fight as well as they come into line. Michael Lesieur, behind him is Willie Swart, behind him is Stephen Ghost, then it is Gary Smith, Gavin Surf, Alvin Gasper, then we've got Faisal Jacobs, and right behind Faisal Jacobs we've got I think it might be Dwayne Bernard, yes, followed there by Gemma O'Lean. So it is all on as the leaders now make their way through Castrol Corner.
Once again, having a battle there for that second and third position. It's all about the Origin Oils car of Heydenrich that's putting up once again a brilliant run at the front. That car very well prepared, exceptionally neat motor car, and Heydenrich, who's won championships from when he started at KPL Drivers in the junior mini class, just carrying on and just progressing and getting quicker and quicker out there. I see a bit of dust, Frank, on the left-hand side there in turn number 1. Somebody must have gone just a smidgen wide.
Yeah, just a couple of wheels on the dirt as the leaders are heading down the Killarney Straight towards Pertamina Fostron. Past the line property management boards they go into Pertamina Fostron. The leader will be making his way out of Fostron now, and that is Stephen Heydenrich as he heads towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. There is Gavin Surf on your screen, and right behind Gavin Surf is Augen Gasper. Then we've got Jacobs coming through, and then Dwayne Bernard also in the fight as well. Gemma O'Lean is right in there. Then we've got De Silva for Mark is in the house as well, and then Arno Mitchell's coming through. That is that fight round about mid-pack. These cars that you see there going through turn 1 holes.
Smidgens of smoke coming out there from the tires as we go just a little bit further up in the field, and we pick up those front runners. It's all about Heydenrich. Lambert now starting to grab a little bit of space between himself and Guy van Zyl. Then it is Michael Lesieur that hasn't dropped off that far. He's still there and thereabouts. After Lesieur, there comes Swart. Then we've got Stephen Ghost, and Stephen Ghost is in fact the headline sponsor for this season.
Yeah, and then right behind him is Gary Smith. Then we've got Surf coming through as we pick the rest of the field up, heading down into turn number 5 into Fostron Corner. Gavin Surf, Augen Gasper is right there with him. Then we've got Faisal Jacobs, and that is Gasper, Surf, Jacobs, and then right behind them is Dwayne Bernard, and then not too far behind Bernard we should see Gemma O'Lean. There's Bernard, is the last car in your shot. Here comes Gemma. Gemma O'Lean's been overtaken. She is now the second car in that spot. O'Lean comes through. Then we've got the rest of the field coming through behind Gemma O'Lean. De Silva for Mark and Mitchell's. It's Visser that's actually got his nose ahead there now of Gemma O'Lean.
Well, they're all spread out right around the circuit now. Wherever you look, there is action aplenty, battles aplenty. It's nice to see that Augen Gasper is now getting the hang of that new motor car, the ex-Cody Albert's car. It's great to see somebody like Gavin Surf still out there in his trusty Mark 1.
Yeah, Gavin Surf out there. The quickest man with a 1:22.994 is that man that's heading into... turn number 5 into Fostron Corner, and that is on your screen there, the Origin Oil car of Stephen Ghost. Then we have got coming towards us now Jaco Lambert, Michael Lesieur, Guy van Zyl. That is that fight for 2, 3 and 4 that's running down your screen now into turn number 1. Then we've got Stephen Ghost. Behind him is Gary Smith. Behind Gary Smith is Willie Swart. As the three of them go down the Killarney Straight. Then Gasper's got Surf behind him. Here we go, Gasper. We've got Surf. Behind Surf, we've got Jacobs. And behind Jacobs, we've got Dwayne Bernard, and they've been caught there by Kyle Visser. That is the Visser I was talking about earlier on. Kyle Visser, as I caught the four of them going into turn 1 Holzhoek.
So Gavin Surf's got a lot of open road in front of him. Up there, we're going to lose one of the competitors.
That's
going
Dwayne
a lot
Bernard.
slower. Yeah, it was Dwayne Bernard. Pretty much a new name in clubman's racing, as opposed to how long a lot of the other guys have been out there. But I must say, Faisal Jacobs is having a pretty good run today.
Leader's busy making his way down the Killarney Straight and back into turn number 5 into Pertamina Fostron. The Origin Oils, Nissan Scala, and a race leader, car number 10 in P1, Steven Heidenreich. And this fight for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is still very much on. It is Jaco Lambert right on his case. Is the Mark 1 Golf of Michael Lessieur and the polo of Kai van Sale. Yes, ahead of Kai van Sale. So that's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's going through your shot now with 2 more laps to go as they work their way down into turn number 1. There's Stephen Goos. Right behind him is Gary Smith, and right behind him is Willie Swart as they head into Holzhoek.
Then that battle that, looks like Gaspel is now right on the back end of... they have swapped that one around. Shot, Gaspel, then Surf. So Surf has dropped down. Jacobs, it's nice to see that he's still in there. He's not backing out whatsoever. Gemma is doing brilliantly. Class D leader is Gemma, and that ahead of De Silva.
Yeah, and for Mark, and then Mitchells is in that fight as well. That's Arnu Mitchells, but you're going to go back to that leader again. I see Georgie Thompson all on his ace. Whoa, look at that car stepping out. That is your man that sits in P1, Steven Heidenreich. Down the back main he goes. When he crosses the line, he'll have 1 more lap to do.
This year's gone to 2nd.
Yes, well, he was fighting with Lambert, and Van Sale was just behind him. Yes, he's gone to 2nd. He's ahead of Lambert. There is Lessieur. There's Lambert, and not too far behind Lambert will be Kai van Sale. There's Van Sale in the top of your screen. Busy coming through as the leader comes around to start his final lap. 1 more lap to go for Steven Heidenreich, and a 1:22.994 is the quickest time out there, held by Steven Heidenreich.
So Lessieur pulling a 1 over Lambert and Van Sale. There was a pretty decent last 2 laps that he's done. Then we've got, after the big accident, rebuild, Stephen Goos ahead of Smith. There's Willie Swart. Then it will be Visser Jr. Is he still ahead of Gavin Surf? Yes, it looks like it. It'll be Visser Jr. Then we've got Gavin Surf. Behind Gavin Surf is Alvin Gaspel. Then here comes Jacobs. Jacobs is a bit of a lonely man out there right now. Then Gemma still leading out Class D, but not by a big margin.
Bit of a lock up there by David Vermaak, and then behind Vermaak we've got John De Silva. But this is the final lap, and the leader is heading down the Killarney Straight. He's got 2 back markers ahead of him, and that is your leader coming through for the final time, and that will be Steven Heidenreich working his way through. Then we've got Lessieur on your screen. Behind Lessieur is Jaco Lambert, followed by Van Sale, but the checkered flag is out to greet this man. 2 back markers. Then your leader, Steven Heidenreich, comes home in P1. Then Lessieur will come home in 2nd. Lambert will cross the line in 3rd, followed by Van Sale. Here comes Gary Smith, and right on his heels is Stephen Goos, followed there by Willie Swart and Kai van Sale. What a drive by Kai, finishing in P8. Algan Gaspers, the next man coming to the line. Right behind him is Gavin Surf. Faisal Jacobs is the next man that's heading towards the checkered flag. Here comes Gemma O'Lean, and she'll be the first lady across the line. Then David Vermaak. Vermaak has got John De Silva right on his case, followed there by Arnu Mitchells across the line, and that is the first 15 cars. Then we've got Mia Bench. She's a 2nd lady racer, and she finishes in P16 overall. And then behind her, Ruan Goos, and then Jacques de Toy. crosses the line. And remember, that car is the Dexter Bruce's car that he has purchased. Dex will not be doing Clubman's today. He'll be racing in the BMW Series a bit later on. And the quickest time at the end did not go to Steven Heidenreich. It went to Kai van Zyl. Sorry. Yeah, just my mistake, sorry. Carl Visser with a 122.798.
I'm sure Kyle will be happy with that. It's inverted grid for second race, so he'll be starting from pole position. That gives him a good chance at taking a chicken flag with those lap times. So you can see a good dice happening Class A there.
So let's hope that Griffin Buntel can get his car sorted out for the second. We don't, of course, at this point know exactly what happened there, but let's hope that it isn't terminal for Seth.
It's actually Steve-O.
Oh, is it Stephen driving this one?
Yeah, Steve-O's running.
Oh, yes, there. Stephen Griffin Wilton, yes, Class X.
Steve-O is getting old and he's very forgetful, so maybe he forgot that he had to turn into turn 4 and thought he was ended of the race already.
Well, Clint, this is the end of the season. Any new changes or happenings for Clubman's for 2025?
2025, we only got one rule change, and that is removal of timing devices. We have had timing devices in for quite a while, but we have found that certain members are driving on deltas. And obviously, it's an easy win if you're driving on a delta for every class. So we're removing timing devices, and hopefully that'll just level the playing field for the people that's in their correct class when they know they should be in the class above. Yeah.
For the folks at home saying, what is a delta? Delta is just a fancy word for timing. You get slow delta and quick delta. You'll hear the Formula 1 guys talk about tyre delta. The moment the tyre hits the cliff, then your times get slower. So for those of you who don't know what delta is, that is what Clint was talking about, timing.
So whatever our time is for our classes, so let's call it Class B, you're running a 24. 23.5 is breakout. The people will be making sure that they stay between 23.5 and 24, so they don't bust into Class A, but they could be driving a 21-second car. So we do have these issues throughout the field in Clubman's, not only Class A, but all the classes. So that just eliminates that, and we can see if the people can count while they're driving.
Clint, thanks a million.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Come back up again later on if you so wish for the second Clubman's race.
Thank you, Frankie.
All right, Clint, thanks a million.
Evans. We've got the classic cars out. Next up, Libre classic cars and Caltron fine cars. Race number 1. A huge field. Pole position, PW Lowe, Michael Hitchcock, Franco Donadio, Bruce Van Taplin, Ferdy Maton, Trevor Momberg, Brian Evans, Byron Bedin. That's your top 10. So here we go, Libre classic cars and Caltron fine cars. Also, you were telling me earlier on that BMW RX-7 is out of the bespoke modified saloon car. Yep. It's a classic. And then we've got Ferdy Maton is fighting for the championship, and Calvin Beekman in the Morris is fighting for the championship.
Yeah, and of course we've got a Mini out there that is Mr. Valentine, yes, in that Mini as the Libre classic cars and Caltron fine cars slot into their grid positions. That's Dion Conradi going through. That is Kubis. Not Kubis, what's his name? Klaassen is his surname. Theo Klaassen, yes, that's busy going through as well. Lane Hutchings taking up his position. Trevor Hutchings just ahead here of Malcolm Pfeiffer. Herman de Kock slotting into his position, I see, as the field just comes running through. Lots and lots and lots of fine cars. 39 cars have entered for this fine car race. I don't know if you're going to see all 39. But 39 initially entered.
If you look at the back of the fine cars, there's actually a Mustang in fine cars.
Yes, Peter Hitchcock, yes.
And he's not been well of late, but now he's decided to come and race. I saw him yesterday. He was full of beat. There you see it at the back, the right-hand side, the blue and white Ford Mustang.
Oh, when I say 39 cars, I mean 39 classic and fine cars combined, yes.
Yes, but it's a big field. Pivilo sits on pole position. Michael Hitchcock. We're missing a car there in third, which should be Franco Donadio. He's not there.
Oh dear. Quite right.
Then we've got the giant slayer there, Bruce Van Taplin in that very quick Corolla. Ferdy Maton, Trevor Momberg, Brian Evans, Byron Medin, Glenn Athan Bogart, Ian Richards is out there, Lane Hutchings. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's a star-studded field. Theo Klaassen out there, Charlie Arton in the Porsche 916, Stephen Manuel, Derek Truscott, Kuni Mattia, Doug Moore is out there. Yeah, it's quite a loaded field. So there you see the field coming up, the two pole sitters, Michael Hitchcock and PV Lowe. This is almost like a super saloon race back in the day. We now call it classic cars. But some real muscle cars and some lovely fine cars out there as well.
I'm joining you on this one, Francois, as they lead out and make their way through Sorrel Sweep down the Killarney Straight to Pertamina Fostron, and then they'll get underway when the flag drops. Franco Donadio a little bit off the pace. He starts quite far back. He starts at the back end of the grid, rather, not even far back end of the Classics grid. But I see he also exited the pits late, and I think that's what put him at the back end of the grid, unless he didn't qualify yesterday.
No, he says it's in fine cars. Peter Hitchcock's in fine cars. At the bottom of the list. Oh, no, he's out. Is he there? Because he wasn't. Oh, has he got back? No, in that fine. No, I don't know.
They make their way under the City of Cape Town, Libre Property Management and Castrol Energy Bridge. The lights go out and away the Classics go. Pierre Vialot holds the inside line in his beautifully run and sounding RX-7 ahead of Michael Hitchcock as they make their way into Holshoek, and soon the fine cars lead into Holshoek as well.
Well, you're right, Franco Donadio is out there, but he's way down the field, working his way through the field. On screen there, Pierre Vialot, Michael Hitchcock, Ferdy Maton up into third, Trevor Momberg, Bruce Van Taplin, and Brian Evans there with Glenn Aiton Bogart, Byron Bedin, all working their way through, make their way through Lunchtime King down towards Damstep, and work their way up the Tygerberg straightaway. You see on screen there, working their way up towards Sorrel Sweep. Pierre Vialot in the RX-7 Mazda leads out. Just so nice to hear the sound of Rotary at Killarney once again. Not as loud as they used to be, still can hear it. Michael Hitchcock chasing hard there. And, well, this reminds me of the old days when we had Ben Morgenrud and Willie Hepburn with the Rotary versus the V8. So those bring back memories. They're down into, all down the back straight, making their way now out of Pertamina Fostron. That's your leaders. And coming up towards the City of Cape Town, Castrol Bridge, Pierre Vialot, Michael Hitchcock, Ferdy Maton, Trevor Momberg, Bruce Van Taplin, Brian Evans, Glenn Aiton Bogart winding up that Piranha now. Ian Richards is in there, Lane Hutchins, Dion Conradi, Dion Valentine, Franco Donadio down in 10th place. He'll work his way through the field though. He's just got an insurmountable amount of traffic ahead of him.
I don't see the Mazda. The RX-7 has disappeared.
Oh, has he gone off?
I don't know where it is. I see there's dust there.
Dust, yeah.
There, now he's made his way back. I wonder if he had a spin because he was fighting with Michael Hitchcock at the front, but now he's dropped all the way to the midfield and now has to claw his way back. So Pierre Vialot had some sort of issue, and there's the Granada Piranha of Glenn Aiton Bogart has also had an issue.
Yeah. Oh, a race of attrition, this one. So the Granada going slow. That's a pity there for Glenn Aiton Bogart. He had worked so nicely on that car. Michael Hitchcock out front. Not going to catch him too easily. Ferdy Maton sits in the like-minded Class B car behind him there with Trevor Momberg. Then Bruce Van Taplin, Brian Evans. They all make their way down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fastron. Pierre Vialot now doing some catch-up there on screen. So he works his way down towards the back end there of Bruce Van Taplin or Brian Evans. Pierre Vialot is obviously going to wind that Mazda up and try and come back to the fray.
Most definitely, that Rotary is going to be screaming around the circuit on an angry mission back to the front end of the field. And Franco Donadio has now passed Bedin. Sorry, he's now past Valentine now as they make their way into Holshoek. Donadio now is 2 spots behind Pierre Vialot, so those two are probably going to fight it out like the olden days. I say like the good old days, but like years before when they were at the front end of the field. But now we watch there. There's Bruce Van Taplin. There's Pierre Vialot. There's Brian Evans. We don't see Brian's son Jared Evans out today in Capri. That has some sort of issue and was not able to get out onto the circuit. There's a yellow flag there for a car just after the pit exit of the oval. There's a red car there. I can't quite see the number.
Right, so they're coming up towards us now. It's Ferdy Maton. There's having a look at Pierre Vialot up on the inside there of Evans. So they work their way down the back straight, down towards Pertamina Fastron. Michael Hitchcock leads them out. Hitchcock, Baton, there's Bomberg. Here comes Pevilo. Pevilo's up to P4 already. He's working his way through. Coming up there you see Pevilo up behind Trevor Momberg already. So he's made up a lot of ground. He's going to be challenging. He's going to come past Trevor Momberg, and he's going to go blowing up behind Ferdy Maton. That is very quick coming out of Pevilo. He's having, lovely black flame coming out of that car as he decelerates up behind Ferdy Maton.
After halfway down through the field, he's managed to claw his way back up to third position. He now sits there in third position with Ferdy Maton in the Mustang just ahead of him. That's the birthday boy from yesterday's Ferdy Maton. The flame-spinning Mazda RX-7 makes his way around the outside of Ferdy Maton almost. He's going to have to wait to make that move stick, and he'll jump it through and take that second position as the flames spit out of the rear end of the RX-7 rotary-powered Mazda. And they make their way down into Dam's Dip. And now there's the traffic from Roger Lewis, the last of the fine cars, the number 1 car. He'll move to the left-hand side of the circuit and let the likes of Trevor Momberg, Franco Donadio, and such as there's a car off. That's one of the BMWs. That's Thompson. That's Rowe, sorry. That's Rowe that's gone off. The Rowe BMW has gone off into the grass in 1, so that's thrown out a yellow flag, but he's back on the circuit as the leaders now make their way down into Pertamina Fastron.
Right, so the leaders there on screen. There's PV Low. He's moved up quite quickly. And Uncle Michael Hitchcock, yes, Uncle Peter Hitchcock ambling around the circuit, gets passed by PV Low. Michael Hitchcock with Franco Donadio behind him, and Trevor Momberg. Then Bruce Van Taplin and Brian Evans make their way through, all down into holes.
With 5 laps to go, the fastest lap of the race by Mr. Franco Donadio in his Escort, a 1:24.535. As traffic bunches up coming out of Holes Hook, there's that 68 Mustang. Oh, no, not the 68, it's the other Mustang. I think that's the 69. The 69 of Peter Hitchcock has slowed Ferdy Maton and the rest of the grid up. He moved to the left-hand side of the circuit, and that gives Franco Donadio the chance to get ahead, get some clean air, as he now has to catch Pierre Vialot as well as Michael Hitchcock. 4-1. That is the BMW 2002 Turbo that sits on the right-hand side of the circuit. He is now off. And one person we're missing out is Dancing Dave Aladef. He wasn't able to make it this way. I think he's gone away somewhere, so he's not out here today. But we watch. There's our leader, Michael Hitchcock, in his Ford Mustang. The number 67 will come around the final corner to start another lap. We'll have 4 to go. And there's Pierre Vialot in shot, sliding that RX-7 around. And just shortly after, Franco Donadio will come into picture. That's your top 3, and they'll be fighting it out till the very end.
Yeah, there's Franco Donadio, there's Ferdy Maton, there's Trevor Momberg, there's Bruce Van Taplin. So Donadio's gone up to 3rd overall, 3rd in class. Ferdy Maton. Donadio slowed right down with the Escort and he's running off the circuit. That car's gone poof. And that'll be the end of his race, and he won't be too happy about that one.
Absolutely not. As we watch come into picture now, there's an Anglia, but here comes Ferdy Maton with Trevor Momberg not that far behind, and Bruce Van Taplin also in the picture. Brian Evans is here. That's all 1, 2, 3, 4 cars from 4th till 7th in Class B. And then we see that's that VW Golf of Richards. He makes his way through. And then I see Dion Conradi in the Mini making his way through now as well. Oh, sorry, Valentine in the Mini and Conradi in the Conquest. And then Lane Hutchings in the Mark II Jumbo Golf. He's just behind those two. You see him go out of frame now. They are sitting, that is 9th, 10th, and 11th, and 1, 2, and 3 in Class C.
Lovely stuff. Pick up here. Dion Valentine in that Mini, throwing it around with Guy Bannon behind Dion Conradi. I tell you what, this is a lovely scrap. A little 1200cc chasing a twin cam Conquest. And Dion Valentine absolutely enjoys himself. It's like he's the giant slayer as he works his way down towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fastron corner. And he's sitting behind Dion Conradi. Conradi slightly has a bit of legs on him. And the field coming through And there's Fadi Maton, Bruce Van Taplin, and Trevor Momberg. Bruce Van Taplin is doing tremendously well today, sitting there, I think, in P4 at the moment.
Yep, and a new fastest lap ago by the 81 Mazda RX-7 of PVLO, a 1:22.912. He's the fastest car out in circuit and currently 4.5 seconds behind Michael Hitchcock. So he's got a little bit of catching up to do as we watch them now go onto the Killarney straight, the backside of the circuit. Michael Hitchcock, as we're watching some traffic, there's Fadi Maton, Bruce Van Taplin, and Trevor Momberg making their way through Dam's Dip. That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th, respectively, as well as 6th. There's Brian Evans making his way through now, down the Tygerberg straight, the sun in your eyes, as you make your way to the north side, the other side of the north side of the circuit, through Sorrel Sweep and down the longer straight around the circuit.
Fadi Maton has got his hands full with Bruce Van Taplin sitting right there behind. That little Corolla is absolutely flying, and Bruce is having oodles of fun there, chasing the back end of Ferdy. They've got 2 laps to go. Ferdy's going to have to know his P's and Q's not to allow Bruce Van. Look there, Bruce Van Taplin right there with him, and Trevor Momberg's right there. Fadi Maton looks in his rearview mirror. He must be swallowing all kinds of worries there just to make sure that they stay behind him.
They had to swiftly get past the Morgan, one of the cars in the fine cars we haven't actually spoke much about. We'll get back to the fine cars shortly, as there's Brian Evans, there's Natasha Tissendorf, the cheerleader of the fine cars, there's Arnold Lambert, and then a beautiful Mark II Golf making its way across the line now. That will be, oh, I actually didn't see the name, but they make their way into Hole's Hook now. There's the Conquest, there's the Mini. That is Conradi and Valentine still fighting it out for 1st and 2nd in Class C. Now still a lap and a half to go as our leader makes his way around turn 4, Sorrel Sweep, and down the back straight, coming to the final corner before he starts his final lap.
Right over the line they go. Theo Glasson there with Charles Arton, and then Trevor Hutchins there sitting with him. They fighting their way down the pack there. Theo Glasson having a good scrap there. Comes your leader, Michael Hitchcock. He's making his way down towards turn number 1. That's his last lap. 1 lap to go. PV Low is trying to catch him, but I think Michael's going to be pretty... And hats off to Michael Hitchcock, whose motor blew last time. He couldn't get parts from America. Scratched around the workshop, found parts, put the motor together. Hey, look what we've got. PV Low's catching on the final lap.
Yeah, we watch him now go into Castrol Corner. He's driving that Mustang, that Cross Cape Forklift Services Mustang. The number 67 car makes his way through Lunchtime Kink and into Dam's Dip. We've seen before, and unfortunately he had a moment not that long ago where his workshop had burst into flames, and he managed to get not all it back, but he managed to build again, and he's come out swinging once again with Cross Cape Forklifts. He'll come down the Killarney straight. Pierre Violo was in frame. You can see him. You'll see him come into the picture on the left-hand side. There he is, but I think he's just too far away.
He's just too far away. I think it's checkered flag time now for Lauder Classic Cars. Big shout out to Lauder, Jaguar and Sports Cars in Cape Town for sponsoring the class. They have been around. Clint Lawrence has been sponsoring them. And here comes your leader towards the line, Michael Hitchcock. He's got lights ablaze, flashing his lights. Well, there's a novelty. And PV Low right up there behind him. Well, what a great race from those two. We're going to hope for the Ferdy Maton debacle. Ferdy's still leading out. Trevor Momberg has got past the game now towards turn number 5. And Trevor Momberg is looking on the inside of Ferdy Maton. Oh, Ferdy holding them up. He's keeping the door firmly shut in their face. They're going to work their way now out of Pertamina Fastron. Here comes Calvin Bierkman. Don't know where Calvin is in the field. Quite a way down. He works his way over the line. And Momberg and Evan Taplin. And Ferdy has gone slow. Oh, no. What is going with Ferdy Maton? It's just gone dead slow. Oh, my word. On the line.
That is not a happy Mustang whatsoever. As young Engelberg comes across the line, Jake Wallage, Stephen Manuel comes across the line. Here comes the Conquest of Conradi, as well as Dave Alexander in the Morgan. There is Dion Valentine. Here comes across the line, as well as the Anglia of Arnold Lambert, Natasha Tissendorf. We didn't speak too much about fine cars, unfortunately, as Charlie Arton and Trevor Hutchinson come across the line side by side. Another RX-7, and then Roger Lewis in the background. There's many cars in this field, almost enough to get confused by, which is definitely what I did. We had 39 overall. But speaking of fine cars, the 928 of Conrad Mattia took first place in the 928, ahead of Dave Alexander, and then Jake Wallage in the Jag, that big monstrous boat of a Jag, came home in third. So brilliant results for race 1. And throughout all the classes, some brilliant racing. Can't wait for race 2.
Yourself and everybody goes down first. Just bring back some food.
Progress Precision Engineering BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series Race number 1. That's a mouthful. The third time for 2024 that we see this new class out there. 17 cars entered. Looks like 14 of them qualified, although there are no times by Vicky Paither, no times by Faisal Jacobs. So we'll have a look and see who of those guys are out for this one. But initially it was 17 cars that put their hands up to say, pick me, I want to race in this format for today. So this class sponsored by Progress Precision Engineering. And I also notice on the screen their traction driving experience. That is Mr. Junaid Amit, who had a birthday, I think it was last week sometime, did Junaid.
And then as well, he's not here today. He was supposed to go back overseas to work.
Actually, had a birthday last week Saturday because he didn't rock up at the Rallycross. Junaid Amit, that's quite right, yes. It's a week ago.
And then who had a birthday on Friday, but not racing today, a familiar name, Brad Sickle. His brother Mark is racing the car
guy
today.
Couldn't make his mind up what day he wants to have a birthday.
Yep, that's
is it
the man.
Thursday or Friday? Yeah.
I think he had a birthday from Wednesday till Friday every single day until we figured out there was actually Friday. So happy birthday to him. Sad to see him not racing in the final race of the year, but his brother's racing today. So we'll see him out there. Jacques Prince is there in another newer BMW in the E36 in F class. I believe that car's done Rallycross before, so good to see him out there. Daniel Kutsia back out once again in an E46 M3 in that, I don't even know what kind of yellow you'd call that or what kind of gold you'd call that without being inappropriate. But that's a new body kit for him.
It's just basically a gold color. All right, so here the cars come towards the line. The Progress Precision Engineering BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series, race number 1 of 2 for today, over 8 laps. As the cars line up, and we're almost ready to go.
That's who I was thinking. Progress Precision Engineering is Marco Retta's outfit.
Yeah, no, he's not in.
He is. He's in the number 50. We should be. I don't see it out on the screen, but he's definitely in that 50 car. Or is it the 5 car? That old motor plan looking MDR racing car. I know he's driven that car before, but I could very well be wrong that he's not in that car today. It does say Marco Retta, but his name's not on the screen.
Well, it actually says 51 on the car, and that will then be Eric Gorm. Top left-hand on the window says Eric Gorm, who of course is a multiple, well, I wouldn't say multiple champion. Well, yes, in his own right, he is oval track racing superstar, is Eric Gorm, with midgets and with late models back in the day at the old Tygerberg Raceway. And he also raced at Worcester Motor Club as well. And yeah, he actually races, and Eric Gorm actually does race at Cape Hell Drivers in the Super Saloon category, does Eric Gorm. So no stranger to oval track, and welcome Eric to the BMW series.
So he is obviously driving Marco Retta's car, because obviously we saw Marco's name on the car,
yeah,
but no Eric's name. But like you said, he does Super Saloons in the Cape Hell Drivers, so he's synonymous to this kind of BMW because he drives the same thing in the oval. And so I'm pretty sure we should watch out how he drives through turn 2, Castrol Corner, because that, I'm sure he knows that corner very well. But watch Kobus de Kock there. There's a lot of cars from the Lemons 9 now. There's lots of cars from Rallycross and the E36 Cup that have moved over into the BMW Car Club of Cape Town and Progress Precision Engineering BMW Car Club of Cape Town series. Yo, it is a mouthful, like you said.
It is a mouthful. But they are there. And I also know that our sister class, the M Performance Series guys, are racing up north in the Extreme Regional Championship. So it's the first time in the history of BMW racing that the two series are racing together, one down here in Cape Town And the other one is racing up north. I'm not sure if it's Swartkorps or if it's Red Star Raceway. I know it's one of the two. It is Swartkorps, yes. The final round is at Swartkorps. I know Bernard de Gevea was saying on the group that history is being made today. So, Jordan, here they come. You want to take them off the line for us?
Can do, and you hear these turbos spool up. And they get underway. The gas is on, the turbos are rocketing out, and the lights go out, and away they go. As smoke bellows out of the car in first place, the 27 of Amar Kutsia. Lots of smoke from that turbo, as well as Yusuf Hendricks. So I wonder if those turbos are just a little bit oily as they bunch up. They're going weirdly slowly out of Holzhoek, but now they get back up to speed, and they slowly start to widen out. As now 3 wide into Castrol. Daniel Kutsia, formidable from Clubmans, will make his way around the outside on 2 cars. Both BMW E46s get swarmed by another E46. Daniel Kutsia, who takes the lead, now down into Damsdip.
Yeah, Yusuf Hendricks is the man that's sitting there in that second position as you watch them all filter out of Damsdip. The moment the opening lap is in the bag, you'll have all the names on your vertical strap on the left-hand side of your screen as we see this train of BMWs race down that back straight. Dexter Bruce just went through your shot there very briefly. That's how quick they are going down the back straight and into turn number 5, into Fostron corner. And once again, it is absolute, look at those cars, nose to tail as they exit Fostron.
And now, like I said, Daniel Kutsia, very formidable for Clubmans, but so is Yusuf Hendricks, and these two are going to battle it out once again, like the Clubmans days of them not that long ago. They're almost going to go side by side in turn 1. There's Faisal Jacobs. There's Connor Kilbride fighting there with Ernest Page, as well as Eric Horn. Eric Horn splits the two. There's Dexter Bruce in his M3 Turbo. We now have a track graphic on the right-hand side, so we can actually see whereabouts they are on the circuit. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that's a lovely innovation that they've got here by IMUSAT. They obviously worked hard. That is fantastic, folks. That is something new, beautiful stuff. Right, now let's have a look. It is Daniel Kutsia that sits out there in P1. And, well, it's Yusuf Hendricks that is there in that second spot. We've got trouble there on the inside of Damsdip, and that looks like... yes, it's Vicky Paither.
Yep, that's Vicky Paither. He had a spin. Sorry, Frankie.
So, yeah, Paither will rejoin, but he's all the way down as we follow the leaders down the Killarney Straight and into turn number 5. Have we got a new leader? Yes, we have. It is Yusuf Hendricks that's taken the lead away from Daniel Kutsia. That is in that second spot. Amar Kutsia is also there as well as they come running through. Here is Dexter Bruce. There, Dex is a 4th car on your shot. 1st, 2nd, 3rd. And there, Dexter comes through now, chasing down the 3 leaders into holes.
Those 2 cars out in front of Hendricks and Amar Kutsia. Quick in a straight line. Daniel Kutsia doesn't have the aero like those 2 in front of him do. There's no rear spoiler on that car, not keeping the tail end down. As there we see Dexter Bruce coming through the picture. The only E36 among the E46s, the 3 of them in front of him. Then we see Faisal Jacobs come through behind. There's Eric Horn. They'll make their way out of Castrol, but here come our leaders through Damsdip once again.
Yeah, through Dams. That's the first 4 cars that's making their way through Dams up the Tygerberg Straight and into Saddle Sweep, and Daniel Kutsia is diving around. He's darting around. He wants to get past Amar Kutsia. Not too far behind them is Dexter Bruce, but the man that sits out there in P1 is Yusuf Hendricks, leading these 4 BMWs down the Killarney Straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
And look at the speed that they are going into this corner. And look who's right there with them. It's Dexter Bruce. He was quite a little bit further back. And he's the first car in Class D, but he's fighting with the Class C and Class B runners at the front.
And Yusuf Hendricks has lost that lead. He has lost that lead. And it is a Marcouzia that's got that lead from him, but it's only 0.2 of a second between them. He's going to fight right back again, and he's going to be in that mix. My word, there's nothing between these first 4 cars as they work their way down the Jabir Straight towards Castrol Corner.
And I lied, a big lie, when I said they were all E46s in the front. Yusuf Hendricks is also in an E36, but look at them bunching up. They're going 2 by 2, 3 wide past the oval commentary box and through Dam's Dip. Now into Dam's Dip and around, and Daniel Coetzee went around the outside of all 3 of those cars to take the lead.
I'm watching a bit further back while we stay with this. Vicky Pater that had problems out there in Dams. He's beginning to cut and carve his way back through the field. But let's have a look and see as we watch this group of cars make its way through turn 4, Saddle Sweep.
Amar Coetzee slowing down hectically as he leaves Saddle Sweep. He'll move to the right-hand side of the circuit to let the other cars by. There's Coetzee. There's Hendricks, there's Dexter Bruce, now 3rd overall and in D-class. You can see the graphic on the right-hand side, whereabouts the cars are. There's Coetzee now, there's Kilbride. Kilbride is ahead of Eric Horn and Ernest Page, who had bad luck in Opel Supercars.
And you saw Vicky Pater come into shot as well, so he is busy putting it back together again.
Dexter Bruce is pulled in to Park Ferme, so he's out of the race as well as Amar Coetzee. As we saw James King and Vicky Pater coming through. Now all the leaders make their way into turn 1.
We also got a car coming down pit lane as well. We'll get that one for you just now. So, yes, Vicky Pater busy making his way back. He's got King and Page right there with him. So the man that had trouble out there in the opening stages, Vicky Pater, finds himself in 5th position overall. Cars using the track and more coming out of turn 1 out of holes.
And let's not forget the people that didn't make it out. Jacques Dutoy didn't make it out, as well as Arno Mitchell. That's why you see those 2 cars without any time. Mark Sickle at the back end of the grid. Jacques Prince there in 14th. But Dexter Bruce and Faisal Jacobs are out of this race. I've seen them pull off the circuit, so that's them out. So we only have about 10 cars left. But now looking to the front, here is our front end battle. It's Daniel Coetzee versus Yusuf Hendricks. Both Clubman's guys, like I've said before, they're using their Clubman's elbows like they know very well at the front end of this field with 4 laps to go.
Working their way out of turn number 5, out of Pertamina Fostron, as we watch Vicky Pater. As we watch Vicky Pater come through. Connor Kilbride is right in there on his case. He's Connor Kilbride, and he's right there with him is Connor Kilbride as the 2 of them work their way down the main straight.
You can see Mark Sickle in the pit lane. We're losing a bunch, but look at this. Eric Horn and Ernest Page, formidable names in different series on their own. They'll make their way into Holzhoek. Vicky Pater now leading there in that group. He's in 3rd, but there's Page and there's Horn. They'll fight it out. Connor Kilbride in the same kind of car just ahead of them. That will be for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, that fight between Page and Horn, that is for 2nd and 3rd in Class E, with Connor Kilbride, of course, holding out there. The 2 of them come through our shot now. This is James King that is coming through there, and with him is Dean DeToy, yes.
Yep, Dean DeToy bought that car from Dexter Bruce. That's Dexter's old Clubman's car, as now we see it go side by side through Dam's Dip. On the inside was Eric Horn to get and make the move past Ernest Page. That's now a position swap between 5th and 6th. Now Horn sitting in 5th position. But here, another position change between Hendricks and Daniel Coetzee. Now, there's Pater in 3rd place, and the rest of the field will run through into Pertamina Fostron.
Yeah, Vicky Pater, what a drive by Vicky Pater on your screen. What a recovery by Vicky, and a 122.655 by Yusuf Hendricks. Here comes Pater through. And then behind him is Connor Kilbride. And then this fight, the one between Ernest Page and Eric Horn. That's the one that I want to have a look at. That's going to be some great one. Then we've got King and DeToy. This is King and DeToy that's on your screen right now. James King and Dean DeToy as they work their way. This is the combination of Horn and Page. And somebody's just kicked up. But that's Vicky Pater. No, he just put wheels on the dirt there, Vicky Pater, but he's still, I think, in that 3rd position. Yes, he is. But now he's got the combination of Horn and Page right there with him.
Yep, that's exactly right. You watch them go through and out of Castrol Corner now. Our leaders are now going towards Pertamina Fostron, and they're closer than they have been in a little bit. But now Ernest Page up the inside of Eric Horn once again, but there we jump back to the front.
Yeah, well, he just took that position away there from Horn as we watched the first and second drivers work their way out of Pertamina Fostron. Josef Hendricks and Daniel Kutsia, and Daniel gets that thing's tail wagging as they start their final lap. One more lap for these two to go as they race down into turn number 1 into Holzoek. Now, where's Pather? Pather should still be in that third spot, even though we got that car in trouble every now and then.
They should be going around Pertamina Fostron now to be Pather from Kilbride. There's Kilbride now. Pather's disappeared. Pather's behind Kilbride. Kilbride's move up into third overall. And then there's this E36 battle once again. It's Ernest Page bobbing and weaving, trying to get to the inside of the circuit to be late on the brakes and take that position, hopefully up the inside.
Well, he's going to have a look on the inside as you got him. Yes, he nails him. He nails him into turn number 1. Eric Horn has to relinquish that position to Eric Horn.
Now look at the leaders. 2 corners to go. Daniel Kutsia diving behind Josef Hendricks to try and maybe spook him out a little bit, make him a little bit nervous and make a mistake. Now look at them rocket down the Killarney straight once again on this final lap. 1 corner to go, Frankie, and it's going to be neck and neck to the line, I'm sure.
That's going to be touch and go. It's going to be absolutely touch and go. There was 9/10 of a second between them when they started this lap. This is now coming out the final corner. As you see Dexter Bruce stand there by the bonnet of his car. They're heading towards the line. That's going to be very, very close. That's going to be almost side by side, but it's going to be Josef Hendricks that comes home across the line in P1, 1.184 ahead of Kutsia.
I saw in the background in turn 3, Vicky Pather spun it again, but he managed to get out. This is the battle for 5th position between Horn and Page as coming to the line now. Connor Kilbride first in Class E. He'll take 3rd overall. Brilliant result by him and Spirit Racing, or Racing Spirit rather. No Vicky Pather, he had a spin, and this is 5 and 6.
Yeah, they come down towards us. That's going to be across the line. Eric Horn just ahead of Ernest Page. And then we have Pather coming towards us, and then we've got James King. And right behind him is Dean DeToy. That finishes his race. That's the first 8 cars across the line.
And it looks like we only have 10 finishes. We started at 17, then started at 15, and now we're down to 10. But there's Kobus de Kock in their Lemons 9-hour car, and a little bit further behind should be Hermanus Haysalmon, who had some troubles all weekend trying to get that car sorted. There they come under the bridge and across the line to finish off the first Progress Position Engineering BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race 1.
Yeah, that's P9 and 10 crossing the line there. Kobus de Kock and Hermanus Haysalmon. Well, yeah, so the winner of Class C is Daniel Kutsia. The winner of Class D is Dexter Bruce. The winner of Class E, that's Kilbride. And the winner of Class X is Kobus de Kock.
And just look at our screen before it disappears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars didn't finish. Amar Kutsia, who qualified on pole, didn't finish. Dexter Bruce, who had the fastest lap at one stage and fighting for the front, he pulled off into scrutineering. So did Faisal Jacobs. Jacques Prince brought it into the pits, and so did Mark Sickle. So very unfortunate for all of those gentlemen that weren't able to make it to the finish. But we can only cross our fingers that they're back for race 2.
And 2 did not start there. One is Arno Mitchells, the other one is Jacques DeToy.
We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go.
Right, folks, just going around the circuit, the lap of honor from the Odysseus Motorcycle Club, a group of riders here out in the circuit right now are the member of the Odysseus Motorcycle Club who donated 2,500 Rand to the 2024 toy run. They've been led there by Dave Abrams, and congratulations to the riders of Odysseus, and a reminder that the toy run is not just for bikers, it's about the thousands of children across the Cape Metropole who won't receive a toy this Christmas if you didn't make it happen. Everybody's welcome and entry is free. Just bring some toys. Join us for live music with Mark Hayes and Warpig, market stalls, ice cold drinks and delicious food. The toy run will be held at Killarney next Sunday, the 24th of November. Be there and bring toys.
Folks, welcome to the Lunchtime Show, and it's going to be a short one because we are going to be chatting, just keeping you guys company. I know there's a lot of you guys watching the live stream. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'd love to keep you guys watching and joining us for the rest of the stream. But of course, Killarney is about giving back to the community, and as you can see, the riders out there on today, which is the Toy Run Day, where people can bring their toys to Killarney to come support a very, very worthy cause.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're only here for a short time now because it's been such a jam-packed day. People have started pouring in past 10 o'clock. It is incredible here. There are cars everywhere. I even got to interview some kids today because there were so many families walking around. It was so exciting.
Now, the weather's fantastic. Wind is popping a little bit, but what's Cape Town without a little bit of wind? It's been windy for the last 2 weeks. So this is just another day on top of the others, but it's fantastic weather out here, folks. So if you do want to come, check out the action. Still a couple more races to go. The BMW races still have to go much later on. And I've been told a couple of guys are going to be doing a little bit of donuts.
Yes, I can't wait. It's going to be so exciting. You know, let's just let them let loose.
Yeah.
Go crazy.
So let's talk about some of those results. Just quickly going through, we've got the Libre Classic cars and Cultron Fine cars over here. And Michael Hitchcock taking Class A in the Cross Cape Forklift Services car. PV Low in second place, and Trevor Momberg taking Class B, then also third place overall. And Libre Classic cars, Cultron Fine cars, I know that there was, you know, a little bit of discussion about whether those two should be together, but to me it just makes sense.
I just want to say that I got the experience for today to actually sit on a stand and watch the race. And I kind of fell in love with classics a little bit. I might want to race. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. But I just got this little feeling in my belly, and I was like, I can do that.
Yeah.
But I want to come in a Beetle.
No, you can come in whatever you want. You can come in whatever you want. There's an MG there. There is a Modest Minor as well.
It bit me.
And then on our screens there, we see the fan walk happening. That is the GTI Challenge guys out there, the championship winning car of Dylan van Eeren. You got the Angry Racing car over there and the rest of the boys. GTI Challenge today was, of course, maybe, you know, that's one of those classes where maybe those guys have a little too much fun, if you know what I'm saying.
I was watching closely. I was at one stage I was screaming on the side. Come on!
Yeah, no, it was a lot of argy-bargy out there, and at the moment there's a couple of guys in the principal's office right now. Finding out who gets what fine, etc., etc. But you know what? When you got close racing like that,
we knew they were going to be competitive.
We knew they were going to be competitive, and when you get close racing, when the cars are so evenly matched, you know what? Sometimes those cars are going to touch out of turn 2.
Absolutely.
I mean, these things happen, don't they, people?
Exactly. But we knew it was going to be competitive today.
Yes.
It was the last one, and they were fighting.
You never caught the hint there, but I was talking about my little incident earlier on with Glenn Phillips.
You've just had a fun day, shall we say?
We've got
and what did we say when you already won the championship? You can do whatever the hell you like.
But this is the thing, though. Maybe I took my hand off the ball a little bit. And I was just telling you and your husband now that when it comes to doing the live show, it's easy when you're winning races. But when you have to come up here, and I'm looking at my car to check the guys are finishing. Team Fury, of course, doing a great job. But I've got the GTI Challenge results over here. Marco Busi.
I know, I was screaming. Go, Marco.
I definitely think I sense a little bit of bias here. There's Marco Busi's car on screen. You can't miss that pink livery. You can't miss it at
he
all.
represents for the women. He changed it during Women's Month, and he's
He
held
did,
on to it.
Nathan Victor, of course. I mean, just look at these lap times. Their best times, both 25.6s. So they are so close, separated by just 0.2 of a second. Yuri Swart gets third place over there. Skull Caldenes in fourth position. Dario Busi in Class B. You know, he's one of those guys that when he comes back, he just wins. Even against, as I said, I mean, my guy is Dylan van Eeren in Class C, and he comes to Class C and immediately he's in front, gets the win, and now he's in Class B doing the same thing.
There's so much banter between the two of them, Marco and Dario. I would like to see him move to Class A, because that would just be a jam.
I've always said the brothers should, if you want to keep the Christmas dinner when nobody's flinging trifle around, then I think we should make sure that they stay away from each other. Mark Fontini gets the win in Class C quite easily over there. Zach Layden in second place. Unfortunately, Faisal Zubair, Gabriel Chetty, Andre Rowe, Ishmael Davids further back down the order, but a fantastic effort from all of them over there. But congratulations to Marco Busi. Well done to him.
Yeah.
Then we go to the Libre Sports and GT. Gary Kieswetter, no surprises there in the advanced packaging technology. Car over there gets first place in Class S, but right behind him, Charles Visser gets Class A in that Porsche of his. Noel Grelling just behind him. Class B goes to Connor Kilbride, my rival and nemesis in the BMW category. Just behind Connor is Andre Brink, and Claudio Piazzamuso's son Tristan de Nobrega gets third place in Class B after graduating from Class C. He says that car, they need to make that car faster to compete with the big boys. So that's one of those things. David Joubert makes his debut in that very special Black Lotus of his.
Yes, I got to chat to him earlier. It's a Golf 7R engine in that thing. Wow. He wanted to match the D-Class so he can get somewhere, because I think he was in Class X or something. Man. But he just took it out for the first time yesterday.
And it looks beautiful.
It is stunning.
And they've done the JPS colors with the Le Joubert logos, and it just looks fantastic.
It's beautiful.
So congratulations to Davi for getting the car out there today. Simeon in the mix as well. But Gavin just pipsold Simeon there in Class C. So Simeon second, Gavin in first place there. And then Class D, we got Ray Farnham, followed by Steve Humble in Class D. A couple of other names in there. Marius Fourie, Martin Pugh in Class B as well, unfortunately. And Troy Dolenchenk did not start. What a pity from Troy over there. Also a very, very talented young Cape Townian driver. Now, we head on to Clubman's, and Frankie claims to know everything, but Frankie told me and told you guys and made me look like a fool on live YouTube that Stephen Heidenreich is not going to drive, and Stephen says, you know what, I'm changing my mind.
Later.
Stephen changes his mind and gets the win. I mean, Stephen's car is really a fan favorite, isn't it?
I think
the
so.
Skyline, the black Skyline with the origin colors, it's just spectacular.
It's sexy, number one. It really is. And to see that thing flying around, and it is. It's so well known. Everybody loves it.
And they parked just over here, garage number 1. I'm very glad that he's now in sports and GT as well. And I got to say, I haven't really watched that much racing today. We've been in the throes a little bit today. So yeah, today.
Doing whatever the hell you want.
Gee whiz, man. I tell you what, folks, racing ain't for the faint-hearted.
Causing chaos on the track at every turn.
Yeah. When you have a good day, it's totally fine. But when it's bad, then it's bad. But today, the thing is, we'd rather be here.
Yeah.
Even on a bad day, I'd rather be here. So we count our blessings and enjoy the day. But forgive me if every time, like, just spontaneously I burst out and go, no! So Stephen Adrie gets first place over there. Michael Lassier in second place. Jaco Lambert gets third and first in Class B. Jaco Lambert, multiple champion in that class. Just a spectacular talent, of course, from the Lambert clan all the way down the bottom of the pit lane over there. Kai van Zyl in the mix. Kai has really found his home in Clubman.
He really has. I mean, I think I met Kai, gosh, how many years was it? Probably about 10 or 15 years ago. And to see him grow up and now do so well, it's incredible.
Yeah, he's doing very well in Clubman's. And then in Class B behind Kai, Gary Smith with his new car. Stephen Gous in the mix as well. Kyle Visser in Class A, unfortunately not right up there. Eugene Gaspel in Class X. And then Gavin Surf, the familiar name, gets first in C, followed by Faisal Jacobs. Gemma Olin gets first in Class D. Congratulations, Gemma.
Nice.
Gemma's really been improving. Let's check those times out. Time's looking good as well. Just on the cusp of a 7-second run there. 28.0 for Gemma. So well done to her in Class D. Class D, a very competitive class in Clubman's at the moment.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Then we've got David Vermaak, John De Silva, Arno Michaels doing double duty. Mia Bench in the mix gets Class C. Looks like a podium in Class C as well. So the ladies representing today.
They're coming in hot.
They're
Watch
coming
out.
in hot. Watch out now. Watch out now. So Clubman's always entertaining. And remember, folks, if you hear something that you like over here, you can always rewind. You don't necessarily need to listen to us. You can rewind the stream, go check out some of those races because, of course, it's still on the internet.
Absolutely.
Everything.
And like I said this morning, leave comments if there's things that you want to see that we haven't talked about. There's angles that you're missing out on. Let us know in the comments. I saw a lot more comments on the live this morning, so keep it up and let us know what's going on.
It was a lot more busy, eh? It was a lot busy, and there's constant improvements over here, but we got to give a shout out to our man Gary over here. Let's check if Gary's smiling over here. Yeah, he's smiling. Gary's happy. Gary's just behind your shot there, folks. Lots of improvements happening on the live stream. Gary's the man that controls the cameras, and these cameras here are unmanned cameras. There's only one man that mans them, and that's Gary. So to alternate between them as the Dolenchenks make their way up. You coming for a chat, Mr. Dolenchenk? because we were just talking about Troy now. Of course, Wally Dolenschenk and Troy Dolenschenk from the Dolenschenk family. Lots and lots of racing in that family. So maybe we can force him to have a chat. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Then we move on to the Progress Precision Engineering BMW Triple CT Racing Series. The only reason I know all those words is because I've been saying it so many times. Congratulations to Yusuf Hendricks. You got the results here. Yusuf Hendricks for getting the win in Class C, but overall win to him. Daniel Kutsia shares the podium spot there with him in Class C and overall. And well done to Connor Kilbride for beating out all the Class E drivers, including me. So well done to Connor Kilbride over there for first in Class E. Erik Horn gets second in Class E. A new driver gets podium position in Class E. I'm in third place over there. I thought that name looked familiar. and then we got Kobus de Kok getting Class F honors. Unfortunately, a lot of cars falling by the wayside. I think it's this weather. I definitely think it's this weather. My car as well suffering from the heat over here. There's lots and lots of heat out there. It's a very hot day, and the cars are definitely suffering a little bit.
Yeah, before we went live, we were just having a conversation now, maybe just to give the viewers an understanding of your tire pressures and with this weather changes and what the impact of that is.
Yeah, the impact was monumental. I've got a tire pressure monitor in my car. Shout out to my man Dean over there for sorting that out. And started off on very, very low pressures and just ended up almost a bar higher than that, which is not really normal. And the car started sliding around a lot on the final two laps. So we definitely suspect that this heat is a problem. Our setup's a problem as well.
But was the tires that caused him to do his little pirouette, guys?
Just blame no, that was early on. That was early on. I didn't spin out this time. Okay, get it right. Yes, you spin out once in a year and then
gonna hold it against you.
Yeah, I always say a spin is as good as a crash. Or maybe I should take my own advice. It's a pity a couple of guys didn't make it out, but there's still one more BMW race left later on. One more BMW race left later on. And then we didn't talk about fine cars earlier on. Kunrad Mathia gets first place in fine cars. Dave Alexander back again. Nice to see him. Di Dugmore, Tasha Tischendorf as well in the mix. Arnold Lambert, Jan Engelbrecht and Roger Lewis. I'm so glad to see the fine cars guys out there in force. And I've got to say, from a visual perspective, I just enjoy seeing the fine cars with the classics. I think it kind of makes sense. Then we move on to your favorite class, which I think I'm going to hand over to you now.
Lovely. I mean, again, if there's no extreme competition, we got our top two, Fabio, obviously, and Sean Moore.
What time does Fabio do? Fabio does, what does he do? Let's see.
116.
Jeez, that's quick.
Not too far behind there with Sean Moore at a 117.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, Mark Ridgway back as well. He wasn't here last time, I don't believe, or it was the race before that.
Yeah.
So doing really, really well, these guys. Yeah.
Nice. Well done. And they are putting on a show. They are big, spectacular cars. Very, very loud, very boisterous, very out there, and definitely fan favorites. And you know what, again, I gotta say, sometimes we dodge the negative topics, but I like to just head straight into it and deal with the consequences afterwards. There was some talk about the fact that it might not necessarily be a good fit, but I like racing with the V8 guys. It's been fun.
It's actually fun to see, because I'm still waiting for one of you to overtake them. If there's any chance in the world of that happening.
I almost had one. It does look like we might wrap up soon as the GTI Challenge guys make their way out. Now they're on the grid at the moment, and the GTI Challenge guys are about to make their way out. So I think we're going to wrap up early, folks. If I can just get some visual on the screen over there and see what you guys are seeing. Okay, you're still seeing us. How's it, guys? Welcome to Killarney Raceway. There you go.
There we go. Those guys are lining up. This is going to be an exciting one.
Doing what they do.
And guys, when they are done,
so they're done arguing downstairs.
They're done arguing downstairs, and when they are done with their race, I want you to just keep your eye out on the live stream. Once that checkered flag goes up, they're going to do something cute and exciting for us. Okay? I don't know if it's gonna play out, but let's see. They're gonna give us a little bit of a show.
Okay.
So stay tuned for that.
Let's see. GTI Challenge putting on a show all in any case. So definitely one of those things.
Their racing in itself is a full-on show at the moment.
Are we? Okay, so looks like we're going to wrap up. Thanks, guys, for joining us. My name is Ernest Page, joined by
Simon. Thanks, guys, for watching. It's been fantastic. There are still so many races to go, so don't turn your TV off right now. Carry on streaming.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, folks, here we go with the second round of the API Property Volkswagen GTI Challenge. Yes, the Superbikes were supposed to be on, and the Superbikes were supposed to be on now, but it's going to be GTI Challenge, and then we're going to have the Superbikes after that. All right, so here we go, folks. For those of you who are wondering what happened to the Superbikes, they were supposed to be on now. They've just changed them around. There was a lot of oil around the circuit, and just before lunchtime, the marshals cleaned all of that up. And they have decided to go with the second race of API Property Group VW GTI Challenge. And then after that, we will go with the Superbikes. So let's get the challenge cars done, and then the Superbikes after that. Right, so Gaza, this is it. Class B has been wrapped up by Ryan van Heerden. Class C has been wrapped up by Dylan van Heerden. But Class A is still up for grabs. It goes down to the final race of the day, the final race of the year.
At the end of the day, it's a boy thing. Whether you've won it or you've lost it, or the first time you race, you want to go as fast as you can, as hard as you can, as close to the front as you can. But what's going to happen is that it's going to be a bit of an invert.
Right, the Class A cars make their way off the line. Oh, they're using the track and a lot more. There's just dirt and dust everywhere. The Class B cars, oh, we've got a spinner. No, we haven't got a spinner. They're just cars throwing tons and tons of sand onto the track. The Class B cars are now going through all that as the Class C cars now launch off the line as well. This is it, folks. In Class A, it is for all the marbles in the bag. First, second, and third is up for grabs. Classes B and C has been wrapped up. These boys in Class A are going to rip each other apart for the championship, which will be decided for that class in this race.
Well, there's been quite a bit of discussion that's happened between the two races, a fair amount of paperwork that's been done, some tactical moves by certain people to help other people. It is what it is. That is motorsport. The championship is up for grabs still in a lot of places are still up for grabs at this stage of the fight. So you can expect friends to work together, teams to work together. This is the real deal.
Well, right now, Ian Cup is the man that's leading Class A, but I don't know for how long, because through comes Marco Busi. Marco Busi, Cup's really lost a couple of positions there as they work their way through that cement dust. Here they come. That's Busi that sits out there in P1. He has got the run. Then we have got Cup. And right next to Cup, we've got Nathan Victor as they work their way down into turn number 1 into holes. Here comes the Class B. It's Kulfi. It's a bus. And it is Dario Busi that is sitting third in that class, followed there by the yellow car of Faisal Jacobs.
Well, that's quite a bad lock up there by Sanderberg at the back of the pack. But here comes Class C, and it looks like it's for Rolly from Fontini. Moona, a bit of a gap between himself and them, and then once again, Zach Leiden's in the game.
Yeah, and then Finneran and Levy rounding off that group, and Fajit in the 74 car. But we go back to Class A. That's making its way towards turn number 4 to Sarl Sweep. Up the Tigerberg straight they go, working their way out of dams. Tigerberg now into double right-hander Sarl. And it is Boosie that sits out there in P1. Nathan Victor is in that second spot. Ian Cup is still low. Ian Cup has lost a lot of positions. It is Umpi that is there in that third spot right now as they race down that back Killarney straight towards turn 5 Pertamina Fastron.
Well, definitely the scrutineering through the year and the way that it's been done and what has been done has worked, because Frankie, you've never seen the Class A's grouped together like this, the Class B's grouped together and the Class C's. That means the scrutineering side of it and the way they've laid out the rules is working as the Class A guys make their way down to Holzhoek. It's Boosie from Victor. Once again, Swart, a bit of a gap between himself and the front runners. Geldenhuys, as always, in the top 5 in class. Let's go back to Class B as they enter turn number 1.
Yeah, it is all about Mohammed Caulfield sits out there in P1 with Dario Boosie. The cars are coming through fast and furious. There is Jacobs. Behind Jacobs, you saw Hendricks, and somebody's got a boot open. That is Razik Harris. He's got the boot lid open of that Polo as Razik Harris, and then he's got Donnie Sandenberg right in there with him as well, as the Class A cars are now working their way towards turn 4 Saddle Sweep.
Class C cars coming towards us. Fontini from Ferrari, from Leiden, that stayed the same. Muna from Finneran, so that stayed very much the same as we have a look at our Class A guys as they come hauling down the back straight. It's all about Boosie, Victor and Swart. Can we, the same question we asked in race number 1, can Swart close up on those two up front? It looks like Boosie is the quickest man so far in race number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be touch and go stuff. Remember that Dylan Jabir didn't finish race number 1, and he is right in that fight. He's Dylan Jabir as they come down towards us. Dylan Jabir is now behind Geldenhuys as they make their way into Holzhoek. The Class B cars are coming towards us, and that will be Kulfi from Boosie. Then it's Jacobs. Behind Jacobs, I see Zaki Hendricks coming through. Then Donnie Sandenberg Jr., then Sean Liebenberg that missed the first race. He sits in there behind Donnie Sandenberg Jr.
Here comes the Class C guys as they work their way down towards Holzhoek. And it's all about Fontini and Ferrari this time around. Ferrari has a look on the inside line. The two of them have broken away from Zach Leiden, and Finneran has actually moved up ahead of Levy.
So got confirmation that Razik Harris has pulled into the pits. The Class A cars are going down the back straight, the Killarney straight. They are racing down that Killarney straight, and Skulk Geldenhuys is lining up Umpi Swart. He's lining Umpi Swart up. They're the two of them on your screen, lining him up for Fastron. But it is still, and he's going to make a move up on the inside, and Skulk Geldenhuys has got his nose ahead there of him, ahead of Umpi, and they're chasing down Boosie and Victor. Then it's Joubert, Cup, Williams, and Hintenhouse is the last man you see on your screen.
Well, the next man you see coming into view will be Kulfi. Yep, Kulfi's doing a brilliant job. He's got a bit of a gap from the race number 1 winner, Boosie Jr. Then it's Jacobs. Hendricks is right in there behind them. Sandermax having a pretty decent run, as well as our Class C guys head down towards Pertamina Fastron.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that Class C. It's a lovely, lovely fight there. It was Fontini, Ferroli and Leiden when they started this lap. It might not be exactly the same, although here they come towards us. And it is indeed Fontini, but Ferroli is in that second position, and Zach Leiden is still there in third place. The Class A cars, Gaza, are sliding their way around Saddle Sweep.
It's almost as if the tar's too hot, but I think it's just the guys are riding so hard. They're sliding around all over the show. Oh, the last of that group of cars, I think that was Williams that ran it pretty wide as they worked their way down towards Pertamina Fastron. Hard on the brakes, whack it through the gears, turn it in as hard as you possibly can, look into the mirror, and the guy behind you is even closer than what he was when you went out into the Killarney Straight.
Right, yeah, they come down towards us. And it's all about Marco Busi in P1. Nathan Victor is there in that second spot. Then we've got Skull Caldenace. Then we've got Umpi. Then Dylan Jabé. Then we've got Shane Williams, followed by Ian Cup and the 76 of Oliver Hintenhouse.
Class B, Colfie from Busi. They've now broken away. Massive battle, Jacobs and Hendricks. Then behind that is Sandenberg, Liebenberg, and then a bus going down into turn number 5. Here comes your Class C battle.
Now that Class C battle is heading down the Killarney Straight into Pertamina Fostron, and has that lead changed? Has that lead has definitely changed? We'll have a look and see. No, that lead has not changed. Yeah, they come down towards us. That's the further back. It is Ferrari that sits there on the case of Fontini, heading into turn number 1 into Holzhoek, and that you see on your screen there, lock up there by Mark Fontini. That is the battle for P1 and 2 in Class C.
Our Class A guys are now heading back down towards 5 again. It's Battle Royal, Busi and Victor. Will they work together? Will they work against one another? Who knows? It's very difficult to try and work this out. These guys are all out there. Oh, losing the tail in the bit was Victor. That gives Busi just a little bit of breathing space, but not much, because Geldenace is having a brilliant run, and Geldenace finds himself ahead of Umpi Swart, and it's Jabé and Williams, the next two that's coming through there.
Yeah, it's Jabé, Williams, Cup, and Hintenhouse. Where's Class B? Class B will be going through turn number 5. There they go, through Fostron. That's Mohammed Kalfi from Dario Busi. That's the 2 cars you see on the screen. Faisal Jacobs has got Saki Hendricks right on his case there, followed by Donnie Sandenberg Jr. and Sean Liebenberg in that 75 car. And then Nur Abbas is the next man coming through as you watch Class C head into Fostron corner.
Well, this is still a continuous battle. It's a 4-way battle. You can even open up Frankie. Oh, look at that. Beautiful drive. Gets good traction coming out of Pertamina Fastron.
Class A cars, you can see on your screen there, is coming out of Saddle Sweep, the double right-hander. And it's led by car number 41, which is Marco Busi, as they race down that back straight. Busi with Victor right on his heels there. Then we've got this Geldenace still ahead of Swart, and right there with him is still Dylan Jabé in the 44 car in P5, as the Class A cars head to start their final lap.
The final lap for them, but let's have a look, see what is happening with the Class B. Class B is all about Kalfi. Kalfi is now starting to pull away. The man that won race number 1 is not going to win race number 2. There he is. That is the gap. Busi Jr. does not have an answer for Kalfi in Class B in heat number 2. Final round of the API Property Group GTI Challenge for the year.
And then you still see Zaki Hendricks all over the back end there of the Faisal Jacobs car, followed there by Sandenberg Jr. Class C is now making its way into the leaders, are in the middle of Fostron corner, and it's Fontini and Ferroli. Yes, it is. It's the Goffin Cooper car of Mark Fontini versus Adriano Ferroli. P1 and 2. Here comes Sandenberg Sr. across the line, and that is P1 and 2 for Class C.
Going back to Class A, on their way down the back main, you can see those blue dots led out by the 41 of Marco Busi, then the 71 of Nathan Victor. Frankie, bring our Class A's to the line.
Racing down towards a Pertamina Fostron. Oh, and it's touch and go. It is touch and go. Nathan Victor is right on that bootlet of Marco Busi as they make their way down towards us. The checkered flag is going to come out. It's going to be close. It's going to be side by side, but it's Marco Busi across the line from Nathan Victor in second. Skulky Geldenace crosses the line at 0.4 of a second ahead of Umpi Swart, followed by Dylan Jabé, Shane Williams, Ian Cupp, and Ollie Hintenhouse.
There's our Class B leader, Colfie. Brilliant. Lights to flag. Utterly amazing. Probably his best drive. That'll be major motivation for him for 2025. Colfie ahead of Boosie Jr. So Boosie's first and second in race number 1. And this time around, it's not going to be. It'll be Colfie, Boosie, Jacobs, Hendricks. Then you can see Sandenberg coming through. The next man will be Liebenberg. Let's go back to our Class C battle.
Class C battle is working its way out of Pertamina Fostron, and it's all about Mark Fontini and Adriano Ferrari. As you see, Sandenberg Senior finishing his race, and it's going to be Mark Fontini. Fontini to the line. No, Fontini backed out. Fontini backed out, and he gave the win to Adriano Ferrari. He backed out right at the last minute. And here we come to the line, and it's going to be touch and go. It is Zach Leyden just ahead of Tristan Hubert, Flashman Finneran, and Daniel Muna.
Still 2 more to come as they come across the line. It'll be Majid and Davids. And wow, what can I say? Amazing, amazing, amazing. GTI Challenge, sponsored by the API Property Group, was really something else for this season. They have shown that you can take advertising and marketing to the next level. Look how they group together as they work their way back after their last race for the season. I can only predict great things for API Property Group GTI for 2025.
Well, yeah, they're bunching up. And this is just the guys saying thank you to you people around the circuit. Folks, make some noise for the GTI Challenge people in the Bomas. Give them a wave. That's the majority of the cars. 2 of the guys were not role players, and they didn't want to, or maybe just plain forgot about it with all the tension. One can understand you're so worked up, but I think they completely forgot about it. But let's just give them a round of applause, people. This is GTI Challenge, saying to the people around the circuit, and you at home watching the production, thank you for supporting API Property, Volkswagen GTI Challenge for 2024. They really, really appreciate all of you. Well, that is a beautiful gesture by the API Properties Volkswagen GTI Challenge. The guys had doors open, they were waving to the people around the track, knowing that the cameras are picking them up as well, waving to you folks at home that are watching. Well done. To the chairman, to Zaki Hendricks, what a brilliant season.
And Frankie, there's no doubt that strict control is required in terms of getting the cars all on an equal playing field. Undoubtedly, it's working correctly and being done the way it is. Remember back in the day, call out ever long ago, back in the day, you had a situation where you would have Class C cars amongst the Class Bs and Class Bs amongst the back end of the Class As. That doesn't happen anymore. The cars are just all on song.
Well, this is a replay of the start, and that was Skalki that got himself in a bit of a knot there. Skalkeldenace. That's Razi Harris coming through there with a boot lid open. And just a replay of some of the action from API Properties Volkswagen GTI Challenge. That's for the folks watching at home. There you go down to Class C. That's Zach Leyden that's coming through. And even there you had cars with boot lids flapping open. But that was GTI Challenge. We now move on to the Seal Pro Wineland Superbikes, Superbike Challenge, Masters and 600 motorcycle class. Race number 1. It's 5 to 4, and the Superbike guys had to sit and wait until now. They would have been up now, and then GTI Challenge after them, but because there was oil put down on the circuit early on, and the marshals that cleaned that up, that's why they swapped the GTI Challenge around with the Superbikes. There even may be a swap a bit later on in the program as well as we head towards the end, but that is still up for confirmation. Marco and Nathan just are the rule. So how can everybody remember the name?
next up is the Seal Pro Winelands Superbikes, the SPK Challenge, the Masters, and the 600cc's. So it's got the screen. We're just waiting for our cameraman, Gary Fleming, who's busy coming towards the production booth.
Yep, this is the first race of the Seal Pro Wineland Superbike Challenge Masters and 600. Some good names out on field as per usual. The Rocket Man, Kuhn Sneeman, taking pole position with a 1:11.495 ahead of Tristan Pinard on that BMW S1000 RR. He did a 1:11.740. So that's about 2.5 tenths the difference between himself and Kuhn Sneeman. Slade van Niekerk on the 111 Project 60 ZX10 sits there in third place ahead of Johnny Towers. Jason Lineker in sixth. Mike Hunter, the second of the 600s. He is there in seventh place. Actually, I lie. On our timing screen, it says Chad Thompson, who just broke out into the Superbikes class last round. His bike is definitely worse for wear after the engine packed up last round, so he's not out there. So it's Kuhn Sneeman from Tristan Pinard from Slade van Niekerk on the front row. Johnny Towers, Jason Lineker and Mike Hunter on the second row of the grid. Sarah Haasbroek, Brad Bodsworth and Gerard Frey. Great to see Gerard Frey back out in the field after a massive accident he sustained and a hospital visit he had to attend to that same day after jumping hard on the brakes into turn one sometime in April, I believe. And if anyone can remember correctly, he jumped on the brakes and that bike did a full-on somersault with him on it. But he's back for the first time racing once again on that 21. Then Wayne Arendse, Wesley Hendricks and David Goosen, Francois Butler's bestie from motocross. He's out here on the third row of the grid, or on the fourth row of the grid rather. And then Bukanyo Mobaso, Greg Waddington and AJ Fenter on the last row of the grid.
Yeah, nice to have the goose here. He's getting used to it. Don't expect good things from him. But I can tell you something. The boy can ride a bike. He knows how to pedal. So we'll keep our eyes on him. Welcome there to Johnny Towers all the way from the UK. All he does is in the summer. Comes to race the last race here with us. He also does the 8 hour. Kuhn Sneeman there. And Tristan Pinard. Slade van Niekerk. Lights on, lights off, away they go. Looks like Slade van Niekerk gets, oh no, Slade, Kuhn Sneeman gets the whole shot and breaks a little bit early on Tristan Pinard. Tristan Pinard got caught out on that now, has to get on the gas early. Kuhn Sneeman there, the guys coming up on the inside now, working their way now through Castrol Corner. Going down to Lunchtime Kink, down in towards Dams. Sneeman getting away with Tristan Pinard's chasing hard. It looks like Slade van Niekerk got someone up at his inside. It could be Alan John Venter. Is he out there? No? Yeah, he is, yeah. It could be AJ, I'm not sure. But we'll have a look-see when they come down the back straight, if we can pick up who's who in the zoo, as they say. There's Kuhn, there's Tristan. There's Slade, there's Alan John. Then it's Mike Hunter and Johnny Towers.
Leading their way down into Pertamina Fastron for the first time in the Seal Pro Wine and Superbikes Challenge and Masters as well as 600s. They make their way out of Pertamina Fastron for the first time. On the back wheel, side to side, is the Rocket Man, Kuhn Sneeman, getting on the back wheel down the Porsche straight ahead of Tristan Pinard and Slade van Niekerk sitting there in third place. Then we watch them run through. It's AJ Fenter on Insana's bike. Augustin Insana's R1. He swapped bikes this morning, did AJ Fenter. Then it's Johnny Towers ahead of Mike Hunter, Jason Lineker, Brad Bodsworth on his Honda. Then Gerard Frey, David Goosen, Sarah Haasbroek, Greg Waddington, and the rest of the field makes their way into Castrol Corner.
Oh, lovely stuff there now. We watch the riders come through Damps. That's your leaders. Kuhn Sneeman, followed there by Pinard, van Niekerk, Venter. Then it's Towers and Hunter, then Lineker, then Bodsworth, then Frey. And David Goosen up into the top 10.
Yep, someone I don't see out there is Wayne Arnser. It seems he hasn't come out onto the grid, and neither has Boikanyo Bobaso. I believe he had an accident in qualifying, which kept him out of this race. But we watch the leaders now head into Pertamina Fostron for the first full racing lap. You can see that little digital graph on the right-hand side to see where the leaders are. First, second, and third. That's the 19, the 50, and the 111. Make their way out of Pertamina Fostron through 5A under the city of Cape Town, then down the Porsche straight. But there we see fourth place. There's AJ Fenter, Johnny Towers, Mike Hunter, Jason Lineker on a CBR 1000 RR as well.
Right, so they're all working their way through. Brad Bodsworth coming down there towards turn number 1, Holes. Down Bodsworth is Frey, then Goosen. And then it's Haasbrook and Waddington, and then Hendricks and Chad Thompson bringing up the rear.
Yep, there you see Johnny Towers and Jason Lineker just behind him. And then Mike Hunter, the second place in 600s at the moment. Johnny Towers leading at the 600s in 5th overall at this current point in time. But you see, there goes Koen Sneeman jumping on the right knee and leaning into the double right-hander of Sarl. Sweep and down the Killarney straight once again. The gap is 7/10 of a second between Sneeman and Pienaar, and then another 3 or 4/10 of a second between Pienaar and Van Niekerk as they jump hard into the final braking zone of the circuit, which is Pertamina Fostron.
Kieran Steinman leading in there in Pertamina Fostron, getting on that knee, using it to his advantage as he gets up and ready. Followed there by Tristan Pienaar. Slade Van Niekerk's there in third as they work their way through. Next up will be Alan John Fenter. He's on a borrowed bike. It's not his own bike, so he will be a little bit unused to it. Then behind him, it's going to be Johnny Towers. And then it's Jason Lineker, then Michael Hunter. And coming through there, behind him, Brad Bodsworth.
There we see the Superbike leaders make their way into Castro Corner and exiting Castro Corner. Now 1.5 seconds adrift is Pienaar to Koen Sneeman out there on the Missile Motorcycles Honda CBR 1000 RR. And just behind there, Pienaar and Van Niekerk are almost in a battle for second overall. There is a championship battle between Sneeman and Van Niekerk, but it seems that Sneeman's going to clinch it at this rate. Then Fenter makes his way out of the screen. Then there you see Towers and Lineker make their way both on CBR 600s and CBR 1000s apiece. They make their way down, but there's once again our leaders into Pertamina.
Well, Koen Sneeman has definitely got this one nicely worked out. But Tristan Pienaar and Slade Van Niekerk embroidered a little battle. There's Koen Sneeman, then you see behind them Tristan and Slade. And then it's Alan John Fenter coming out there. There's AJ Fenter all the way from the northern regions. Then here comes Johnny Towers. And, well, there's Jason Lineker behind him. Will Lineker get past him is the question. It's not nice to go and get past his sponsor, but I think Lineker's got past him somehow.
Yeah, 2 RST outfitted motorcycles, the likes of Johnny Towers and Jason Lineker. Jason Lineker riding for RST, Johnny Towers a part of RST as they run into Castro Corner. Just behind them you see Mike Hunter, the second in the 600s. Then the 41 of Brad Bodsworth said he's not used to the Honda once again after racing the Aprilia for most of the season. It's a completely different bike, he said to me a little bit earlier on, and now he's having to get grips, or he's having to get back to grips with it. As you see now our leaders coming once again down into Pertamina Fostron. There they go. But there's the youngsters. 2 of the Brat Pack. Jason Lineker a little bit further behind, but there's Pienaar and Van Niekerk.
Right, so having a look there, coming through there, Slade Van Niekerk up behind Tristan Pienaar. That's the Kawasaki versus a very strong BMW. And see the timing board out for Tristan. He needs to hurry up the ante because he's got Slade breathing down his neck as they go down into holes. Working them out of holes there. Tristan keeping it nice and low there as well. Slade Van Niekerk pushing as hard as he can. Here's Alan John Fenter coming in, and up behind him will be Lineker and Towers as they come through. Jason Lineker on 1,000 should be quicker than Towers. A lot more grunt underfoot there, so to speak.
Yeah, but you see those 2 bikes now come into frame and lead there into Castro Corner. AJ Fenter's a little bit further ahead. He, like I said, is on Augustine Ntwana's bike, that Yamaha R1. They're prepped and raced by the Lacquer Racing man himself, AJ Fenter. He's sitting there in 4th overall, but there's the leader now making his way into the final corner. Or there's the top 3 rather. That's Pienaar and Van Niekerk battling it out. 3/10, less than 3/10 at this rate as they make their way out of the corner under the City of Cape Town Bridge.
Well, Kieran Snyman's gone down the road, but Tristan Pienaar and Slade Van Niekerk embroiled in a right roll scuffle there for 2nd and 3rd respectively. So they'll be working their way out there, going into holes. Slade Van Niekerk close to Tristan. And one gets the feeling that he might want to pull the pin at some stage. He might just be biding his time with 3 laps to go.
Yep, most definitely, as you see them tuck into the right-hander. That is Castro Corner, the second corner on the on the circuit, so close to the apex. I've seen these guys rub elbows against the concrete, as even the MotoGP riders do. These guys are so well adversed on these motorcycles, these top performance and top prepped race bikes are these 1000 cc's. But of course, the most prepped bike by the man himself, Mr. Missile Motorcycles, Mr. Rocketman, Kieran Snyman, leading out with 3 laps to go.
Kieran's got a very, very comfortable lead going into Pertamina Fastron. There you see him in picture. And I don't think he'll be collected anytime soon. It's just a natural rider. He was born on 2 wheels, as they say. There he comes up over the line, the number 19 Machine. Up behind him, the number 50 there of Tristan Pienaar, been faced by the 111 of Slade Van Niekerk. Slade has got past him as they go down into turn number 1. And next will be Alan John Fenter, who's fallen by the wayside, but like I said, not on his regular machine.
Yep, there he comes past us on that 43 bike. Great riding from him so fast. Let me just jump to the fastest lap of the race. A 1:11.862 by Kieran Snyman a couple of laps ago. With 1.5 laps, just like that, it's been passed so quickly. There we see Kieran Snyman come into frame. He ducks into Dam Stip, down the Tygerberg straight once again, and into Super Spiral Sweep, and down the longest straight of the circuit, the full 800 meters down to Pertamina Fastron.
Well, I think if the wind wasn't blowing, I'd like to see what the ideal time would be, probably about a 1:10 or 1:10.2. So that's pretty fast by Kieran in the wind. So pretty well done. He works his way down into Pertamina Fastron corner. There is Slade and Tristan up behind him as they work their way down into Pertamina Fastron. Oh, they're close for comfort. Slade's got the upper hand here. Slade is there. They're going to go onto their final lap when they cross the line. 1 lap to go now. Comes Slade and Tristan. And, well, Alan John quite a way back now. Only coming out of Pertamina Fastron, Alan John Fenter. And then behind him, it's going to be Lineker and Towers going in there, and a little bit further back is still Michael Hunter.
Now you see on the back wheel are those two, it's Lineker and Towers, making their way down now to the City of Cape Town Bridge. They pass our commentary box and head into Holzhoek. There you see them in your picture now. Lineker, just pulling away a 2.5 gap to Johnny Towers now. Mike Hunter now only crosses the line, was coming to the line to start his final lap. But we look for Kieran Snyman as he leads down the back straight, the Killarney straight, and into Pertamina for the final time in this race. Bring that man to the line.
Kieran Snyman, for the final time in this heat, takes it down into Pertamina Fastron. He's got a very healthy lead now as he works his way out, coming up towards the line, and brings it up. Takes heat number 1, the number 19 Machine. And then I think it's going to be Slade Van Niekerk who will take second over Tristan Pienaar.
They will pass Wesley Hendricks, who's at the back end of the grid in 13th in the challenge class. He's a lap down from Pienaar and Van Niekerk. But a great riding from those two youngsters. I love seeing them battle each other around the circuit. Then we come to AJ Fenter, the Lacquer Racing man. He takes 4th place overall and 4th in class. Then there's still this little battle between Lineker and Johnny Towers coming to the line. Lineker bests out Johnny Towers on the 600 to get 5th and 6th respectively. And then it's Mike Hunter and the rest of the field will come through. Mike Hunter comes across the line to be 2nd in class and 7th overall, ahead of Brad Bodsworth. Gerard Frey, good to see him back out first in the Superbike Challenge, and David Goosen, an unmatched performance there to get 3rd in class in race 1. Sarlo Haasbroek, Greg Waddington And then, of course, Wesley Hendricks was a lap down. Greg Waddington comes around the final corner, or through the final kink rather, under the City of Cape Town bridge, and he will finish this race 14 seconds behind 11th position. But that was a brilliant, brilliant running from the Seal Pro Wine and Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s.
So as the day unwinds, you want to say thank you to the people that make it happen.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Oh, that's Lime Property Management. A big thanks to everybody involved there at Lime Properties. And then a big thanks to these people as well.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Not just big thanks to those people, but a big thanks to Pertamina Fostron, to King Tony Tools, and as well as Castrol, the City of Cape Town, and Smile 90.4 FM, the media partner of the Western Province Motor Club, and all our class sponsors. A big thanks to all of you folks.
Well, Frankie, I'll be doing Leisure Bear Sports and GTs with you for their second time out in Heat 2 and their last time out for the 2024 Power Series season. We see some familiar faces make their way out. We see some new names as well out there, and maybe some new cars as well. I know a little bit of information. Gary Kisvetter was out there in race 1, but I believe young Troy Dolenchek will be racing that Janetta in the second race. That
Correct.
LMP G57. That's an LMP2 prototype car, the likes that would race in Le Mans.
Yes, not a new LMP2 car, but relatively new. Yes, Gary Kieswetter did race that car in race number 1, and I got information. Somebody walked up the stairs where the IMUSAT people was there and said, tell the commentary team that Troy Dollarchik, that did not do race number 1, will be out in the second race. So I presume he will be driving the Gary Kieswetter car in this one. But we'll obviously look and see what our timekeeping device says as to who is in that car and who's not in that car. As that Ginetta rolls through into turn number 1. Yes, Oliver Hintenhuis. There is Noel Greyling. Oh, that Porsche sounds awesome of Greyling. As the cars just all one by one roll through. Saw the likes of Gavin Gorman working his way through as well. There is Andre Brunk, Martin Prince, just a few of the names you're picking up there as the cars are beginning to work through. Lovely SLK, Mercedes-Benz out on the circuit. That is, yeah, that is the number 13 car of Marius Founie in Class D.
And I see the ever so wonderful Alf of Eric Salomon has not made its way out into race 2.
No, I didn't do race 1 either.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I didn't commentate race 1, so I didn't see that Alf. Usually you can hear the Alf come past us. And then Martin Pugh, I spoke to him a little bit earlier, and he said suspension component on the rear of that car. That sent him into the dirt. He almost went rally crossing outside of Castrol Corner. And he couldn't find a spare for race 2. So he's out in the old Shelby Can-Am. But the rest of the field, 17 cars, 17 sports and GT-esque vehicles make their way around the circuit before they line up and they get ready for a thundering of a second heat.
Right, so behind the safety car, these sports and GT cars, sponsored by Le Hubert Wine Estates, makes its way down the Killarney Straight, over the King Tony Tools Bridge, towards Pertamina Fostron, past the main sponsor, Line Property Management Boards, towards Pertamina Fostron, before 10 laps of high-speed action will proceed.
I see Charles Visser in a very, very quick Porsche. He just came back from Italy in Misano, practicing in a GT3 Cup car. Then we've got Noel Greyling. His dad usually shares the car with him, but he had a rib surgery or rib injury not that long ago, so he'll be riding the car, taking them away from the line. The lights go on, the lights go off, and the thunder felt as they make their way down into Holzhoek for the second time today, and the first of the racing laps get underway. 10 to go. We'll see how this one pans out.
Right, out of turn number 1, out of holes they go, and already we see the Ginetta clearing off. And in second position, it is Charles Visser. Oliver Hintenhuis is right in that fight as well. Then behind Ollie, we've got Noel Greyling. That is the first 4 cars. I think it might be Connor Kilbride that sits in there. We'll just get confirmation. Andre Brunk is in there behind him, and so is Martin Prince, as we watch this whole train of cars roll out of Damstep.
Martin Prince just recovering from a collarbone surgery not that long ago. I saw the patch on his shoulder still, and he's still running as quick as ever is the Dutchman as he makes his way through sweep now, and the rest of the field and the leaders head down to Pertamina Fostron. But like you said, that Ginetta is just up, duck, and disappeared ahead of the Porsche of Charles Visser. That Ligier, that French prototype that they make in France, of Oliver Hintenhuis, and then Noel Greyling in that other Porsche GT3 Cup car just behind there in 4th.
Yeah, Noel Greyling sitting there in 4th. You just see him there in 4th. Then we've got Connor Kilbride, we've got Andre Brunk, we've got Martin Prince in that fight as the field comes working through. Then Tristan de Nobrega. So the 43 car is now in the hands. It's now 433 of Dollarchik. Remember, he did not race that car in race number 1. It was Kieswetter. So the leader is now Troy Dollarchik in that LMP2 Ginetta.
Yep, we know Troy Dollarchik from the Formula 1600 series up north He did the Extreme Festival not that long ago, and I believe he was champion in a year prior to this year. He's now in a proper full-on four-wheel prototype as he races down the Killarney straight to the back south side of the circuit. They make their way down into Pertamina Fosron and peeling away ahead of Charles Visser. Charles Visser is going to be under pressure very shortly by Oliver Hintenhuis in that Ligier. And Noel Greyland just a little bit behind Ollie in fourth place.
That's the cars you see working their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. It's Visser, it's Hintenhuis, and it's Greyland. That's the cars that is on shot, racing down towards us now. Then we've got Connor Kilbride. He's in there behind him, a little bit of a gap before we see Andre Brink, and right on his case is Martin Prince, followed by Tristan de Nobrega, and then Davy Hubert coming through. Gavin Gorman and Simeon Penev are the next two cars as we watch Ollie Hintenhuis work his way through Castrol, and just ahead of him is Charles Visser.
Yeah, we watch them go through. There's Noel Greyland, there's Connor Kilbride, part of Racing Spirit. Teammates with Tristan de Nobrega in the other BMW. A good racing outfit that they've got is Racing Spirit. Their team is a good bunch as they now make their way out of Dams Dip and through the Joubert Straight, or the Tygerberg Straight rather, and through to Sarl Sweep. But then you see Andre Brink and Martin Prince both in the GT3 Porsches, and then Tristan de Nobrega in the first or the second of the BMWs, and then Davy Joubert in that other, I've heard it's a Golf GTI powered Lotus Exige. Yeah,
well, I'll tell you what, it's a very, very quick motor car, that's for sure, as the race leader, Troy Dolacek, he's done a 1:10.604. He's the quickest man out there. He's Troy Dolacek working his way out of Holzhoek all on his own down the Joubert Straight. Charles Visser coming through. Behind Visser is Ollie Hintenhuis. Behind Ollie Hintenhuis is Noel Greyling. And behind him is Connor Kilbride. That's working their way into turn number 1 into holes. Then we've got this lovely fight. Andre Brink, Martin Prince, and Tristan de Nobrega, sorry.
Yeah, there's Connor Kilbride in the Racing Spirit BMW once again. He makes his way into picture, but these two are going to fight it out. These are, to me, arch enemies in the sports and GT. You always see them racing together. They are so close. As Prince goes a little bit wide and out of the comfort zone and loses out to Tristan de Nobrega a little bit. He's clawed up a little bit of time, but he has not let de Nobrega by. But this gives Andre Brink the perfect opportunity to peel off and try and get that Porsche as far ahead of those two.
And just behind them, you see Davy Hubert coming into a picture as well with a Lotus Exige. Yeah, it's walking around underneath him. Got a lot of work to do, but here is Brink, here is Prince, and here is de Nobrega. And right there with them, virtually, is Davy Hubert. There he comes into shot now. Davy Hubert as they race down towards Fostron corner.
Dive almost side by side are the two Porsches. De Nobrega's just watching and waiting in that E46 M3 as they leave Pertamina Fostron. You see Davy Joubert in the background. He's also just waiting to see if any one of those three makes a mistake as they head now to Holzhoek once again. 6 laps to go, and a fastest lap by the Ginetta driven by Troy Jolinchek of a 1:10.173. That is faster than the Superbikes we've had out today.
Yeah, I think the quickest Superbike was Cuban on a 1:11 odd, and he's done a 1:10.173, has Dolacek. However, we keep an eye on him as he works his way out of Pertamina Fostron. Will he beat a 1:10.173? We'll have a look, see. He's got back markers ahead of him. Does Dolacek, and across the line he goes, and he does not go quicker than a 1:10.173.
Now you see we've left them out a little bit, but it's the Class C runner, or the Class D runners rather. It's Ray Farnham ahead of Swanepoel and Humble, Steve Humble in the Porsche there. The 151 car, he's fighting there with Brett Swanepoel and Ray Farnham in the Lotus. We haven't given them much some screen time, but they get it now. But here comes Troy Dolacek, about to go around the outside of Steve Humble through the kink, and then on the inside of Brett Swanepoel into Dams Dip. Now he's got to pick off Ray Farnham, and he's off with some more fresh air.
They just keep right out of his way, and they say there's no ways we can stick with you, as he's now going to put a lap on that Farnham and Swaneveld fight. Two of the cars in that fight, three of them actually going down the back straight, and then the leader is ahead of them going down the Killarney straight towards Pertamina Fostron. Look at him as he goes through. Oh, these three are still nose to tail, and this little battle will still be led out there by Ray Farnham.
Yep, and that Porsche of Steve Humble has just jumped and gone up the inside of Brett Swanefelter, so he moves up into second place in class and 13th overall. Usually we see Steve Humble in his pull beam, but it hasn't been out in a little while. But now he's in a Porsche. There goes Charles Visser. Here comes the Ligier of Oliver Hintenhuis. That's second and third as they go through your picture. Then slightly behind there's Noel Grayling, should be coming into view. There he is in the Fugistics GT3 Porsche Cup car. Fugistics is his dad's company, so good to see them repping. And then another, that's Heimberg in the other 350Z.
Well, we go back to this fight. And I'll tell you this, De Nobriguez right on the back end there of the Martin Prince Porsche. And ahead of both of them is Andre Brink. So it's Brink, it is Prince, and it is De Nobriguez that is racing down into turn number one, into Holzhoek. And there is nothing between those three cars as they make their way out of holes.
As you look on this left side of your screen, all the classes are laid out perfectly in order. But now we just keep watching this Class B battle in Sports and GT. Andre Brink holds to the inside line to make sure that no one tries to get sneaky and dive him up the inside. And Martin Prince is just trying to hold off Tristan De Nobriguez as De Nobriguez almost gets alongside through the Lunchtime kink, but he cannot make it possible. Now Andre Brink gets a little bit of a gap. That's about 3 or 4 car lengths is the difference between himself, Martin Prince, and Tristan De Nobriguez. But this is going to be a fight for third place in class and 7th overall.
Well, that fight that's heading now into turn number one into holes. There you see Visser get past this combination that's led there by Farnham. It's Farnham, Humble, and Swanefelder, and they've just been lapped there by second place man Charles Visser as they head into Cashel. And here comes Ollie Hintenhuis. Oliver Hintenhuis is going to put a lap on those three cars as well.
Yep, Oliver Hintenhuis doing some lapping of his own as he's about to get past the likes of, that was Swanefelter. He's got Steve Humble on his outside. He'll get past Steve. And then he's got Ray Farnham just ahead in the Lotus, who will be his next target to get past as one of the back markers. As we hear Davy Jabé in that Golf GTI 7.5R powered Lotus Exige come past us. But there's your third place man, Oliver Hintenhuis, making his way out of Sarl Street and down to Pertamina.
Yeah, just put a lap there on Farnham, Humble, and Swanefelder. That is 12th, 13th, and 14th cars that he's just lapped there. That's the three of them that's on screen there. P12, 13, and 14. That is Farnham, Humble, and Swanefelder. But the leader's got about a lap and a half to go as he makes his way through the kink, Lunchtime kink, and into turn number 3, into Damstep. That is the leader. You'll see him on shot now, working his way through. Dams, here he comes, all on his own. Up front, he's 17 seconds ahead of Charles Visser. That is in that second position. Through saddle sweep goes your leader, Troy Dolacek, and he's got a lap and a bit to go before he sees the checkered flag.
It's incredible to see youngsters like this racing prototypes. I mean, even Charles Visser with Nick Adcock and Jonathan Thomas in that Nova. They did the SAES Endurance Series up north. Charles Visser was in the prototype. Troy Dolacek in a prototype this time round. And he's absolutely smashing it as he comes to start his final lap. And the final lap of both heats out today and for the year.
Well, keeping in mind there that the SLK of Marius Fourie has been caught there by Visser, the second place man. Here comes Gavin Gorman to the line. He's got Simeon Panev in there behind him. Here comes the SLK of Marius Fourie, and then right behind them is third place man Ollie Hintenhuis. Here comes Noel Grayling towards the line, and he sits there in P4. Here comes this fight between Ray Farnham. There was 3 of them. They're down to 4. It is Farnham, and right there with him is Steve Humble.
I see a double waved yellow in turn 1 in Holzhoek, but I don't know what it's for. I haven't seen anyone there. It's that's Swanefelter coming past the go-kart circuit down the Joubert Straight.
Well, I just said there was 3 of them fighting, and now it's only 2. It was Farnham and Humble. And there, Jordan gave you the answer. It is Swanefelder, Brett Swanefelder.
Here comes your leader to take the second win for the team today, but his first win of the day. Well done to Troy Dolenchek in the Janetta LMP G57, ahead of Charles Visser, who's only making his way around Pertamina Fostra now. We'll see the gap as he comes to the line.
Yeah, here he comes down towards us. That is second place man, Charles Visser, in that Porsche, just back from Italy. And he is 18.2 seconds behind Dolenchek, and Ollie Internaus crosses the line in P3, 5.6 behind him. Noel Vreiling will cross the line in P4, and he's nearly 6 seconds behind Ollie Internaus.
Yep, Visser, Hintenhaus and Vreiling will take first, second and third in class. Then we have Connor Kilbride coming across the line now, passing back Marcus Ray Farnham and Steve Humble. He'll take first in Class B. Ray Farnham will take first in Class D ahead of Steve Humble there in your picture. Then we wait for this battle still to the very end. I don't see Andre Brink though.
Andre Brink is not there. That is De Nobrega that sits there just behind Prince. Here comes Martin Prince to the line, and he has got Spirit Racing's Tristan Nobrega, and only now do we see Andre Brink making his way to the line, and right behind him is Davy Hubert in the Lotus Exige.
So something must have happened to Andre Brink, because he was holding out the lead in Class C the whole race. So something must have happened at the end of that race. And then obviously Davy Hubert taking first in Class C ahead of Gavin Gorman and Simeon Panev in second and third respectively. And then of course Yasmin Heinberg coming home in 14th ahead of Marius Fourie in 15th. Just shouting them out as well. We lost a couple of guys in session 1, but after session 2 I think that's a great day and a great end of the season for Le Joubert Sports and GT.
Yeah, well done to all of them, and I hope we see all these fancy cars and more out on the track for the 2025 season, which will start somewhere in February. Normally starts round about February. Replay of some of the sports and GT cars. I love that SLK of Marius Fourie. It's a lovely looking motor car. And that was the fight when Swanefelder was still out there with Ray Farnham and Steve Humble. And this is a replay of the start. Everybody just working their way through Holshoek. Right, here we go. Thermofire's Clubman Saloon Cars, race number 2 is about to happen as the cars work their way out on track. We had Clint Renard up here with us for the first race, giving us a bit info. about clubmans and the changes here and there that's going to be made for next year. Just one change, he was saying, but that is for 2025. This is the final time you'll see clubmans out on track for this year. The next time you see them out on track will be somewhere towards the middle end of February next year. Watch press and social media, and then you will know exactly what's happening before the end of February next year. One more, no, there's actually 3 more events happening at Killarney, 1 on the 7th and 2 on the 14th. I say 2 on the 14th because the Cape 3 Hour is not going to happen anymore. That was confirmed last week by Steve Humble, that the Cape 3 Hour is not happening on the 14th. So what will happen on the 14th, we'll get to the 7th now, but let's just do the 14th, will be all-day rallycross as well as the 8-hour enduro for short-circuit motorcycles. They'll be on the kart circuit, and the rallycross guys will be on the rallycross track. But on the 7th, we've got Cape L drivers, and that is a big one for Cape L drivers. Club meeting, also qualifying in 2 classes for the national and international in January, and then as well as the supercars that's coming to run. I am busy. Let me finish.
Frankie, a slight change up for the commentary for this one. The good-looking Dexter Bruce will join you to commentate the last round of Clubman's, Thermofire's Clubman's 2024. Dexter Bruce, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Cape Town and South Africa and the world, because we're on YouTube and everywhere, and people know about us now, so this is so good. So nice to be here.
As Mr. Clint Renard walks up the stairs, he can't just sit down quick enough. He does get away from the microphone.
So they're on their formation lap. Now this will be the last race of the year for Clubmans. Isn't this a wonderful thing? It's been an amazing year. It was my first full season with Clubmans after joining you guys in 2016 and falling out, and I must say it's been something really fantastic. It's grown in leaps and bounds. It's a fantastic series. For me, it's really the pinnacle of motorsport in Cape Town.
Except today when you're not racing.
Well, I wouldn't be here talking to your good-looking face if I was racing now, would I? Couple of good guys out there as well, and what's nice about it is that the cars are still running at the end of the day. I was out there, Clint, the temperature was quite hot. I was standing on the start line, I was on 90 degrees, and I actually had an overheating issue with the car. And my old car, as you know, is running in, you'll see it on screen right now, running in the back of Class F, and the new owner, Jacques Tato, is having a good time.
Yeah, I spoke to him in between heats. He actually loved it. He's absolutely in his stucker. Okay, so it's great to see the smile that this racing creates on people's faces.
How is he? On his what?
He's in his stucker. I know I'm not Afrikaans, but I think I know
that sounded good, man.
Talk about stucker. Where's your gearbox?
In stucker.
That's another thing that's in stucker.
Well, I'm sure you'll get it right before the first race in February.
I'm changing. I'm going to cable shift. O2O is not for that car. You know, we're asking a 200 kilowatt car to drive a 88 kilowatt gearbox. So, you know, it's not really helping us no matter how we strengthen it. But yeah, that's life.
Is it the same thing that keeps breaking all the time? Or
no, every time we make something stronger, the next part breaks. So we've just given up on the O2O and we're going to cable shift.
And funny enough, yourself as well as Uncle Jesse, you have the same sort of gearbox clutch issues, drive shaft long?
Yes, Uncle Jesse's got the clutch issues which transfers all the way to the crank. Yeah, I've got the gearbox issues.
And they're making their way down the back straight now. Frankie, would you mind taking them around turn 5 and through the start?
Yeah, well, down the Killarney straight they go, heading towards Pertamina Fostron. We've just been informed by Clint that the safety car will take them around one more time, and then we will get this one underway. They're already boxed in their starting grid positions. So let's see if they're going to go around again. They're slowing right down. I think this is going to be it. They're not going to go around again. Or no, the safety car is going to peel off. The safety car is going to peel off as they work their way out of Pertamina Fostron corner. And this is it. This is it as they come down towards us. It's a lovely, lovely sight as the clubmen's cars make their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge, heading down towards us. The lights will go off now, and Carl Visser will lead them off the line as they work their way down into turn number 1, into Holzhoek they go. Visser's a man that sits out there in P1. Look at Steven Heidenreich. There's drama, and Steven Gous is gone. There's about 3-4 cars. That's a whole lot. It's a major roadblock that is there in turn number 1. It is a complete, utter roadblock. There I see Jacques de Toy trying to go through. I don't know what the marshals are going to do here. These cars are going to try and sort themselves out. We've got about 6-7 cars still standing on the road. Gary Manwaring is one of them. Let's have a look and see what the marshals say. It is a complete shambles there in turn 1. However, we continue as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight, and it's still Visser from Heidenreich that sits there in P1 and P2. Michael Lussier is there in that 3rd spot, and then it is Jaco Lambert. Yes, Jaco Lambert. Right behind him is Willie Gous. Behind him is Kai van Zyl as they race down Dexter towards Pertamina Fastron.
Glad to hear that it's still a green light. That was an incident. It was a low-speed incident, but an incident nonetheless, and something you don't want to see on the last race. Quite a massive pile-up. A few BMWs involved there. I saw Bernard's car. I think Jacques de Toy made it through quite okay. Gary Manwaring looks like he was the culprit, went onto the inside, but they come across the line. P1, you got Steven Heinrich, Visser there in P2. And then Michael Lussier in P3, the Class A guys really bringing it to the front. Class B slightly behind it. The man to watch for me is the Van Zyl Golf Polo of Kai van Zyl. He is on the move and on the charge, and his whole thing is giving Jaco Lambert a hard time, Frankie.
Yeah, and we've got a new leader going down into Castle Corner. It is Steven Heidenreich from Visser. There's Lussier right behind him, and looking around on the outside is Jaco Lambert. That will mean the tighter line will then go to Visser. Not Visser, sorry. Lussier, Lambert, Van Zyl. Then we've got Swart in him, Willie Swart, just off the back of that Packer 3 that is working its way through Dams.
They work their way around turn 3 through Dams Dip now. Around they go around turn 4, Sarl sweep. It's fantastic to see because of the turn 1 incident, a lot of the guys are mixed up. They're not in the places where they normally would find themselves, and they're not racing against the guys they would normally race against. So you have Gous quite high up. Both of the Gouses are actually quite close to one another, and you don't often see that. That's Steven Gous and
Ruan Gous.
Ruan
Gous is a Class E driver who's in 8th place, which is as highest he's ever been. And De Toy is also Class E driver, also 10th place, highest he's ever been, so that's going to be a bit of a rattle for the cage there. Omar Adams, 15th place. Okay, he's normally 50th place, so this is great for Omar Adams.
These guys have turned it up, Frankie. They are not holding down. The gloves off.
They've turned the wick up, especially those 4, as we watch the... as they come to there, I see Jacques de Toy is in that fight. That means he has got... So here they come down towards us. This is John De Silva that's coming towards us. And the rest of the field just coming through there.
It's the beauty of sort of a turn 1 incident. Everything is completely mixed up. We're obviously having some sort of a confusion up here, but it's quite complicated at this point in time. The Gouses are right in there. Anton Jacobs, I think that's the highest I've seen him in a long time in the 144 car. Kobus de Kok, Stephen Griffel-Wintham, he's also quite high up. John De Silva battling quite nicely with the De Toy BMW, and of course the lady racer Gemma O'Lean finds herself in an awkward spot in P17.
Yeah, but we go back to the front runners. There is Heidenreich coming through, and he is leading this one with Carl Visser in that 2nd spot. Where do you see the fans are busy cheering for Visser? Here comes Jaco Lambert. Behind him is Michael Lussier, Kai van Zyl, and Willie Swart. That's that first group of cars that is coming through. Faisal Jacobs should be the next man, and he is having a fight here with Gous, with Steven Gous, and Steven Gous has got his nose ahead there of Jacobs as they race down towards turn number 1. Then we've got De Toy coming through now. That is Ruan De Toy. There is Eva de Toy in that block of flats, and then Stephen Griffin-Wintle coming through as well. And then the 77 on the clock. Here's the 142 coming through, and that is John De Silva.
Talk about Eva de Toy. He's just gone off in turn one. He's just gone off in turn one, Frankie. Might have locked it up. I think he's recovering. He's making his way back around. If the cameras can pick it up, there we go. I think he might have just lost him to turn one. Beautiful to see Paul Munich back again. I mean, he's been back and forth with coming. Oh, we got another. Yeah, Eva de Toy. I think that's Eva de Toy. Pulling off to the infield there between turn 1 and turn 2. Your leader still, Steven Heinrich, Carl Visser, Jaco Lambert, the Class B car. Hopefully he doesn't break out now in P3. Michael Lassier, and then of course, Kai van Zyl.
Well, the cars that were involved in turn 1 is Lee Fielding, Anu Mitchells, Gary Manwaring, and Algan Gasper. They were the 4 cars that was involved in that lap 1, turn 1 incident.
The other lady racer finds herself all the way at the bottom, Mia Bench. She's running very close to Hermanus Esserman. Yep, this is Steven Heinrich now coming into turn 2. And of course, Kyle van Zyl. Kyle Visser, my man.
Well, here we've got Jaco Lambert and Michael Lassier. They're side by side. Lassier is ahead of Lambert. Kai van Zyl just slightly behind them. There Kai comes into view now, working their way through. Willie Swart is the next one. You just picked up that Jetta 2 of Willie sitting there in P6 as he works his way through the kink. But we stay with this fight as the 3 of them work their way up towards turn 4. But we've got this leaders, of this group of cars, I should say, working their way through turn number 1 through holes.
So as they go through turn 1, I think that is P8. No, that's P12. The cock is in that mix there. John De Silva leading this pack out here, followed by Bernard. And that looks like a Czar in the College of Cape Town car, running a nice wide line there, followed by Jacques de Toy. And of course, the lady racer, Gemma Olin. The last of that bunch
is David Vermaak.
David Vermaak,
Yeah.
once, correct.
Coming through the Lunchtime kink now and working their way towards turn number 3, towards Dams. That is a lot of them. That's been led there by the man that's in P13. That is De Silva, Davids, Bernard, Olin, all of them, De Toy and Vermaak, all in that fight that is working their way around.
Historically, I think the battle in the lower classes have always been good throughout the year in Clubmans, and today doesn't fail. You have your Heinrich Visser, Lassier, Lambert up there, P1, P2. I think there's been a swap around here, Frankie. Looks like Michael Lassier has taken, Michael Lassier has taken Lambert. So we've got 3 Class A cars in P1, P2, and P3 respectively, and Lambert leading Class B. Van Zyl and Swat just behind him.
We just saw a glimpse of George Thompson in that red Golf making his way through. It's the first time he's racing since 2007, and that car is for sale. As we have a look at them coming through, but we go back to the man that sits there in P1, Steven Heidenreich, through Pertamina Fostron. He was 2.3 seconds ahead of Visser when they started this lap. We're heading towards the end of that lap. Visser there in that second spot. Will it be less than 2.3? I think so. I think it'll be less than 2.3. Heidenreich crosses the line. It's 1.8. 1.835 to be exact. So Visser is closing up as he locks up on Heidenreich in holes.
2 laps to go, locking up. He's going to turn up the week. Let's see if he can use the push to pass button as we go back to turn 1. This is P4, P3 and P4. Michael Lassier. Jaco Lambert chasing hard with the turbocharged Polo. And then we've got a slow car moving. I think that's the Opel Corsa. Yep, that's the Opel Corsa. Kai van Zyl there in that GTI Challenge car, which has made his home now in Clubmans and doing fantastically well, Frankie.
Yeah, he's enjoying Clubmans tremendously. He's Kai van Zyl. He just put a lap on those 2 slower cars there, of which the red one is George Thompson. Willie Swart busy making his way through. You just picked up a glimpse of Willie as we go back to the main man that sits out there in P1. And that is Steven Heidenreich. There he goes. Just pick up a glimpse of him. And right on his case, we have got Carl Visser.
I think we've got it looks like Steve going into turn 1. Going into turn 1, we've got a car that unfortunately has lost a wheel. I think that is the Ford Escort of Stephen Griffin-Whittle. One more lap to go, one more lap to go. We still have Steven Heinrich leading it out, Carl Visser, Michael Lessier, Lambert, Van Zel, Swart, and of course Gous. He was doing really well in the escort. Unfortunately, something must have happened to the car.
Yeah, I just picked up a glimpse there as we watched the race leader. But now he's going to be very careful because he has got Visser right on his case. The two of them working their way past two slower cars. There we see Dean de Toy, and he's having a fight there with Gary Smith by the looks of things. So we're going to pick up the man that sits out there in P1. He's got about a half a lap to go before he sees the checkered flag.
And I'm sure pretty much he's wrapped up the championship as this far. I think Steven Heinrich has pretty much got it running wide. There was Carl Visser. He's really turning up the weekend trying to catch him. One more lap to go. A couple of corners, Frankie. Can he do it?
Well, I don't think so. I think he'll close up a bit more, but I think Stevie's got this one in the bag. Do you see them? Steven Heinrich, there's traffic. There's traffic, and the traffic could play a role because Visser's right on his case. Right. The checkered flag is out. The slower car just lifts off and lets him go through.
We got a red flag. We got a red flag.
Where is it?
We got a red flag.
Where do I go?
All right, we had a red flag. I think we had one lap to go, and there was.
No, this was the final lap.
This was the flag lap.
Yeah, this was the final lap.
So, Frankie, as it stands, that will be probably around turn 4. Steven Heinrich, Carl Visser, Michael Lessier, Lambert, Van Zel, Swart, Gous. Those are your top 7. Anton Jacobs doing really well. Paul Munich in the mix as well.
Yes, yes, yes.
I mean, he's hardly finished the race this season. He had a bit of an up and a down season, I must admit.
Yeah, it was more out than what it was in, but at least he got that one to the flag in P9.
We've had Stephen Grittel. Obviously, he had a wheel come off. We do have a red flag. One lap to go. As far as it goes.
Well, this was the final lap. So if they red flag it, I'm just hazarding guess they might go one lap back.
They'll definitely go one lap,
one lap back.
They'll
Yes.
definitely go one lap back. So timekeepers will sort that out and give us the end position for the race.
Just while I got you here, I mean, in terms of the championship, the Clubman's Championship, safe to say that Stephen has wrapped up the championship.
I unofficially will say safe to say for the Class ABC Championship. DEF is very, very contentious, so that's still debatable.
Definitely a car off at 5 there on your screen. Car went off high side at turn 5. Car, yeah, looks like a car is... and I think that was the cause of the red flag, Frank.
I would presume that's the cause of the red flag, yes, because I've got Jordan Eben that with the binoculars that looked out the window, and he said that there was a car that was either upside down or on its side, but with the safety vehicles there, we cannot confirm exactly who it is. We'll have to wait for race control to give us the number of that car.
Look here.
So I think the Clubmans are going to do what the GTI Challenge guys did and do a slow formation lap around just to say thank you. They're blocking that part of the circuit is the marshals. They're sending them through the escape road to the exit of turn 4 saddle sweep.
Clint, not a good way to end our last race with a red flag, I'm assuming, but...
Yeah, it looks like there's oil on the circuit. That's why the competitors are being pushed through the escape road out of turn 1. I was going to mention that. Yes, so we're trying to do some sort of formation lap for the spectators. But obviously that's not going to get all the way around the track now. Obviously,
a good race nonetheless. I mean, the top 3 after the first corner incident, Frank, it was a little bit jumbled up between lap 3 and lap 4. We didn't know who was who in the zoo. The top 3 guys, they were pretty much consistent.
Yeah, and it was a good fight a bit further down with Lambert and Lessier and obviously Visser in second, and then Willie Gous in that fight as well, and Kai van Zyl. So yeah, there was a good fight. That looks like Steve Griffin-Wintle with the escort.
Yes, he lost a wheel in qualifying. He lost to another wheel in heat 1, and he's lost another wheel. Thank goodness we don't have 4 heats today because he'd lose all 4 wheels.
So he drove the wheels of the car today, safe to say. But I mean, Clubman's historically, gents, has been a really exciting series throughout the year. It hasn't been without its accidents and crashes. But in hindsight, that's sort of the epitome of Clubman's in a way.
Yeah, when I got involved way back when, I'm not going to say when, okay, let's say...
1912, I saw there was
around about
there was a block.
1912, yes. No, way back in 1994, when I first got involved, you heard everybody talk about the spirit of Clubman's. And then for a while it seemed to be there or thereabout, but I can clearly say the spirit of Clubman's, from what I've seen over the last couple of race meetings, the spirit of Clubman's is getting stronger and stronger once again.
That is the main key that we've been trying to focus on this year, Frankie, to get the spirit back and to get everybody in one big uniform family. And it's working. You know, you got to do the rap over the knuckles where you need to do it, but it's the same for every single person. So for every single competitor, so everybody understands this is what we're going to do, this is what we need to do to achieve it, and it's working. We had 43 entries yesterday.
Wow.
Okay, we had a lot that dropped out, but we had 43 entries yesterday. We are going to go next year for that 60. So Wayne Wilson, I hope he's listening. He has to hoos. Okay.
Yeah.
He says he will pay for all our entry fees for the entire Clubman's once we hit 60.
What I like, I had a conversation with Mr. Hoskins a little bit earlier, and he says the characters that are around the paddock area now are a lot better and different, and I think that's what we were lacking for a long time, those characters. It was the same group of guys all the time. You have different younger guys with mix of older guys, and I think that's, I mean, this morning I got to somebody was wearing a Jester hat. I mean, that's so cool. You know, I often wear my little old Scottish hat because we've got Scottish heritage in our family, but that's what it's about, you know, just sort of bringing out the characters in the different people.
The most Clubman's cars I can recall, and was 58.
No.
I remember once, I think
What did he say? He can recall. He's got a short memory. He's a
For the younger people like me, I can recall 71 on the grid. We still got into trouble for throwing 71 on the grid, but...
well, that bombs my 58, doesn't it?
But I mean, that would have been a sight to see. I mean, surely you guys have been lined up all the way around turn 5.
The leaders had started the race, and the back of the field was entering turn 5. It was something to behold.
Is that, I mean, by the people listening, is that even legal nowadays?
No, it wasn't legal then.
Okay.
It wasn't legal then. We pulled a move. You know. Okay. When I say we, I'll say we pulled a move and we let it through because we normally lose a lot of cars on the first heat. So we did pull a move. We got through with the 71 starters. And it was down to 55 for the second race, which is what the legal is allowed on this track. Plus 10%, I think it was, or something like that. So, yeah, we allowed 55. We have pushed 66 and we've pushed 71.
And I mean, coming off the bat of COVID and so forth, I think surely we're going to get back to not maybe that number, but exactly maybe where the chairman would like us to be close to the 60 mark. There's lots of guys in the background busy building cars right now and getting ready. I see lots of guys, including myself. We race doubles, so we race Clubman's as well as another class. So the guys really want to put their names on the entry list, really want to make Wayne pay, so to say.
Oh, yes.
But I think that's, again, that boils down to the character of the people that we've seen today.
Yes, there is great diverse characters in Clubman's, which makes it so appealing to everybody. We got the old, myself, we got the youngsters that bully me on the track. But you know, it just makes it, the cars are so diverse. You got front wheel drives, you got rear wheel drives, you got turbos, you got NAs, you got light cars, you got heavy cars. So there's no processional racing, if we can put it that way. There's always somebody that's faster here and faster there, somebody who can be late on the brakes, and it just creates a whole lot of
and it doesn't matter what class, you can always pick up a dice with somebody and have fun out there on track.
Well, talking about age, I want to just quickly touch on something while we got a bit of a gap. We're not going to bring in Gaza now, but we are going to bring in Uncle Lee. I mean, fantastic. The man is what? I mean, we're not going to mention his name, but he's fairly on screen. We've got the replay of the turn 1 incident now. It was quite a nasty one. Luckily, most of them recovered. But yeah, Uncle Lee is well of age, but he's still out there having a good time.
He has the most fun out of everybody, and he's in the background. He's always there helping, asking this, asking that. If he can help here, if he can help there. And he's so in it. He'll never miss a race meeting. You see, he'll be here every single race meeting without a doubt. Okay? And he loves it to bits. And yes, he can most probably, if he was 60 years younger, he could have most probably gone a bit quicker. Okay? But it doesn't matter. It's what you and your car is capable of achieving. okay, and he's having the most fun.
He's
out
having
there.
them, whether he's at the back or whether he's in the front, he's having a good time.
And we can seriously. I've done mathematics on this whole clubman's thing, and you can do clubman's class E, class F. You can put a car on the track for $2.5 grand a race meeting.
I mean, Clint, you know there is lots of cars parked in garages all over Cape Town that are parked. And I think this is an appeal and a call to those oaks. Get your cars done. You don't have to win the race. Come out there. Uncle Lee's having a good time. Adam's having a good time. Whether you're at the back of the pack, there's always a fight for you. And I think that's the beauty of clubman's.
Yes, there's always a fight no matter what class you're in. As you can see, I think the Class D fight was hectic. The Class E fight was hectic. Okay, and we actually want more people to come into the Class D, E, F in the lower classes. Okay, that's the beginning stage, the grassroots of what clubman's is. You know, if you're coming to race clubman's for the first time, don't come with your quick car. Come with a slower car. Learn to drive. Learn to race. And then you can gradually make your car faster.
Frank,
it's safer for everybody.
I never knew there was actually 2 championships in clubman's.
Yes, it's the junior, and the A, B, and C is a senior championship, and D and F is junior. Not junior in age, but D and F is a junior category.
And I think it's such a wonderful
And I
initiative.
think you get 2 Western Province colours as well, one
Yeah.
for senior and one for junior.
That's correct.
And I
So
think
the person with the most points at the end of the season takes the number 1, and number 2 is obviously in the other championship who got the least points. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, if Stephen unofficially has got it, he will be racing number 1 next year if he's still in clubman's with
That's so good. That's so
beast.
good. That's
Yeah.
so good. Well, I mean that pretty much wraps up clubman's. I think for the season. I think you guys have had we've actually had a very good season. We've had racing through rain. We've had some wet days. We've had some good days. We've had a big off in 3. As usual, I was involved in that.
Yeah, that turn 3 was hectic. Yeah, I think it was like 13, 14 cars that went off there.
It was a bit of a pile-up, yeah.
Thank you to Windhoek for giving us some stuff to slip around on. But yeah. And we're going to welcome them back next year and then...
Open arms.
Open arms. Cool.
I think on the screen we just saw that's the Gous Golf, Ruan Gous going off. Is it Ruan Gous? Yeah, it's Ruan
Yes, it
Gous.
is. No. Is your rice? Is your rice?
Kids, no. They want to play with you. There's the other one. There's the other one. That's they want to play Jesus. Holy shit.
All right, folks, next up, Lauder Classic Cars and Caltron Fine Cars. Another large field.
The timing.
The people know us because of you. Fact.
Hey, love it. Still my best class.
Thank you very much.
Lekker.
Thanks, Clint.
on the track there at the moment, the pace car out there with the Libre classic cars. Michael Hitchcock, PW Low, PV Low as we call him, Trevor Momberg, man from the deep south. And then we got Brian Evans, Ferdy Matonas there, Dion Conradi, Dion Valentine, Theo Klaassen, Charlie Arton, Trevor Hutchins, Jaco Oosthuizen's there. Then we got Jan Kokemoer, Amanda Koch, got Rowe out there, Malcolm Pfeiffer. Calvin Bierkman, Stephen Manuel. Right, so they pull off the line, they're behind the pace car. Pace car's set off. And the fine cars leave.
The Libre Classics and the Caltron Fine Cars. The combined classes between the two. The only thing I can think of to say is the fact that all of these vehicles date me by quite a considerable margin. I don't think there is a car in this field that is as old or younger than I am, which is awesome to see all of these old cars out here. They are. There you see the likes of Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang. You see Mustangs, you see Conquest Minis, Skylines, Scirocco's. There's a Porsche 914 of Charlie Arton. There's a good reference of vehicles out here. And we've got a good number of them as well. There's Mazda RX-7s and the such. As we see 39 cars overall. That is an incredible amount of cars out on the circuit at one time between both classes. There's Escorts, there's Porsches, there's a Jag, a big boaty heavy Jag. That was the 9-hour of Lemon's car at the beginning, or at halfway through the year, driven by Jake Wallage. He came third place in race 1 in fine car, so hopefully he can put in the same, if not better, performance in race 2 as they lead around the final warm-up lap before the safety car peels off and they get underway once again.
Right, here come the Libre classic cars up towards the line. They've been led off here by Michael Hitchcock. Piviolo on his outside. There's a vacant 4th place. That is Donadio that's not there. Michael gets on the loud pedal and takes them down towards turn number 1. Piviolo's there, Trevor Momberg and Ferdy Maton. And Brian Evans gets in there. And little BMW's pulled over against Linden as the fine cars now move off down into turn number 1.
The fine cars lead their way into Holes Hook this time around. And we see that Porsche. That is the Porsche of Conrad Mathieu, that 928. Sitting there in the lead of the Caltron fine cars. And just behind him, is Dave Alexander in the Morgan Plus 4 for Piri Piri Racing. And then Jake Wallett's just behind him in the Jag. Awesome to see such a vast range of vehicles out there at one time. And then you got Natasha Tischendorf in there, Arnold Lambert in the Anglia, and a few other cars, Roger Lewis in the MG at the back end of the field.
Right, and going down into Pertamina fast run, Michael Hitchcock, PV Lowe, and Trevor Momberg, followed there by Ferdy Maton. Ferdy Maton in there, Dion Valentine. Wow, he's high up here in the little mini, Leyland Mini. Dion Conradi behind him, and then Theo Klaassen. Lovely to see them work their way out. Dion Valentine effectively in P5 from what I can see. Works his way through now, he's a bit loaded. He is, yeah. Valentine P5 in the Mini. He's the giant slayer of note at the moment. Doing very well there with Dion Conradi behind him.
Yeah, there you see Charles Arton. As we jump back to Michael Hitchcock, the leader, ahead of Pierre Lowe, Trevor Momberg, and Fadi Mouton, who had that issue in race 1, but it seems to have had it collected. But look at the Mini, up into 5th overall. When last did you see a Mini that high up in the grid? As now we watch them go through Castrol Corner, turn 2, exiting Castrol, going through the Lunchtime kick and into Dams Dip. We've got news that Wayne Lotter in the 120 Escort has pulled off outside of Hole's Hook, and he will be out of this race. I think there was a struggle to get it out in race 1, and he's trying to get it out in race 2, and that has not gone so well. But now you see the mid-pack of the Lauda Classic cars make their way down and back to our leaders.
Right, so all running down into Pertamina fast on Michael Hitchcock and PV Lowe. PV Lowe not getting too much on the loud pedal of that rotary. I think he just wants to try and sit with Michael Hitchcock and then bring it home. He might be wary of his mistake in race 1 and just taking a gentle now in race 2 ahead there of Trevor Momberg, and there's Ferdy Maton. Dion Valentine in the Mini there ahead of Dion Conradi. That Mini is screaming at probably 25,000 RPM at the moment as he pushes it down into turn number 1. There's the other RX-7 there of Jan Kukumur.
Yep, 2 RX-7s out in the field in one day, and then obviously Robert Rowe there in the BMW. So not Robert Rowe. No, it is Robert Rowe in 12th position, yes, in that 2002, in the E30 325i. He is out there in 12th place overall as we see it. But now as the sun slowly starts to creep down to the horizon, as we set on 5:15 in the afternoon, Michael Hitchcock leads out ahead of Pierre Lowe in that fire-breathing, tail-sliding RX-7 FB.
Yeah,
and Trevor Momberg, sorry, Francois.
No, that's fine. I'm just wondering why Pierre is sitting behind Michael Hitchcock as they go into Pertamina fast run, because he's definitely got the upper hand over Hitchcock. I mean, Hitchcock and the legs. That rotary is very quick, but he's just maintaining that gap for some reason. What it is, I don't know, but they're racing. There comes Michael Hitchcock. There comes Pierre Lowe. They go past one of the slow fine cars. There comes Trevor Momberg. Works his way through. There's Ferdy Maton, the birthday boy of yesterday. And it looks like Dion Conradi and Dion Valentine. Has Conradi got the upper hand? Conradi's got the upper hand on Dion Valentine, so he gets through. And they're ahead of Theo Klaassen in the mighty 2.8 Skyline as they make their way down into Holzhoek.
Yep, we watched Dion Valentine come through in the Mini. There's Theo Klaassen. Then there's Trevor Hutchings, Charles Arton. There we see Arton ahead of Oosthuizen and Kukumur in that RX-7 once again. There's Wayne Lotter's stricken Escort in the slip road. And then we move back to Conradi in the Valentine battle. Awesome to see these two little hatchbacks, or one small hatchback and an even smaller hatchback, between the two of them fighting there for 5th and 6th place, but for 5th place overall.
Now, brilliant stuff down in, there we see down in turn 3 in Dams. We see the Mini ahead there, but as we go back down towards turn 5, the leaders rolling in there. PV still sitting there behind Michael Hitchcock. Deceleration, flames pouring out the back there. And coming up towards us, they're going past a couple of the slow markers. And picking up. And, well, Michael Hitchcock is there with Pierre Lowe sitting up behind him. They've left the rest of the field behind. Trevor Momberg away behind, and then behind him, Ferdy Mouton. Ferdy Mouton working his way out behind Trevor Momberg. Ferdy, as far as I know, is in Class B, so he should be leading out Class B.
But look at that. Pierre Vialot has picked up the legs, and now he's right behind. That's 2 car lengths behind Michael Hitchcock in the Cape Cross Lift forklift, or Cape Cross forklift Mustang. Cross Cape forklifts. There we go, a little bit of a mouthful. In the Mustang, ahead of Pierre Vialot. He's passing a back marker now. That is Alexander in the Morgan plus 4, sorry. As now we see Bedin come through. Then there's Momberg making his way, and then Ferdy Mouton in our picture.
Down in turn 5 now, Pierre Vialot fire-breathing RX-7 there alongside Michael Hitchcock. You can see the flames pouring out the back there. That is typical of a rotary motor, the Wankel overfueling, and that's why when it decelerates, it pours or dumps all that fuel out, so you get the flames breathing out the back of the exhaust. And in goes Trevor Momberg there into a picture. And Momberg working his way out there with Ferdy Mouton and co behind him. A couple of the slow fine cars with Trevor Momberg sitting up on the inside, working his way past them. There comes Ferdy Mouton.
There we just saw Di Dugmore come through ahead through the photo there. You see him just behind this grid. Then Natasha Tischendorf sitting in 6th place in class. In front of her is Arnold Lambert, then Di Dugmore, then Fourie, Wallage, Alexander, and Matthias still at the front end of the grid in the Porsche 928. Sitting 17th overall. We dropped from 39 initial entries to about 25. As there we see, there's Conradi and Dion Valentine once again. That's still that battle for 5th overall and battle in class.
Now they're having a right royal battle is Dion Conradi and Dion Valentine. The one's a D-E-O-N, the other one's D-I-O-N, 2 Dions. But going down into Pertamina Fastron is PV Low right on the back of Michael Hitchcock. We've got 3 laps to go. So they're going to come up towards the line. And still Michael Hitchcock hurtling out front in the Mustang. But Pierre comes hurtling down. But it's almost like he's got a limiter on that car. It's rev limiting, so he's probably trying not to hurt it. It'll cost a lot of money. Those things pop seals.
Yep, we're looking at Ferdy Mouton now come through in the Mustang. Trevor Momberg's up, duck, and disappeared. He's just gone through our frame. This is for 3rd and 4th, respectively. That's for the battle in 1st in Class B. And there comes Di Dugmore, Arnold Lambert, and Natasha Tischendorf. There's a battle into 3. They now exit 3, and it's the leaders of 1 and 2 in class. They make their way towards Sarl Sweep now. And now they are just going and weaving in between the fine cars. There you see our leaders. They're about to pick off Roger Lewis at the back end of the fine cars now. They make their way down, sorry, that's Dave Alexander, not Roger Lewis, as they make their way down the Killarney straight. Look at the straight line speed of both of those 2 classic cars.
Michael Hitchcock lighting up the Mustang, and Pierre Vialot hanging around his outside. There's Pierre right up behind Michael Hitchcock coming out of Pertamina Fastron corner. Trust me, Michael is putting pedal to the metal there. PW Low, Pierre Low as we call him, with that RX-7. No space now, because now they have to take the inner line there, so there won't be any passing maneuvers. But Pierre sits right in the back of him now, and we basically will have, could be on our final lap or 2 laps to go.
They run now. There's Malcolm Pfeiffer. He's about to get lapped now by the leaders. He's had a bit of a difficult day today, but there's Michael Hitchcock ahead of Pierre Vialot. A little bit behind. There's Birkman, and there's Mattia. Mattia's fighting Birkman for... That would be 15th overall and 1st in class in the fine cars. But look at there, they're going to try and go around the inside or go dive onto the inside of Malcolm Pfeiffer through Dam's Dip. Head down the Tygerberg Straits into Sarl Sweep and back on to the main Killarney straight.
Well, PVLO sitting behind Michael Hitchcock. They're about to start their penultimate lap as they work their way now down the back straight. PV is sitting there behind Hitchcock, and PV is looking for a way past. They're side by side, and I think PV is going to take the lead around the outside. Is he? Hitchcock's hanging up on the inside. There you see on screen, PV goes to the front. Now he's been biding his time, goes to the front of Michael Hitchcock, and Michael just sees this 13B just go past him, and he's got a rev limiter, so he slows it down. And Michael Hitchcock sits there with him. He just chose his right time to get past Michael. And on their last lap now at the moment.
Yeah, sorry for the misjudgment in commentary. I'm having a bit of a heat stroke with all of this fire and flames coming out of this Mazda. But that was a great move into Pertamina Fostron by PVLO. And now he just needs to hold out ahead of Michael Hitchcock. And that very fast Mustang sliding out of that corner. There we see some more of that's third place coming into your frame now. There's Trevor Momberg ahead of Fadi Mouton. Momberg was way ahead, but I think the back markers has slowed Momberg down and given Fadi Mouton the chance to try and run up and get third place. As now the leaders head through Sarl's sweep. There's some more cars coming through. That's still Conradi and Valentine fighting for 5th and 6th and 1st in Class C.
PVLO and Michael Hitchcock go into Pertamina Fostron corner for the final time for 2024. And PVLO looks like he's going to take the last race for classic cars. The checkered flag is out, coming up towards the line. PVLO in the Mazda RX-7 takes line honours. And when last did we see a Mazda RX-7 take line honours at Killarney? Frankie, I think it's been a very long time. Ben Morganrud, yeah. It's been a long time. Well done to PVLO. And we'll wait for the rest of the field to come through. A couple of the classic and fine cars coming through. Calvin Beekman, see how he places. He's quite low down in 17th position. And Fadi Mouton has got ahead of Trevor Momberg. There we go. Fadi Mouton takes line there ahead of Trevor Momberg. So he's third overall, and I think it does his championship standings a whole lot of good.
I didn't get to grab him at the line, but Gunnar Mattia takes the victory in fine cars ahead of Dave Alexander with 4 tenths the difference. And here comes Dion Conradi and Dion Valentine coming to the line. The Conquest beats the Mini to the line, and that'll be 5th and 6th place respectively. First for Conradi in D class, or in C class rather, ahead of Valentine. Then you've got Theo Klaassen and Charlie Arton coming home in 7th and 8th respectively, and respectively in Class D for the both of them. Then Kukumur coming through. Robert Lowe makes his way through. There's Jaco Oosthuizen coming through. Trevor Hutchings makes his way around after a spin. And then some of the fine cars make their way through. There's Natasha Tissendorf, De Kock, Pfeiffer. He was a lap down as well. So good running from all the classic cars to end off the season for the Lauda Classics and the Caltron fine cars. got some whistleblowers out on the start-finish line. Don't blow your lungs out now. As the bikes get ready to get underway for their final race of the season. The Sealed Pro Wineland Superbike Challenge Masters and 600. The schedule was changed. So the Progress Precision Engineering BMW Car Club Cape Town Series race, their race 2 will go after this and be the final race of the day. But the Superbikes make their way out, and Kieran Snyman will sit on pole once again, ahead. They will sit now and get ready just to warm up their tires, warm up their brakes, and get onto the grid to line up for the final race for the bikes for 2024. And I believe all of these championships should be wrapped up this afternoon, especially the Superbike Challenge and the normal Superbikes, with Kieran Snyman currently in the lead, and I believe provisionally taking the championship for 2024.
Yeah, so the first heat, Snyman won. Van Niekerk was second. Tristan Pienaar. Then Jason Lineker was ahead of Johnny Towers. Michael Hunter was in there. Then we had the likes of Sarah Lasbrook, Brad Spodsworth. I see Wayne Arends is now in the last race, in the second heat. Wesley Hendricks is there. David Goosen. Makanya Mabasa is in there. Greg Waddington and AJ Fenter.
Yep, Alan John Fenter will start at the back of the grid once again on Augustine and Tuana's bike. Augustine had a bit of a problem in the Breakfast Classics and Clubman's class this morning. He just couldn't get it out of gear, or couldn't get it off the line, rather, and he stalled in both of the races in those classes. But now, that bike is used by the man himself, AJ Fenter, for Lacquer Racing. As far as we know, the only South African to do the Isle of Man as of recent.
Well, I was not going to say the only South African. Hudson Kenner, who's now stays in the UK, was a South African when he did the Isle of Man TT as well. So, but he's now a British citizen, naturalized citizen. So the bike's on the line. We're waiting. AJ Fenter seems to have a little bit of an issue at the back there. Look at the bike. It now seems to be okay. Kieran Snyman is not on the grid. That means he's obviously wrapped up his championship. That doesn't feel like racing. Sweet.
So now, yeah, it will be the race, or the battle for second place in the championship, which I think is far enough ahead for Slade van Niekerk,
yeah,
as he hypes himself up and gets ready. Jason Lineker behind him. No
Johnny Towers.
No, Johnny Towers, yeah, so he's pulled off as well.
Yeah.
AJ Fenter getting ready and hyped up at the back end of the grid. And then we'll get ready to get underway. The whistle will be blown. The 5-second board will be thrown up very shortly. And there it goes. 5 seconds up and underway. The lights are on, the lights are off. And away they go for the final Sealed Pro Wineland Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s for 2024. And there, not Kieran Snyman, he's out of the
Tristan Pienaar has a good.
Yes.
Tristan Pienaar has a rocket start there. Slade van Niekerk up behind him. And Tristan leading out there. Kieran trying to reel him in there. And that looks like, is that Michael Hunter? That sits there in third. Michael Hunter in the 600. Working his way through, leading out the rest of the field. AJ Fenter trying to work his way through the field. Having a look there, David Goosen also in there. So they work their way down through Damstep, up the Tigerberg straight away, up towards the Sorrel sweep. And working their way down now, down the back straight. Have a look, see there is Tristan Pienaar and Kieran Snyman. And here comes AJ Fenter out of nowhere up into third place. So AJ is now really, really hyped up, so to speak.
I think we're accustomed to saying Kieran Snyman's name and having him be at the front end of the field, but he's not in this race. I think you're referring to Slade van Niekerk, who's just behind Tristan Pienaar now in his line of sight. That is AJ Fenter. As they now make their way into and out of Holes Hook are the two leaders. And Tristan Pienaar is actually pulling away with it at the moment ahead of Slade van Niekerk in second position. And then, of course, AJ Fenter sitting there in third on that number 43 Yamaha R1.
Yeah, AJ Fenter going through there, and then it's Michael Hunter, Brad Bodsworth, Jason Lineker, and Gerard Frey that work their way through. But we'll pick up the leader now, Tristan Pienaar. He's going up towards Sarel Sweep. Ahead there of Slade van Niekerk. And I can tell you something, that Alan John Fenter is really rumbling that machine of his to try and go and get up into the leaders there. He's really in his old fine form, and he is really rocketing that R1M.
I think the last time he raced, he said it was the ZX10 Masters Cup for their last round a couple of weeks ago. So he's back on another bike. His bike gave him some suspension issues yesterday, so he decided to call it quits and waited for Augustine Ntwana to be finished with his race so he can jump that bike. Coming across the line of the second racing, or the first racing lap, Tristan Pienaar, then Slade van Niekerk. There's Alan John Fenter. Now we wait for Mike Hunter, first in the 600s, and Brad Bodsworth. No, I lie, sorry. Jason Lineker and Mike Hunter, then Brad Bodsworth. Gerard Frey back up to 7th position. Sarah Haasbroek in 8th. David Goosen up into 9th. Greg Waddington and Wesley Hendricks in 11th as they make their way into Holes Hook.
Brilliant riders there. And I can tell you something. Put a mid-pack there. There's Michael Hunter. And up behind him, Brad Bodsworth. There's Gerard Frey. There's Haasbroek. There's the Goose, David Goosen. And up behind him, Greg Waddington. There's Hendricks up behind him.
Yep, the back end of the field makes their way through and out of Castro Corner. There's your third place man, Alan John Fenter, on the 43 Yamaha R1 for Lacquer Racing. He'll make his way out down the Killarney Straight. Then we see Jason Lineker come through, Mike Hunter and Brad Bodsworth in their little battle between the Masters class in the Superbikes for Brad Bodsworth and the 600s for Mike Hunter. Then Gerard Frey, Sarah Haasbroek, David Goosen, Greg Waddington, and again Wesley Hendricks at the back end of the grid. They'll be making their way down the Killarney Straight towards Pertamina Fastron. Now the leaders go into Holes Hook. There we see that battle between Brad Bodsworth and Mike Hunter, both in classes of their own, but fighting it out overall. Brad Bodsworth is currently ahead of Mike Hunter, sitting in 5th and 6th respectively. Then Gerard Frey, Sarah Haasbroek, David Goosen in 9th still, Greg Waddington in 10th, and finally the last person on the grid, Wesley Hendricks.
Well, currently the quickest man in the circuit, Slade van Niekerk, with the quickest time, and he's closing a little bit onto the back of Tristan Pienaar. So that is your turn 2 pictures at the moment that you have on screen. The leaders are going to be making their way pretty shortly down the back straight towards Pertamina Fastron. And there goes Tristan Pienaar, Slade van Niekerk up here. I think Tristan got a bit of a murmur in his ear from the bike behind him and decided to up there. The Alan John Fenter is really rocketing that R1M around. As they're exiting Pertamina Fastron, Alan John Fenter's entering it. And, well, he's not too far behind them and he's closing down. But still not quick enough to catch them in terms of that.
Alan John Fenter in the 114s now, as the other two youngsters are in the 112s. AJ Fenter now comes across the line, a 114.4 for him, so he's 2 seconds adrift. There he is in 3rd place, coming into Holes Hook now. Then Jason Lineker comes across the line. We see him come into frame, and then just behind him, it's still that battle between Bodsworth and Hunter. There's 5 tenths between them coming into Holes Hook. Then a little bit further behind, there's 3 bikes, almost line and stern. That's Frey, Haasbroek, and Goosen, and then Hendricks and Waddington are just behind that group.
Right, so everyone having a good old-fashioned rumble. The leaders are quite a way down the road. We'll try and pick them up. They go down the back straight towards Pertamina Fastron. It's still Tristan Pienaar, Slade van Niekerk. Tristan Pienaar on the loud pedal trying to get away, but it looks like Slade is closing down ever so slightly, going down into Pertamina Fastron. There you can see Slade van Niekerk now right up behind Tristan Pienaar, and Slade closes down on the exit of Pertamina Fastron. And there's Alan John Fenter entering now. So Alan John doing quite well in 3rd place, but having a look-see at him, and he's on that R1 and he's really giving it a good run for its money, but just not enough to catch these 2 young guns in front. who are now on their way to Castrol Corner.
I believe if AJ Fenter was on his ZX10, he'd be showing these kids what is to be done. But even on that R1, he's pedaling that thing around like an absolute madman. One you'd expect to be riding at the Isle of Man, as he so does. Then we see Lineker went through. Then Bodsworth and Hunter, they're still finding that battle, but look how this has closed entirely. There's not that big of a gap. Maybe a couple of seconds between Bodsworth and Goosen there. And then obviously Waddington and Hendricks just a little bit out of frame coming through the first turn.
Yeah, Goosen's got Haasbroek and Frey in front of him. I don't know if he'll be able to get past them. So that's the Bodsworth battle going through there with Michael Hunter, the Gerard Frey, Haasbroek, Goosen. They're having a good little scrap there. The leader's about to cross the line. There's Alan John Fenter into turn 5, Pertamina Fastron on the exit. He'll make his way up towards the start-finish line. There's the leaders now already on Hubert Straight. The leaders have pulled away from him quite dramatically. Here come the two leaders. That's Tristan Pino, and looks like Slade van Niekerk has got ahead now. So Slade has got ahead. And when Slade's in front, he's not an easy person to pass. So he will hold the lead with 3 laps to go.
Yep, that's completely right. And still 1:12.352 for the 111 of Slade van Niekerk on that Project 60 SA Kawasaki ZX10. And then obviously the Missile Motorcycles, Bulldog Racing and Alpha Aesthetics. BMW S1000RR of Tristan Pienaar is right behind him. They're going to go back and forth now. They're going to go side by side down the Killarney straight. Tristan Pienaar, I know he's basically made of rubber, so he doesn't care what happens as he'll dive late on the brakes on the inside. And he'll hold it in, and he'll keep that position, I believe, in second place. I think Slade van Niekerk just braked a little bit later than Tristan did, and now Slade will hold that position down to the line, and that is the case.
Slade locking out there. Alan John Fenter going into Pertamina Fastron. Nice visuals of AJ as he exits Pertamina Fastron corner. A couple of the other riders coming down into, that's Jason Lineker. He's ahead of Brad Bodsworth and them. Jason Lineker works his way out of turn 5.
Yep, that's Jason Lineker on the RST Missile Motorcycles and ASAP World Honda CBR 1000R. He'll make his way through in 4th place. Then there's this battle once again. It's now moved to a 3-way battle between Frey, Bodsworth and Hunter. Bad B Racing is Brad Bodsworth. He's now been passed by Gerard Frey. Frey's moved up into 5th and 1st in the Superbike Challenge class. Good to see him back out there supporting Seal Pro Winans and Project 60 himself. Once again, the first time he's ridden in a good while. And now he'll race down towards Castrol Corner. Bad Brad Bodsworth there on the 41 Honda. He now sits there in 6th position. And Mike Hunter in the 600. Currently sitting there, that LLG Properties ZX6R sits there in the 3rd spot in that group of 3, now sitting in 7th overall.
Right, so the leaders have made their way there into turn number 1. There's once again AJ Fenter.
Now you see nose to tail, Tristan Pienaar has claimed that position back. This is definitely going to be a run to the line. So I better get my voice ready because I might scream as they get to the finish line. But there they exit Castrol Corner, a bike's length between them, which isn't much at all. And going around the inside, not even around, on the inside is Slade van Niekerk on that 111 bike. And he moves up a little bit and he blocks off Tristan Pienaar.
Oh, Tristan Pienaar chasing hard. They're very close to each other. This could be a race down to the line as they come through Sarl Sweep. They're going to go down the back straight now. It's Slade, and Tristan lights up that BMW. Slade protecting his position there, but Tristan's going around the outside. Is Tristan going to fly across the inside, or is Slade going to hold out? They're side by side. Tristan's hanging around the outside. They're side by side as they come out of Pertamina Fastron. Who's got the upper hand as they come up towards us? It's going to be Slade van Niekerk. Takes it from Tristan Pienaar. Slade van Niekerk takes the final race from Tristan Pienaar. And they are absolutely a country mile ahead here of Alan John Fenter. Alan John Fenter will take 3rd on the Yamaha. And then in fourth place down in Pertamina Fastron is Jason Lineker. Lineker works his way up towards the start-finish line. Good run from him in fourth. And then we got this whole gaggle of bikes up behind them. Bodsworth, Frey, Hunter, Goosen. Now they come towards the line. Who's it going to be? It's Bodsworth, Frey, Hunter, and Goosen. Followed there by Waddington.
Final celebratory burnout for those on the outside on the runoff of Hole's Hook, one of them being Brad Bodsworth, and I believe that's David Goosen, or it could be who he was fighting with, Gerard Frey. Just a celebratory burnout to end the season off for the CL Pro Winelands Superbike Challenge Masters and the 600s. And that has been such an incredible year to see all these guys on their two wheels absolutely powering through every race throughout this awesome Power Series. But now we come to the final race of the day. I just got to catch my breath so I can say this mouthful. But last on the schedule and the final race for 2024, the Progress Precision Engineering BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series, race number 2.
Yeah, 14 of them. Let's see if all 14 does make it out. A couple of motorcycles doing a bit of burnouts there, I've noticed in Damstip, just to have a touch of a celebration for what was a good season for the Superbike guys. Some of the riders just waving to wherever they can find. We see riders on the back straight stopping and waving and doing burnouts to their fans there at the back end of the clubhouse. So this motorcycle boy is doing burnout. You can pick up the aunt at home in Saddle Sweep. They just going boss, so to speak, enjoying the final race of the 2024 Lime Property Management Power Series season.
Yep, Greg Waddington made his way past, and what a season it has been.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Right, a big thanks to those people for making that happen, for King Tony Tools, Castrol, Pertamina Fostron, City of Cape Town, and Smile 90.4 FM, the media partner of the Western Province Motor Club, and all our class sponsors. Thank you very much. As Jordan, it is now the final race of the day, the final race of the Line Property Management 2024 season, and your first season on board with us for the Power Series. And you were also on board with the birth of the BMW Series. And before we get into the final race of the day of the year, a little bit of your thoughts about 2024.
I thought you were about to say the birth of something else that I had no idea about, but the birth of the BMW Series here in Cape Town after the Gauteng BMW Car Club came down for the Regional Extreme Festival, and the gentleman down here in Cape Town made this come to fruition. My 2024, as it comes to an end, but we get ready for 2025, has been absolutely incredible with my partners up here in the commentary box. And I've never, as a spectator for 15 years, and as most of you have been commentating for longer than I've even been a spectator, if not longer than I've been alive, this is a completely different way to view the track, and getting to speak to these drivers and riders and teams is something that I never would have imagined. So definitely something different.
If you told me when I was on the Goodyear Bridge in 1996 up until 1998 with Brian Peake, with Derek Peake, with Basil Kutzer, and also with Werner Krichler, before we all came here, that we moved up here in 2000. We moved into this commentary box when you were born that year, with Nick van der Meulen as well. And if you had told us then that we would be doing this technology then, I would have said, yeah, it's possible, but yeah, I don't quite know. But it just shows you how time and how technology changes for the better, at times for the better.
Absolutely, and being the youngest in the commentary box, it's great to get insight and knowledge and information from all of you gentlemen upstairs. So I've learned many a thing as I've become part of the Power Series, part of Western Province Rallycross, a part of short circuit bike racing and Cape Hull drivers now. And I mean, I've got many more years in motorsport to go, not as a driver or a rider or anything of the such, but as someone that can relay the information that I have and that these gentlemen have given to those around the circuit and around the world.
We'll still get Gary to take you with him to Vescus, introduce you to oval track racing there, and I'll still make a plan to get you to Mega Oval in Worcester as well. But that is something else. This is all about the Progress Precision Engineering BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series, race number 2, as the safety car leads them off the line. Dexter Bruce is the man that's in pole position. Vicky Pather is also there with him as we see the BMWs filter through a whole zook along the Jabez Straight towards Castell Corner behind the safety car.
Yep, we saw Dexter Bruce pull off in the first race because he had a bit of an overheating issue and he didn't want to cook the car, so he pulled it off into park firmly and let it cool. But he didn't manage to get back out for the rest of the race. But he now sits on pole, and he was the second fastest lap in race 1. And now he's in a prime position where he can have all that cool air out in front of him. And hopefully that'll keep the car cool, and he can take the checkered flag on the top step of the podium. But then you've got someone like Vicky Pather just behind him in that bright yellow, the yellow submarine, I'd say, of that BMW, who's very, very close on the back end, and Daniel Kutzer.
And let's not forget about Josef Hendricks as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for Dex, but he's going to just go out there with a smile on his face and say, man, what must be, I'm going to have a jaw out here. And that's exactly what they're all going to be doing.
And I believe that Amar Kutzer in the 27 could not make it out for race 2 because that car overheated in race 1, if my facts are correct, or if I got the message across correctly. So unfortunately, we will not have that Class B car out on the front end of the grid. He was in pole in race 1. But then obviously we've got Faisal Jacobs in there. Dean DeToy in Dexter Bruce's old Clubman's car. That thing's been running really well for him today in Clubman's and in the Progress Precision Engineering BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series race. Then we've got the likes of Ernest Page, who also doesn't seem to be out there at the moment, now that I think about it.
No, I don't see Ernest out there at all, as a matter of fact.
Yes, but I see Jacques Prince there. I see Mark Sickle, Cobus de Kock, Hermanus Haysom, and Connor Kilbride, Eric Horn, James King. Obviously, you know James King very well, but no Ernest Page. So that is very, very strange. I don't know if he said there he had an issue, but there was a little bit of smoke, we said, coming out of his car in race 1. But take them away, Frankie.
Right, the lights go off, and this is the BMW Series Race 2, sponsored by Progress Precision Engineering. Also the last race of the day and the last main circuit race of 2024. There's a bit of smoke coming out one of those BMWs. It might be the back end of the Faisal Jacobs car as they exit Holzhoek and work their way down the Jabez Straight towards Castrol Corner. Look at Vicky Pather, wants to come up on the inside, but Dex is hanging on to that position for dear life. And it is Josef Hendricks, was one of those black cars that was smoking, and it's not Faisal Jacobs' car. We're going to have a new leader. Kutsia is going to get his nose up front, and there's not much at this point in time that Dexter Bruce can do about that.
Absolutely not, and Daniel was just in the prime position to dive up the inside and take that position away from Dexter Bruce. Now it's going to be a fight between these two guys, also synonymous to Clubmans, as we know, as they run in first and second. Then Vicky Pather and Josef Hendricks there in third and fourth. And then we watch the rest of the field come through. They now come into the final braking marker into Pertamina Fostrand just to complete the first running lap.
I have a look at those four cars as they exit. There's something coming out the left rear side, if my facts are right, of Dexter Bruce's car. Watch that since he went off the line, and we'll just have to keep an eye on that as this race goes on. So it is Daniel Kutsia that sits out there in P1, Dexter Bruce second, Vicky Pather is there in third, followed by Josef Hendricks. Oh, and he's gone. That's Dex. No, it's not Dex. That is Vicky Pather. And it's the same place that he had issues earlier on in race number 1.
Yeah, I don't know if he made contact with the wall. We have to see when he makes his way back onto the circuit. I did see him reverse out of there. There, he goes back onto the track, and I don't think he touched the barriers, luckily. I don't see any nose damage on that car, but we watch there. There's Josef Hendricks coming through. There's Faisal Jacobs. And then we see the likes of Eric Horn, Connor Kilbride, James King, and Dean de Toy make their way through now.
And Daniel Kutsia gets his nose ahead there of Dexter Bruce. Down the back straight they go. As they go down the back main, Dexter might even be picking up same issues he had early on. We don't know, but he's still in there. And now he's slowing right down. He is slowing right down, and it is now Josef Hendricks that's on the case of Daniel Kutsia.
These two raced it out in Heat 1. Very unfortunate to see Dex go 2 for 2 in DNFs. It's not where he wanted to be, but I can only assume he picked up another overheating issue or something of the likes. As the leaders run into Holzhoek side by side, there's Faisal Jacobs now sitting in third place overall and second, and first in Class D rather. Then we've got Eric Horn and Connor Kilbride, both in E36 BMWs, and then James King. And then there comes Cobus de Kock. There's Dean de Toy in Dexter's old car, but here's this battle at the front of the field.
Right, back to the sharp end, and Josef Hendricks has now got his nose ahead. Josef Hendricks has dived up on the inside of Daniel Kutsia, going through Castrol Corner, through the Lunchtime Kink they go, towards turn 3, Damstip. Through Damst they go, and Daniel Kutsia will not let him go. He's going to sit on the case there of Josef Hendricks. They're nearly side by side. Well, Kutsia look up on the inside. He had a look and then bailed out of it on the last moment, working through turn 4, saddle sweep.
Yeah, you see them come through the super fast double right-hander, and now they're side by side as they head through down the Killarney Straight. There's Faisal Jacobs once again, and then Eric Horn and Connor Kilbride, both in those E36 BMWs. James King just slightly behind them, but there's this battle for the lead once again, side by side. Daniel Kutsia on the inside of Josef Hendricks. There's Dexter's car on the inside of the circuit, but there they go. Daniel Kutsia has just managed to pip outside the exit of Pertamina Fostrand and holds the lead and will run under the bridge in the lead.
But these two have been chopping and changing leads. 123.840. Josef Hendricks is the quickest man out here. Here comes Here comes Eric Horn across the line. Connor Kilbride is right there behind Eric Horn. And ahead of them is Jacobs. We'll have a look at that. But there's a massive battle for the lead heading into turn 2, Castrol Corner.
These two, I don't know if there was a bump. There was definitely a bit of a twitch there by Daniel Kutsia to move out to the wide line. But Daniel Kutsia got that position back and now jumps back into the lead. I think in every corner for the past 4 corners, they've swapped the lead every time. As there's a big spin in turn 1. That's Jacques Prince, who spun that 51 car around. Or 56 car rather. And there's dust all over the place. And all the leaders now make their way through the dust. So they have to keep their eyes peeled as the leaders now go down the Killarney straight once again.
Heading down the Killarney straight towards Fostron Corner, and Daniel Kutsia is going to have to make the move stick now, which he has. Faisal Jacobs is there in that 3rd spot. Is Jacobs. He's got Eric Horn and Connor Kilbride right on his case as they make their way into Pertamina Fostron. There we go. There is Connor Kilbride, and right behind him is Eric Horn, as the two of them are nose to tail behind Jacobs as the 2 leaders head into turn number 1. And it's a lock up there by Josef Hendricks. And he was late on the brakes, working his way through holes, and almost went into the back there of Daniel Kutsia.
That was scarily close, and that definitely could have ended in tears. But luckily, both these drivers know what they're doing, and they were able to hold back just enough to not come into contact. But that MYH Motorsport BMW E36 Turbo of Josef Hendricks is definitely quick around the corners with that spoiler. But the MYH Motorsport and Zane Aberdeen car of Daniel Kutsia is even quicker. But there's Faisal Jacobs in the traction driving experience car ahead of Connor Kilbride in the Racing Spirit BMW and Eric Horn in the MDR Racing BMW.
As we go back to our 2 leaders working their way out of the double right-hander saddle sweep. Down the back main they go, and I think Hendricks is losing a bit of ground there to Daniel Kutsia. There is a bit of smoke coming out, and he's slowing down, and that's it. It is game, set, and match, unfortunately, for Josef Hendricks.
He will drop out of this race, as did Dexter Bruce. And now moving up positions is Faisal Jacobs, taking 2nd place at the moment, just ahead of Connor Kilbride in that Racing Spirit BMW E36. And then just behind him, Eric Horn in that MDR car. They make their way down under the City of Cape Town Bridge once again with 3 laps to go. Your leader, Daniel Kutsia, is up, duck, and disappeared as well. But this group of 3 fighting for 2nd is really heating up.
Well, here they go now through turn number 1, through Holzhoek they go. And that is now that fight for P2, 3, and 4 that is coming down towards us. And there's nothing between Jacobs, Kilbride, and Horn as the 3 of them work their way through Castrol Corner.
These cars all look very, very evenly matched as they now run through Lunchtime Kink, through that little sharp left-hand, and then down into the slightly banked right-hander of Dam's Dip. And right on the tailpipes of that BMW E46 M3, the traction driving experience car, driven there by Faisal Jacobs, is Connor Kilbride, right there on the boot of Jacobs. And then Eric Horn just sitting a little bit further behind there. Horn is waiting for a moment between those 2 in front of him so he can capitalize.
Yeah, that is the only real fight out there at this point in time between Jacobs, Kilbride, and Horn, the 3 cars on shot now, exiting Pertamina Fostron Corner. P1 and 2 is way down the road. Kutsia sits out there in P1, and here comes this fight for 2, 3, and 4, led there by Faisal Jacobs, and they are 17.1 seconds behind race leader Daniel Kutsia.
Yeah, it's a 3-way battle now with 2 laps to go. Daniel a lap and a half away from the lead. You can see him come around the backside of the circuit. He's 2 corners ahead of this group of 3 fighting there for 2nd place. A wide line does Eric Horn take. That's the oval experience, I'm believing. Him going around wide so he can try and duck them both up the inside, and he almost does it. But Connor Kilbride holds the inside line on Faisal Jacobs. They'll go almost side by side through the Lunchtime Kink. But Faisal Jacobs will have to jump late on the brake to stay ahead into Dam's Dip.
Well, the laps are beginning to run out now. 123.718. Daniel Kutsia is the quickest man, and they are using the track and more there. Is that Eric Horn? Yeah, now Eric gets it sideways. Well, this is where the oval track experience, the dirt oval track experience comes in for Eric Horn. The handling of that car, especially if you raced V8 late models, then you have to be able to handle something like this as they make their way through.
Daniel Kutsia starts the final lap and heads into Holes Hook. But here we still have this group of three. There he is coming out of Holes Hook now. There's Mark Sickle, who we haven't spoken much about. He's at the back end of the grid, sitting in 8th overall. We're only down to 8 cars. We've lost 5 in this race. Mark Sickle there. But here's this battle once again, and I think Connor Kilbride had some sort of moment because Faisal Jacobs has managed to just grab a little bit of pace and is pulling ahead of those 2 BMWs.
Yeah, I know, he's beginning to open up a gap slightly. He's 20.7 seconds off the leader, Daniel Kutsia, 20.706 to be exact. But it is Jacobs, Kilbride and Horn. The 3 of them, 2nd, 3rd and 4th out of Castral Corner. And there is nothing separating them. James King is not too far behind them, well, he's 12.1 seconds behind them, and then 20.1 behind him is Herman. Them, that's the group you see on your screen there, is Kobus de Kok. So there they go through the saddle sweep, working their way towards the back main, the Killarney straight, as the leader is heading towards the checkered flag.
The arms waving. Daniel's arm is outside of the car. He has taken the win for the last race of the season, does Daniel Kutsia, back in winning ways for that man. Brilliant to see him at the front end of the podium once again, or the top step of the podium rather. But there's still this fight for 2nd overall and 1st in class for both of these for all 3 of these drivers. But Faisal Jacobs seems to be the man ahead.
Yeah, Faisal Jacobs in the battle on circuit. Faisal Jacobs will come home ahead there of Connor Kilbride, and Eric Horn will finish in 4th position. Jacobs 2nd, Kilbride 3rd, Horn 4th, James King in car number 7 in P5. It's a lonely drive out there for the man coming to the line now. Ex-heavy metal and super saloon oval track driver at KPL Drivers back in the day.
That's Dexter Bruce.
Is Dex, did he come back out again?
Yes, I think he just wanted to complete the final lap. I don't know if he's done 78% or whatever the mark is, but he will cross the line. And he'll get some sort of points. There's Kobus de Kok with no front bumper in that Lemons car. He comes across the line in 6th overall. Then Hermanus, Hayes Salmon,
yes.
and then obviously we've got Mark Sickle at the back end of the grid coming around the final corner to finish off the race.
Dex says I can go no further. Or is that Daniel Kutsia? Yeah, that's Daniel just doing some burnouts there, celebrating what was a brief season for them because they only started around about when? August, September, end of August. So... but they will be doing a full year in 2025.
I've actually just had a look now towards Sarl Sweep, and I see Vicky Pather's car unfortunately came to a stop on the dirt on the inside, just behind the clubhouse. So that's where his race ended. I think another burnout's going to be done. All of them are going to throw it around just in BMW fashion as they do. Faisal Jacobs throws it around. Eric Horn throws it around, as well as Kobus de Kok.
Don't give the E36 guys permission to do that because, trust me, they will. We see what they do at Rallycross.
They will do it until there's no tyres left on those BMWs. So it was James King also doing a lovely little donut for them. But a brilliant, brilliant way to end the season. And that was a 2024 Power Series season that I definitely will never forget.
Faisal Jacobs going round and around and around. He's having tons of fun out there. The man from Century Karting at Canal Walk Shopping Centre in Century City. And I see him lots because I'm just across the way at Mercedes-Benz and Audi. So I see him lots as the guys are having lots of fun. Eric Horn and James King on the back straight also doing some burnouts.
That's not quite an oval, more of a donut, if you will, as they headed off. What a season indeed. And a big thank you to all to make that possible, especially our marshals for working so hard out here today. all of those officials, all the drivers and riders out here today, our fans, everyone on the live stream, everyone who came out in person, and of course my co-commentators for letting me join them on this opportunity throughout the year.
Yeah, all I want to say from my side is it's been good, it's been great, it's been real. A big thanks to all our sponsors, Line Property Management, Porsche Club, Castrol, King Tony Tools, Pertamina Fostron, City of Cape Town, Smile 90.4 FM, and all our class sponsors as well. And remember, we'll see you here on the 7th for that big Cape Old Driver event, and then we'll see you here on the 14th for the 8-hour and for Rallycross, and for Rallycross as well. End of the month, if you want some oval track racing, the 30th, make your way down to Mega Oval in Worcester. It's going to be a biggie over there. And then the 23rd, Francois, I think next weekend is oval karts at Zone 7, if I'm not mistaken. So go and support all the other clubs as well. Look after yourselves. God bless, and goodbye, everybody.
It is the Power Series Round 8, and for something special that has come out on the final race of the season, I'm standing here with Mr. Davy Ubad with a very unusual and new car that we have not seen before. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so we started off with the Lotus platform.
The Latari. The famous Latari.
This is a Lotus Cup R, we want to call it. Because of the R, it's a Golf 7R engine that we have. And I wanted a replacement for the Cup Porsche that I drove. So that's why I call the Cup replacement. So it's a Cup R, a Lotus Cup R.
I think we're going to need a fancy nickname like the Latari for this one.
Yeah, but the Latari rings so nicely. I don't know what's going to ring so nicely with this one. You will work on it. But
so this is just a Golf 7 engine?
Yeah, Golf 7R with a sequential gearbox on it. So it's got all the Golf stuff in it, drive shafts, everything is from a Golf. So we try to simplify the car to make it run in endurances and normal sprint races. That's the idea.
Okay, so the same series but a different class with this one. What are you hoping, or how do you hope that it's going to perform?
Yeah, so it's the same series, but it's definitely not a Class S or a Class A car. We are going to start as a Class X, which means you're at the back of the grid to see where we're going to slot in. We're hoping to go in Class D. I think we need to try and get to Class D to start and hopefully work our way from there. But it's early days. The car rolled for the first time yesterday on the track, and it's going to be the second time today.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and I will definitely be watching to root for that Class D. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi guys, I am here with Jan. I'm not going to say what the second name on the car is, just in case there are some underage viewers with us today. But Jan, tell us a little bit more about your car. It is a rotary, I believe. You are in the Libre Classic cars.
Yes, nice day out. So I bought the car in 2016. I wanted a rear-wheel drive car and something that's different from the other guys. So I bought this Mazda sight unseen. Had it shipped down. Didn't cost a lot. It's since cost a lot more. I've been working on it. My wife says I'm rubbing the car up more than her. Are we allowed to say that?
Yeah.
So yes, I've been racing it on and off for the last 7 years. I'm in Class C in the Classics, qualified 4th today, wanting to go to the front. But you know, the big thing about the rotaries is it's almost like a dying breed. We want to keep the old cars alive. Some of the young kids come past and you're so surprised when they still ask you about, you know, how does a rotary work, is it a rotary? So people are quite passionate about them. Obviously it's a nice sounding car. If you're driving with me, don't chat with me because we're listening to the rotary.
Awesome, thank you. And how do you think this whole series for you, how are you going to end? I know you want to come up first, second, third. What's the chances?
Yeah, I remember it's my first race back for this year. It's been a work in progress. I've been teasing the guy saying it was my health. That's why I wasn't here, but it was financial health.
that is health, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
thank you so much. I hope you have a good race.
Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Hi guys, I'm here with Kyle Haddock in the Caltron Supercars. It's been a very exciting season so far, and tell us about your racing. Where did you come?
So I finished the day first position for the day. My first heat I finished second, and then the last heat I got first for the day. From a small incident from Ernest and Glenn bumping into turn 2.
Awesome. And overall in terms of the championship?
Looks like I should be finishing second for the championship. It's been a hard year. We've been grinding, pushing to get cars on the track, grow this sport, grow this class, bring on class sponsors like Lime Properties we brought on board. Just pushing as far as we can to get the sport going.
Absolutely. And I have to just ask, how were things on the track with Ernest? I love you. Your little Ernest ballerina pirouette he did there.
So I was pushing from the start of the race. We did about 2 or 3 laps. I was behind Glenn and Ernest, drafting them through the whole track. Coming to turn 2, next thing you check, there's Ernest turning sideways, there's Glenn turning sideways, and they parted the ocean like Moses, I promise you. I had to shoot through the middle of both cars just to get through to keep my position in first. It was crazy.
Absolutely amazing. And Ernest, we love you. We're only making jokes. When you win the championship, you can do whatever you want, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Guys, what an exciting day it has been, but unfortunately it has come to that time where we have to wrap up.
Oh, yes, we do. Oh, yes, we do. But it is the end of what has been an absolutely sensational season of racing. Lots of action, lots of racing. And again, if you want to enjoy the action once more, all the IMUSAT streams are on the YouTube site for you to check out.
Just go onto YouTube and type in IMUSAT and you will find all the Power Series right there.
Simone, me and you, we've been working together for a couple of months now. You've just started this year. What's the experience been like for you?
It has been absolutely amazing, honestly, to see the community, the love, the friendliness, the family environment. It has been incredible. And the bug kind of bit me on this last day, and I'm considering racing. So there we go.
Well, I think we need to make that happen. And if you're considering racing, I would highly suggest coming to the circuit, because once you're here, the bug has a tendency to bite.
It does.
It bit me twice in 1 year, so yeah, literally. Well, folks, that is it from us for today, for this race weekend and for the season, and what a fantastic season it's been. If you want to get more involved, we'll see you guys next year, but until then, it's done for the season here at the Power Series. Special thanks to our sponsors, Lime Properties, and we'll see you guys next year.
See you in 2025.
To our sponsors, Lime Properties over there, for making all of this possible, and we'll see you guys next season.
Hi, guys.
Sorry. Well, folks, that's it from there we go. Well, folks, are you done? Are you done laughing? I love you too. Now, off. I'm working.